I'm not impressed. No matter how strong you are in the human world, you can't handle our brothers alone. We're everywhere. Jerry's pupils darken, his aura thickens sharply. He smirks. You really did gather a lot of trash. I'm not impressed. No matter how strong you are in the human world, you can't handle our brothers alone. We're everywhere. I've got a bad feeling about this, Jerry mutters. O goddess of dreams and death, a magic circle forms beneath him, the queen of eternal dreams. The leader idiot senses this isn't a good deal and warns his kind to back off. We have to stay clear of this damn human. Jerry raises his sword before himself. His sharp eyes scan the monsters like flies. Hope you'll be pleased with this gift on the knight's mission. Behind Jiraiya, Flair's power fuels him. He finishes, death will punish the godless. The leader's face freezes in shock, then despair. An endless nightmare. The sky turns dark gray. Like a terrifying grayscale painting, invisible threads appear everywhere, binding the monsters' bodies. A hand suddenly rests on Deseojia's head. Someone appears behind, warning, be careful. Most night monsters here are demons. Deseo jumps, apologizing, sorry Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiles, it's okay if you don't know. You're still too young, Harry says. Good thing there's a forest nearby. We're not safe yet. Deso and Jiraiya head back into the bushes. He continues, I see a cave nearby. We need to move there carefully. Jiraiya shoulders a wooden box. Harry is startled by his action. She stammers, Sir Jiraiya, we can handle this. Stella feels utterly helpless. How can such an important figure do this stuff? Jiraiya laughs. Right now, I'm just a low-ranking knight. Just chill, Stella. She clenches her fists, gritting her teeth, but Jiraiya smiles. It's fine. Deseo gives a puzzled glance. Thinking he's only a low knight, not a holy grail knight, Gia puts a finger to his lips and laughs. Let's move fast. Don't get caught. He looks at Harry, Stella, and Deseo Gia, firm. I believe we can all do this. The sky above is pitch black, surrounded by endless hills. Thick fog blocks the view. A cave appears through the mist, with a tree and vines created from spiritual energy hanging over its entrance. Vines densely cover the cave entrance. Jiraiya looks at the three others and says, this should be enough. Harry gasps. Awesome. Sir Jiraiya, so the holy law can do this too? Jiraiya thumbs up, smiling bright. It's just an old man's trick. I don't even know what I've done that you guys praise so much. The four discuss inside the cave. Anyway, the entrance is sealed. Let's set camp. This might be a long night, huh? The idle horse chews on its reins as the four gather around the blazing fire. Stella hugs a wooden box silently before breaking the silence. Sir Jiraiya, could you watch the relic? Jiraiya places a hand on his chest. Don't push me past my limits. Julia explains, she doesn't know about wartime. Knights in the kingdom have the authority to command their peers. Stella pouts stubbornly. But still, you're the holy grail knight chosen by the goddess of dreams and death. I think you're the best to carry this responsibility. Despite the honor, Gia refuses the offer. Even praise for past achievements only bothers me. That won't help me in the future. The one before you is just a challenger, not someone who finished the mission. Stella frowns, annoyed. Harry and Deseo stay silent, waiting, holding back laughter. Finally, Harry raises his hand to cut off Jiraiya and Stella's talk. Sorry for interrupting, Deseo nervously says. Sir Jiraiya in the future? Sir Jiraiya in the past? What does that mean? Jerry explains to Deseo. Sorry to interrupt. Deseo was confused and spoke up. Future Jerry? Past Jerry? What does that mean? Jerry, explain it to Deseo. Maybe you're not used to wandering nights yet. He bowed his head, eyes sad, and continued. The goddess granted me an undeserved favor. A solid back appeared, Jiraiya's face unseen. Twilight Jiraiya, the holy grail knight of dreams and death, after countless trials became the holy grail knight. Fleur granted him special power to honor his great journey. Jiraiya closed his eyes, furrowing his brows. I was destined to win in the endless dream kingdom. I will recreate a memory fragment from my long journey, and summon my avatar from that era to the present. Then his face relaxed as he said, I'm already 85 years old, and it's time to receive the god's mission. DC gasped, wondering if the holy law could really do that. Harry asked curiously, so your power isn't split apart? Jiraiya smiled brightly, touching his bicep. This body's just a recreation from the past. I carry that energy's power but won't let it fade away. Harry exclaimed excitedly, so you're basically unbeatable, right? Jiraiya laughed and shot back. How strong can an old geezer like me be? He chuckled and added, I'm nothing compared to a holy grail knight. Don't get your hopes up. A growl appeared right after Jiraiya finished speaking. All four stood alert, grabbing their weapons. DC asked, Jiraiya, what's that sound? He warned seriously. Shh, they know where I'm hiding. Harry's face hardened, tension stretched like a bowstring. The cave roof creaked loudly. Jiraiya looked toward the noise's source. A monster was smashing the cave from above. Jiraiya shouted for everyone to dodge the falling debris headed straight for him. The others shouted worriedly. Jiraiya. Harry and DC scrambled up. Jiraiya asked, are you okay? Alone, he used his sword to block the monster's toothy maw. The monster roared. Stella looked at Jiraiya, holding the sword with one hand to cut the monster's mouth and the other to block its tentacles. Worried, she called out, Jeria. He glanced at her and warned, it's dangerous. This demon's minions are deadly poisonous. Be careful. Jeria's back wound was slowly healing. He frowned deeply. He shouted at Stella, fall back, now, hurry. Harry called out to the hunter Gu Desung to wake up. Her face darkened with fear. Hunter Gu Desung. DC looked pale from his arm wound. Harry anxiously kept calling out to Gu Desung. DC's arm was bleeding badly. He let out a soft groan. DC sat on the ground, raising his arm to look at Harry, who was bandaging him. Sorry, Assistant Chief Han. She knelt beside him and worked hard to finish the bandage. It's nothing serious. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, warning, but don't move too much with that poison. She kept bandaging DC's wound non-stop. Long blamed herself. I should have stopped it. Harry suddenly stood up. She turned and called out, please wait. Hunter Gu Desung was holding her arm, looking up at her. Assistant Chief Han, without hesitation. Harry slowly approached Jeria, who was still fighting the monster. He saw her and quickly warned, hey, it's too dangerous. You shouldn't. Before he could finish, Jeria's eyes went wide in shock. She was deadly serious, her gaze sharp and focused. Harry gripped his sword, flames surrounding him. He thought, Han, Harry, wake up. Flames flickered in her mind, showing a memory. Leon held Harry, eyes closed, saying, you're definitely chosen by the god of war. You can't follow ordinary rules. Divine power. She curled up in his arms, scratching her chin in response, but I'm still not sure. He raised his hand, creating fire. Harry stared, amazed and thrilled, listening as Leon explained. This divine fire flows like a wave, moving just like a tide. Back to reality. Harry's eyes lit up. She swung her sword hard, Leon's words echoing in her head. Remember this, Harry. She gritted her teeth. She slashed her sword straight, cutting across the monster. It screamed in pain. Holy law is the power representing rules. She leapt in for another strike, severing the beast. Blood splattered everywhere. The monster let out a loud roar, then collapsed. Jeria stood far off, stunned, silent, mouth agape. Everything passed quickly and smoothly. They found a cave to shelter and start a fire. Jeria looked at the objects on the rock. This is coral poison. Harry spoke up, but we're nowhere near the sea. Jeria's body was carefully bandaged. Zeria rested her hands on her knees, looking down and said, it's a chimera, belonging to the Dark Empire's sorcerers. Luckily, I know the antidote. It's right next to us. She glanced back, then bowed her head murmuring, but there was only enough for one person. Harry felt guilty hearing that. She looked down worried and said, I'm sorry. I accidentally burned it with my fire. Jeria glanced at her and sighed softly, reassuring her, we can't predict what'll happen in the heat of battle. Don't blame yourself, DCong said. At that moment, he was sitting in a corner, holding his uninjured hand with the other. Suddenly, a voice caught DCong's attention. Your name is Gu Desung? He looked up and saw Jerry standing right in front of him. DCong looked confused and said, Lord Jerry? Jerry knelt down before him, holding out a medicine bottle gently. Drink this. You deserve it. DCong quickly took the bottle, holding it in his palm, eyes downcast. Is it okay if only I drink this? Jeria replied without hesitation. Of course. A young knight like you will do much more than this old man in the future. He frowned, feeling a bit guilty. Thank you, Jeria. Thank you, Lord Jeria. Then DCong lifted the bottle and started drinking. Seeing this, Jerry smiled softly. Good. After finishing, Jeria stood up straight and loudly told everyone, this time, I've hidden the entrance well, no matter how sharp their senses are. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt pain in his body and stopped. They couldn't follow our trail anymore. Suddenly, Jeria collapsed. He cried out in agony, causing everyone to panic. Lord Jeria, DCong quickly jumped up, worried, supporting Jerry. Is there any other way to heal you? His face was already pale and his hands clutched his chest stubbornly. I'm fine, don't worry. Even if I die, my past self will help everyone. DCong held his hand tightly, looking down with clenched teeth, frowning, hesitant. But right now, he was the only one here. A week, seeing DCong's action, Jeria smiled faintly. Everyone quickly helped him lean against a rock. They all gathered around, watching as my clone was blessed by the goddess of death. He even gave my clone a gift. They quickly sat closer. Jeria relaxed, leaning against the wall. My death will be more peaceful than anyone's, so you don't need to be sad. He was out of strength now. Jeria, drenched in sweat, struggled to speak. Someone's after the holy relic. To get it to King Leonhart, you'll have to see me as a sacrifice, ready to be thrown away any time. The cave's atmosphere sank. Harry silently held back tears, bowed his head, and choked out, Lord Jerry. DCong, the man beside him, stayed silent, watching him. Jerry lifted his head, leaning on the rock behind. In his sight, Flora held the holy Ginsley staff, smiling at Jerry. He wasn't shocked. Goddess of death, you didn't have to come all this way to see me. Hearing this, everyone there looked horrified. Jeria's eyes clouded, squinting as he stared straight ahead. Everyone silently watched him. Jeria, out of breath, tried to say his last words. Glory in another setting. Jeria solemnly sheathed his sword. Suddenly, a voice behind called out, "You did well, Jeria." He quickly turned, hands clasped respectfully over his chest. "I dedicate this glory to the goddess of death and Lord Leon, along with their two subordinates." They slowly approached. "Did you plan to lure their leader out?" Jeria looked up, tired, and reported, "Yes, but it didn't work." He glanced over. "They're just green monsters." "They're patient, huh?" Leon looked around, pointing at one monster on the ground. "If they don't attack after this provocation, their leader must hold some real influence." Julia stood nearby, gripping her sword, watching his direction. "So, among these monsters, there's a commander?" Leon folded his arms behind his back, answering, "Probably." He pressed his lips tight, thinking they seemed well organized. "Could it be a champion?" The monster laughed excitedly, stretching out its hand, eyes shining. "They rarely show up. They're chosen by the brain god to lead all the brains. Those brains form a battalion to threaten and start a war." Leon rested his hand on his chin, thinking. He imagined a majestic figure. At that time, he hadn't seen any commander, then suddenly said, "But judging now, it's probably still too soon." Leon seemed to recall something. He turned to Jeria standing beside him, calling, "Jeria." Leon tilted his head, eyes on him, and said, "I have something to tell you inside, behind those huge mountains where the army is setting up camp." Leon spoke up. "Can we go somewhere private to talk?" The two sat down. Jeria lowered her head, stammering, "You mean I'm dead and now in heaven?" His hands trembled on the table. Jeria unconsciously clenched hers tightly, mumbling, 200 years. You fought those demons alone for 2 centuries. He frowned deeply, head down, not looking up, blaming himself. "How could you bear it alone for so long? Please don't forgive a disloyal knight like me." Leon smiled softly, slightly bowed, closed his eyes to reassure him. "You don't need to apologize. Don't worry about it right now." Jeria raised his head, looking at the magic orb curiously. "If I die by an orc's hand, then surely a great commander will appear." Leon replied calmly, "Yeah," then recalled the tall, terrifying image of that monster. Leon bowed his head and spoke. "The champion chosen by the orc god is out on this battlefield, but after this fight, I've never seen him again." Suddenly, Jeria glanced at him, curious. "Your Majesty, what do you plan to do with this gate?" Leon frowned slightly, thoughtfully answering, "I want to run an experiment. The items we get from it are secondary." Jerry's face grew serious as he stared directly at Leon, asking, "But since we're here, what's this other goal of yours?" Hearing this, Leon slowly opened his eyes. His voice faltered a bit. This time, armored soldiers seemed to appear behind him. Leon looked up, smiled softly, speaking loudly, "I want to be with my comrades till the very last moment." The sky darkened slowly. At the mountain base, camps began lighting up. The orcs lay on straw mats, sleeping deeply, unaware of what was happening. Orc life was simple, their daily routines, much like humans. They did the same things every day: breakfast, fight, lunch, fight, dinner, then sleep. Leon's expression turned fierce, his eyes glowing as he snapped his fingers to create fire, laughing. They were strong yet lived simple lives. That's the orcs for you. The mountains and OT camps burned relentlessly through the night. The fires spread quickly, making them easy targets for ambush at night since they were all sound asleep. Flames rapidly engulfed the OT camp. They woke up panicked, scattering and screaming, "The food stores are burning." The guards didn't do anything. I don't know what happened. Leon stood on a nearby mountain, looking down. He smirked slyly. "No doubt those disgusting beasts caused this mess. Stupid humans." Leon knelt on one knee, excitedly staring below. The beasts screamed as they burned alive, enjoying their own demise. "That's right, Jeria." He stood solemnly behind, replying, "I agree with you, Your Majesty." He held the sword, rubbing the hilt. "I'll tell you everything I know." Jeria glanced away, thinking to himself, "Now that Your Majesty is here, my death in history has changed." Leon stood there, slowly gathering power as he stepped forward. He wondered, if this gate could truly record times the kingdom Leon imagined Dunlahan standing proudly in a castle. Then that person would come here. Dunlahan turned, eyes glowing with dark energy. The strongest Holy Grail knight appeared. Ariana clasped her hands together. Everyone fell silent, closing their eyes to pray. Those who complete the god-given mission and drink the holy water become the god's representatives. An armored knight placed his hand on his chest and knelt respectfully. The Holy Grail knight's greatest power is their essence as the god's representative. Another was surrounded by a source of power, standing firm, gripping his sword upward. These gods, these divine beings, sustained through the faith of believers, granting strength and faith to their saints. Leon pictured a knight holding his sword with authority, pointing directly at beautiful Ariana, praying. Unlike other knights who fight with magic and face power limits, Holy Grail knights devote all their faith to the divine. With just her prayers, a large force of knights stood behind her. So in a way, Holy Grail knights are like faith repositories of the devout. They never tire in battle. Sim scratched his face angrily, his voice rising. "Those bastards have grown bold." His loud voice caught the attention of the OT outside. How can they keep attacking non-stop for 3 days straight while the Alliance camps beasts and that subordinate are down on their knees? He nervously lowered his head and reported, "We've been attacked over 300 times." Sim yelled in shock. "What?" He got even angrier. "Put your hands to your nose and breathe out your spiritual energy." With wild white eyes, he shouted, "No way. We've got 10,000 troops, yet Leon and Jeria just wrecked his camp." Sim couldn't accept this. How could they attack a camp with 10,000 soldiers day and night? And there are only 2 of them. He smirked slyly and flew off with the elder. That subordinate nervously asked, "Why didn't you catch them?" He coldly replied, "Because they're the Holy Grail Knights." Shin suddenly cut him off, yelling, "Damn it, this isn't good." Sim sat proudly, rubbing his forehead. "This can't keep going like this. We have to do something." Suddenly, something flew in from outside, the curtain fluttering like it was caught in the wind. Something round was tossed inside, bouncing up. Sim jumped, startled, stammering, "What the hell is that?" The splash hit his face. Sim and the subordinate stared blankly. It was Cheon-Ung, defeated and lying on the ground. Shin shouted, "Cheon-Ung." He was terrified, thinking, Cheon-Ung's the strongest among the warriors. Asterisk, blessed by the divine beast yet cut in half. Shin was shocked and turned around, curious about who did this. Suddenly, a huge foot stomped into the tent. Carrying an axe on his shoulder, he sneered at the two. "You weaklings." Shin nervously stepped back. With a fearful glare, gritting his teeth, he stared hard, then yelled out loudly. He felt proud, chuckling, "What the hell is going on, champion of the pig tribe?" Then he grabbed Sim by the neck with one hand, making him groan. He lifted Sim off the ground one-handed. Sim struggled to breathe, face turning purple. He exhaled angrily. Scowling at Sim, he said, "I gave you a deadline." His terrifying glare turned bloodshot, full of menace, almost until yesterday to crush them. Sim was helpless, pale, trying to pry his hand off, wondering, what kind of strength is this? Asterisk, back when I was young, I could fight back the Holy Grail Knights. But now, I can't do shit. Then he saw a glimmer of hope. His eyes brightened as he looked down. Maybe he's even stronger than those knights. After a moment, he released Sim and threw him to the ground, then ordered, "Tomorrow, we attack with everything we've got. Get your troops ready." Shin nervously looked up, voice trembling, hesitating, but they have 2 Holy Grail Knights in their army. He didn't care at all. Carrying his axe, he left the tent. Suddenly, he turned back and said, "Grand Knight Skudix and I will help you this battle. So gather your troops fast. We'll crush them tomorrow." Sim's eyes widened. He couldn't process what was happening, but instinctively replied, "Got it." Sim was relieved, thinking, 2 champions of the OT tribe, blessed by the divine beast, asterisk. They only appeared in legends back in the day to help. Carrying his sword, he sighed and sat down, satisfied. Maybe this is enough to win. Suddenly, a loud noise outside grabbed everyone's attention. Shin frowned, mouth wide open, yelling, "What the hell are those bastards doing now?" He slowly stood up. Sim waved for his subordinates to follow him quickly and catch them. The moment he stepped outside, Sim froze at the scene. A huge spear was stuck deep into the ground, creating a crater. Smoke still rose from it, and the vultures nearby didn't move. A small note was attached, drawing their attention. Shin quickly grabbed the note and opened it. The others peeked in, curious. The letter was from King Leonard and took quite a while to arrive. After reading it, Shin was speechless. He bowed his head silently. Furious at the challenge, Shin ripped the paper in half and shouted, "You punks want to fight hand-to-hand just because you think we're weak?" The letter basically said hand-to-hand combat. We crossed our arms, clutching our axes. He scowled, "Accept it." Shin, standing behind, asked. He looked determined. We smiled confidently, loudly declaring, "I'll bring back the bodies of those Holy Grail Knights." On this side, the beast was destroyed. Everyone hurried over to the fallen monster's body. They cheered excitedly, shouting, "Wow, Queen, thank you." The female knight quickly burst into tears and ran over. That was terrifying. She gently reached out, rubbing the knight's head, and asked, "Han, you okay?" Luckily, no one got seriously hurt in this battle. Soyeon stepped closer, sighed in relief, placing her hand on her chest. "We almost ran into big trouble. Thanks for the rescue." Betchik smiled and replied happily, "No problem." After a moment, Soyeon asked, "By the way, have you seen Daehyu?" She stared blankly, then called out, "What, Soyeon?" Blushing and awkward, she scratched her face, stammering, "It's not like I'm worried about him." "Yeah, right." Betch smiled softly, tilting her head and covering her mouth. "Oh, so you're worried about your companion?" That made Soyeon so embarrassed she practically steamed. She squinted, eyes full of understanding, smiling gently. After a while, Betchik stood before everyone, shyly clasping her hands, asking, "Their mission is to assist Lord Jiria and protect the main army, right?" They quickly answered in unison, "Yes." Then she added, "But actually, His Majesty didn't come here. He's fighting on another front." Betchik looked at their confused faces and explained, "He might be with another group on a different mission, so don't worry about him." She tilted her head and raised a finger, casting a small spell. "Also, I've tracked everyone with magic this time, so fight with confidence." Everyone cheered, "Oh, that's awesome." Betchik stepped forward, then suddenly turned back to cheer. We'll reunite with them soon, so give it your all. Later, Betchik traveled with the cavalry, her face serious, eyes glancing up, guessing the royal guards and D. Hugh were with His Majesty attacking the OS tribe. Betchik pondered, outlining her guesses. So the issue is the other three, huh? Judging by the aura I sensed, Daesung and Harry are in another group. Something like a map formed. She calculated everything in her head, but Spinner is beyond her detection range. I thought I could see every corner of this canyon already. Betchik clenched her hands, closed her eyes, sighed in frustration, wondering where the hell did he go. The cliffside flowed in mist, feeling both grand and mysterious. A vast place appeared, wild and cold. Jack hovered in space, continuously making faint sounds, staring ahead, reporting orbital stop points, calculating gravity effects, ready in the dark void. Jack looked at the small screen before him and said, monitoring OT tribe's reproduction and growth through the gate was successful. He leaned down slightly, red eyes looking up. Launching the satellite into the gate space worked, but info is still limited. We need to calculate possible abnormal physical phenomena. A detailed ground map opened. Depp looked at the map, then reported, terrain boundaries are clearly defined. It's shaped like a small-scale planet but can't be fully observed, only the canyon and part of the Empire's border. Observing high-power entities, adjusting coordinates while analyzing the battlefield. The detector locked onto a small circle pinned to an AI. The blue circle kept zooming in until the figure was clearly visible. The high-powered body identified as Volcanus wearing armor. Like he sensed something, he went silent and still. Then suddenly Volcanus lifted his face straight at Jacob. Damn! He got caught and started sweating nervously, shouting, "We've been spotted. No way." Kanos didn't look up anymore. He just bowed his head. Kinos reached up and took off the iron helmet from his head. He glanced up with irritation, grinding his teeth, eyes bloodshot and full of deadly intent. It's been a long time. At the steep cliffs, dust swirled, blocking the view. On an open field, two armies readied their forces. The orcs were fully armored and armed. Their huge, muscular bodies made the formation even more intimidating. Jae-hyuk watched nervously and asked, "Is this the perfect chance to test our army?" "Looks like things could get out of hand if we mess up," Leon coldly warned. "This is serious." He carefully analyzed, "If we understand their strength, we'll know how this battle will unfold. If we take their base here, transporting the sacred relics will be way easier," Leon assured. "It used to be just as tough before we had our legion here." Daihyu and Suho standing nearby asked, "Isn't this a big deal? Should His Majesty come help move the relics through this land too?" He confidently replied, "Queen Betchik and Spinner are already assisting them, so that counts as our reinforcements sent out." Jia-hyuk suddenly realized, right. Just then, an engineer came to report, "Your Majesty." Leon nodded understandingly, replying, "Yeah." He asked General Jiria, "Are you ready?" The general calmly answered, "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll go first." Jiria led the way forward, stepping firmly toward the orcs while the others watched him with trust. The orcs slammed their weapons and shouted, "Kill them! Kill them!" They roared like they'd been injected with adrenaline. "The pig god is watching us. Take out those knights." The knights got pissed off by the shouting. "Hey, Leon," he scoffed, clicking his tongue at the savage brutes. Jiria was used to this and paid no mind. Always noisy, just like their reckless nature. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped forward. "Welcome, miserable humans." A huge orc, looking like their leader. He threatened. "The rules here are simple. Whoever dies, loses." He introduced himself. "I'm Ban Baza, Hector's champion. No one's beaten me yet. I've never lost." Ban Baza challenged them. "Who dares risk their honor against me?" Leon sneered. "You want to throw your miserable tribe's honor around?" He showed disgust and snapped. "Only cowards can't beat you." Leon ordered, "Knight Jeria, grab that damn beast's neck for me." Jeria instantly got serious. He drew a sword from thin air and declared, "I'll remember your name after this fight." One-on-one, face-to-face. Jeria's eyes changed color. He affirmed, "Today's the day you die." Seeing the sword aimed at him, Ban Baza sneered. "Old men sure love to talk big." "Let me return that insult," Jeria snapped back with annoyance. "You're funny, armored blue-skinned warrior." Ban Baza taunted, "Then prove it." Jeria agreed. "I accept your challenge." Ban Baza threw his axe to the ground and laughed loudly. "Too late," he confidently declared, "You'll die today." Jeria's gaze never wavered, carefully sizing up his opponent. Ban Baza stomped the ground hard to launch himself forward. He charged at Jeria with his axe. "I'm coming." Jeria gripped his sword tight and rushed Ban Baza, still shouting confidently, "Die." Suddenly, a slash cut straight down at Jeria's body. His eyes went wide. Bright red blood sprayed everywhere. Ban Baza swung his axe on his shoulder, raised his weapon high, and proudly shouted to his troops, "I won." "Die!" Hyuk and Suho gasped in horror. "Oh my god." Hyuk gasped, "No way." Seeing Ban Baza stand tall, he panicked. There's no way he could lose like that. Suddenly, he became dazed, muttering, "My victory will never be lost." Jeria suddenly appeared behind Ban Baza, unharmed. He calmly said, "A monster's still just a monster." Smirking, he said, Your moves are way too predictable. Suho recalled and asked his Holy Grail Knight buddy Jaehyuk, who was struggling to keep up mentally. What? Suho explained, looks like he used Holy Law to create an illusion. That last move was definitely the Dreamland Holy Law. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. In a flash, he appeared before Banbaza in attack stance. Jiraiya declared, sink into this sweet dream and die. Then he unleashed the Holy Law. Execution, Halo. Jiraiya thought, at this speed and distance, I'll definitely hit him. If I land this, the divine power will weaken and kill him. He quickly targeted his weak spot. Suddenly, Banbaza grabbed the sword's tip. Like a demon incarnate, he said, so this is your knight's holy law? The sword in Banbaza's hand wouldn't budge. Jiraiya panicked. Holy law doesn't even work? Suddenly, Banbaza roared, throwing Jiraiya far away. An axe slashed across his chest, causing him to groan in pain. Suho and Jaehyuk cried out in fear, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly retreated, creating distance between them. Banbaza sneered cockily, you're too noisy, Holy Grail Knight. Jiraiya clutched his chest, feeling Hyokan's power. Banbaza bragged proudly. That's right, I'm Banbaza, Hector's right-hand man. I've been granted the strength to crush and obliterate everything. Gripping his axe tight, he declared, your skills mean nothing against me. Banbaza raised his axe toward Jiraiya. Luckily, Jiraiya dodged just in time, barely holding off the attack. Gritting his teeth, he thought, this bastard's too strong. He stumbled back, trying to escape the strike's range. Then Jiraiya charged straight at Banbaza. Laughing loudly, he taunted, come on, old man. Their clash was fierce, but Jiraiya's age made him weaker. Banbaza, wounded but stubborn, snapped, what's wrong, Holy Grail Knight? Just one hit and you're already tired? Suddenly, he grabbed Jiraiya's collar. Pressing him to the ground, Banbaza mocked, so this is how you trick everyone with your strength? Jiraiya's eyes rolled back in pain. Banbaza swung his axe again. Die. Jaehyuk called out worried, Lord Jiraiya. The dust cleared, revealing Banbaza's figure. He sighed, what a shame. Nearby, a figure struggled to stand. Jiraiya gripped his wound, fighting to stay conscious. He thought, such a humiliating scene. Even sacrificing your honor on the battlefield, you still can't beat him. This fight's left you bleeding and battered. Jiraiya clenched his sword hilt. Then he tied a cloth to keep his hands steady on the blade. He cursed, you disgust me. You disgusting monster. This fight is just getting started. He quickly took his stance for the next move. Jiraiya charged Banbaza again, laughing scornfully. He swung at him, yelling, you're nothing but a weak human. Let's see what you Holy Grail Knights can do against me. Jiraiya was so hurt he lost focus, maybe even consciousness. Leon and the soldiers looked serious, standing with authority before the execution. Leon, the war knight, his eyes sharp. He immediately demanded, state your name. Jiraiya bowed respectfully, hands over his chest, answering honestly, I'm Jiraiya, the second son of Baron Vua Thumb, once served in the Twilight Knights squad. Leon didn't answer, just watched. He frowned cautiously. Leon kept his gaze. He only said what he knew. I've heard about you. Heard you served in the Royal Knights 55 years ago. Jiraiya closed his eyes, bowed deeply, full of shame. A flash of sadness crossed him. Leon hesitated, called out, Sir Jiraiya. He showed real struggle making this decision. This punishment on the Ott clan is to wipe out the rogue Ott general. It might be dangerous if you join the fight. Jiraiya thought a moment, but still tried to convince the holy warrior of glory and justice. He placed his hand on his chest. Every word and gesture showed determination. Please let me fight, even from the lowest position. Even if I have to mix with common cavalry or stand among the infantry with a spear. I don't care. Leon widened his eyes hearing this. A little surprised. Warm sunlight streamed through the window. You just want to keep everyone safe. So why do you want to fight so badly? There are other ways to claim glory. Jiraiya lowered his head, pressed his lips tight, then gave a bright smile. It was sincere and warm. Honor and glory aren't everything I care about. Jiraiya recalled the bloody scene. He was close to the earth, just trying to live fully and pursue his goal. A pool of fresh blood spilled from a deep weapon wound. Banbaza pointed to himself, eyes blazing red. I won. The armored guy suddenly felt something off. Even the weapon in his hand was shaking. Gia held it tight. He tried his best. Gia's face darkened, listening closely. Sure enough, the rumors about your clan aren't true. He remembered Leon's words and understood everything. Your loyalty to me will always be praised. Shine all day and bring glory to your clan in this camp. Jiraiya began to channel power, surrounded by purple, magical aura. He used a powerful spell. His eyes were enveloped in magic. O goddess who rules the fate of all things. Julia spoke and acted at once. She swung her sword. Please bless your knight who survived countless deaths. Banbaza gripped the sword at his chest. Long thought, he should have been too weak to move. He immediately collapsed. Julia stayed standing. The blessed spirit is immune to death. He didn't scream, just pulled out his axe. Jiraiya raised his sword high, silently signaling the soldiers to start celebrating. Suho gaped, couldn't believe his eyes. I won. Jiyan Hiyuk next to him was just as shocked. He defeated the brain monsters. Still standing, confident. Banbaza lost. Pathetic weakling. Earlier, he bragged loudly. An old brain monster, fully armored, slowly approaching. Letting your guard down means death. What an idiot. He revealed his face and started to introduce himself. I am Manga, the great general of the Brain clan. You're about to die, but I'm still asking. Maga saw Zarya's stance and sneered, provoking. Want to light your last fire? He didn't move. Thinking he'd already lost too much blood, Zarya frowned, scheming deeply. When my death immunity fades, I'll accept real death. His eyes dimmed, but his heart stayed steady. Then it's for my king. Maga held his staff and slowly approached. Even if I have just a bit of strength, I'll drag you down with me. Zarya couldn't hold on and fell, but someone caught him. Leon appeared. He comforted him. You fought bravely, Sir Zarya. Leon bowed his head and approached the opponent. Now rest. I'll watch and bless your final moments. Zarya looked worried. According to him, you're covered in wounds. Your Majesty, you single-handedly declared war and took down those brain monsters. Maga was stunned and speechless after hearing what Leon said. Those blue monsters, I'll give them one shot to win. A weapon was drawn, glowing with pure golden light. Every detail was top-notch. This was a high-quality weapon. Leon pulled it out with fierce power, flames swirling around him. Even a cup appeared right above his head. Playing with heavy weapons now, Leon charged like a lion. Come at me fast. Everyone out there in space, there's an object, grab it. Scanning everything, report the situation in detail. Detected multiple movements at the Empire's border. The Empire and Leonard Kingdom have a shaky alliance. In front of him was a map. The bases lit up. The relic escort convoy was moving. 2 convoys were wiped out, but the Godslayer Guild members are safe. He noticed something odd and immediately reported it. The number of Alliance orcs and heretics is rising. He stopped, suddenly realizing something. Jack jumped out of the main building for unknown reasons. Suddenly, a spark shoots out, destroying everything. Late afternoon, twilight falls. Leon, unmatched in power, prepares to wipe everything out. The onlookers gape in shock. Observing him, one murmurs, the orc monsters have been wiped out. Oh, pinnacle of human history. Leon turns his head coldly. He looks back toward the area, placing his hand on his chest in respect. Lord Zarya has a holy war here. If needed, I can go with you to the ends of this world. Sweat drips down as he calls out to his majesty. Zarya immediately kneels, pleading, please don't get stuck in this memory of mine. Don't waste your precious time. Your majesty has already shown me what a proud king you are. What more could I ask for? He coughs a few times after speaking. Suho stands worried nearby. Lord Zarya Leon also kneels, placing his hand on his chest. I will perform the ascension ritual. Please accept it, your majesty. Zarya immediately blocks him, worry etched on his face. That can't happen, sir. Please conserve your holy power. He stays calm, explaining why the orcs and heretics will retreat. If we don't chase down the leftovers, I probably won't have to fight anymore. Gia looks a bit conflicted and wants to refuse, but says nothing more. He silently thinks the god is just a recreated memory. Just one remaining shadow. Leon wastes no time and begins. I'll start now, he says with serious intent. Holy warrior Zarya Vertum, second son of Jodric Vertum, the first knight of the Leona Twilight Knights. Servant of dreams and death. A goddess appears. She smiles gently. Pray to the goddess you worship. Zarya clasps his hands, looking solemn. He gazes at the goddess and begins to speak. O goddess who guides from the lowest place. O goddess who rules the fate of all things. Zarya frowns firmly and declares, this servant of yours has ended a long journey. He bows his head, sincerely begging, all my life I've avoided illusions and lies. Hating gold and silver, I've protected the people and kept them fed. O goddess, if you wish to bless the deeds I've done on earth, please expand my king's territory and erase all his worries and troubles. Gia closes his eyes tightly. Leon's arm gently touches his shoulder. O spirit of dreams and death. He closes his eyes too and continues. Here is your first knight, about to begin his final journey. Your honor will be remembered by the living. Your glory will be remembered. Leon shows sincerity as he says this. May this knight be toasted in your divine feast, and may his name live forever. A massive spiritual energy burst envelops everything around us. On behalf of the gods, I promise we'll party together at the Feast of the Gods. They gently touch heads in agreement. A golden light rises, making the scene more magical. Farewell, my old friend. A layer of white dust covers Zarya's body. He slowly opens his eyes. The light doesn't stop but keeps rising. Small sparks appear, flying around. In a canyon, a group of orc monsters is discussing. The old orc monster beside them turns and asks, Boss, he already. He cuts off. A small flame flickers on his finger. Those 7 defeats mean nothing. They're just weaklings. The old orc monster firmly shares his opinion. Forgive this disciple's inexperience. Let's retreat. Continuing to fight now won't do us any good. The clan chief hears this, rests his chin, and starts thinking. He grits his teeth, bloodshot eyes blazing. The chief confidently holds his general and says proudly, if fate allows, maybe I'll get to face him. In the quiet night forest, tiny sparks flicker in the darkness. Zarya carefully parted the leaves to observe. Hey brothers, look, this path hardly sees any monsters. Suddenly, Harry called out, Sir Zarya, He turned his head and asked, "What's up?" "Sir Harry. Harry's worried about you. Do you remember what happened before?" His voice was slow and calm as he answered. "You're the memories of another body traveling with you all, huh?" She clarified, more like inheriting memories from the original self. Jiraiya tried to recall, but it was pretty tough. "Too bad. I don't have any memories of you all." His face was gentle. "Now, I'm just an 7-year-old apprentice knight. Back then, His Majesty was both the Holy Grail Knight and the War Knight." The other knights, they were all amazed. "Whoa," Harry got curious. "So, Sir Jerry, do you know about His Majesty's youth?" Stella was interested too. "We want to hear too." Sir Jerry cleared his throat, ready to share a proud tale. The memories were vivid. Julia pictured Leon standing tall in his armor on the battlefield. Back then, he was the youngest Holy Grail Knight in history. Even as an apprentice knight, his reputation was legendary. He challenged the kids. "Do you believe His Majesty started his apprenticeship at just 16? Harry gasped. "No way." The three knights around him were like kids listening to Grandpa's bedtime stories. Usually, one serves the kingdom as a royal knight, but His Majesty was the rightful heir of the Dragonia Duke family. Even skipping some steps, he still showed the qualities worthy of the Duke's lineage. Jiraiya detailed Leon's glorious achievements. Single-handedly wiped out the Orc clan's territory, stormed the cult's ritual, and annihilated them all. His adventures with comrades became songs of honor and glory sung by bards. He said, that's when he matured and gained experience. At 20, he was chosen by the goddess of light and justice for a sacred mission, and at 27 became the youngest War Knight and Holy Grail Knight. He remembered every milestone of Leon like it was yesterday. Truly a brilliant man, there'll never be another with such talent and aura. Gia frowned, calling out, "Sir Harry." She quickly replied, "Yes." He instructed her as if passing down a divine mission. "Stay close to His Majesty, watch and learn carefully." At that age, his growth was an incredible talent. Harry eagerly accepted this noble task. "Yes, I'll do my best." Her excitement made the elder feel a bit uneasy. Late at night, everyone found a place to rest. Everyone was dead tired and fast asleep except the elder who stayed awake. The boy diligently practiced every sword stroke. The elder poured all his heart into him, hoping for sweet results. Suddenly, Jerry woke up. Leaning against a nearby tree, he watched the boy practice royal swordsmanship. His sudden appearance startled the boy a bit. Feeling shy, he worried he'd disturb the elder's sleep. Gia stepped closer. "Sir, I was going to help with the watch, but I see you're training. Old man here can watch your sword skills, right?" "Of course, it's an honor, young one." After agreeing to spar, both took their places. The elder reminded, "I'll go easy, you block well." The boy politely replied. Before he could react, the elder's sharp blade nearly kissed his neck, surprising him. He quickly snapped back to reality. Jerry countered as he attacked, giving tactical advice. "Keep both hands above your waist. The sword's not just for offense. It's also your fastest defense. Always hold it where you can react to every strike." His attacks were fast and deadly. All night, only the clashing swords could be heard. The elder gritted his teeth, enduring the blows purely mechanical, swift, and precise swordsmanship. Facing a tough opponent like Jiraiya, you struggled a lot, but I couldn't counterattack. He just needed one simple move to knock DC's sword flying far away. Jiraiya's sword tip stopped right at your throat. You had no choice but to give up. DC just had to wave the white flag and admit defeat. He laughed loudly, comforting the kid. Winning or losing in training doesn't matter. Gia sat on a big log and praised DC. "You've got a solid foundation and decent reflexes. You've trained hard and consistently." He waved him over. "Come sit with me. Sit right here by my side." DC was humble. "I'm still far from good enough," he shyly asked. "Sir Knight Jiraiya, compared to Knight Harry and me, how am I?" Jiraiya was surprised by the question. The seasoned man's eyes, lined with wrinkles, flickered with sadness for a moment. He bitterly said, "That's a tough question." DC guessed the answer but was still shocked to hear it. Julia praised Harry so highly, even this old man. Knight Harry is exceptionally talented and favored by the gods. He'll definitely achieve success faster and outshine others. Sitting beside him, DC felt heavy-hearted. "Actually, I already knew, sir." He blamed himself. "No matter how hard I try, some things just don't work out." Gia looked at him with sympathy, feeling sorry for him. He chuckled, breaking the gloomy mood. "You really are just like me." Hearing that, DC was curious. "You mean me, sir?" He looked up, sharing quietly. "No matter what, in the end, Knight. Jiraiya didn't become the Holy Grail Knight," he said. "You mean I won't fulfill my dream in the future?" The old man's deep voice was calm but firm. "I've heard that a lot from family, teammates. Even King Leon and the goddess of my dreams, they told me to give up." DC cautiously asked, "Then why didn't you give up?" The starry sky above them glowed, highlighting his answer. "Because challenges don't need others' approval," Jiraiya said calmly. "Even if they say it's impossible, there's no reason not to try, right?" His optimism and determination stirred something in DC, leaving him speechless. Jiraiya smiled. "Hey, young knight, do you know what courage means?" He replied innocently. "You mean bravery, sir?" Jiraiya lectured the kid. "It's either bravery or love or hope." His words were grand and noble. A knight uses courage, bold spirit, hope to never fall, and pure love. The Holy Grail Knight is the peak of courage, he softly called him. Knight Gudseo, do you think Holy Grail Knights are born courageous? The experienced Jiraiya immediately denied it. No one's born with courage. You can't just have it. It's neither gifted nor achieved. He placed his hand on DC's shoulder. The sudden move startled him. Jiraiya punched his own chest a few times. Courage is something you bring out right here. DC was stunned, finally understanding the truth Jiraiya wanted to pass on. He stood up, stretching his bones. Young knight, when you pray to become courageous, do you think the gods will just hand it to you? Jiraiya smiled kindly at DC. Or will they give you the chance to bring out your own courage? Cut to the Imperial Guard post, looking imposing and powerful. The guards stood sharp and alert. After days of hard travel, the knight group finally arrived at their destination. Stella happily showed Jiraiya. Knight Jiraiya, we've reached the Empire's outpost. He looked surprised. Already here, tell the kids something important. From here, we can head straight to the kingdom border. Harry was amazed by what he knew. DC wondered silently. Does Leonhardt Kingdom really share a border with the Empire? He read the system's confusing notice. But the mission's not over yet, right? He thought naively. Once we reach the Empire, escort duty's basically done, right? The guards spotted strangers approaching and immediately got cautious. Stop. Who are you? Stella spoke for the group. We're the Leonhardt Kingdom Relic Escort. There should be records of your passage. The silence stretched with no reply from the guards. After a while, the vertical chain linked to the city gate moved, and the doors slowly opened to welcome them. A warm voice greeted the knights. Welcome. Jiraiya was skeptical. No way. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, the leader of the Divine Light sect. The captain of the Royal Guard, Busfat, and the head of the Statue Astronomy Guild, Jiraiya, were stunned. Why the hell are the Empire's 13 vassals all here? The benevolent sect leader smiled. Ah, the Holy Grail Knight at dusk, Jiraiya. But his smile twisted into something weird. You're his clone, right? The knights might have walked into a trap. Look out, Harry warned Jiraiya. Enemies are all around. Jiraiya clenched his teeth hard. You mean you got hit before even defending? They fired lasers straight at him. Jiraiya's blood splattered everywhere. DC stood frozen, watching it all unfold. The sect leader's voice was eerie. Welcome to the Empire. His twisted grin sent chills down their spines. His eyes glowed red in the bloody night. And goodbye, DC. He blinked as Jiraiya got stabbed in the stomach, flying back violently. Jiraiya hunched over, clutching his gut. The sect leader calmly stroked his beard, smirking. If the Holy Knights still have power, we've got nothing to worry about. But you assholes want to struggle, huh? Stella snapped, glaring at him, her eyes burning with rage. Her sword blazed with fiery fury. The Time's firestorm times leapt high, slashing at the sect leader. Flames spiraled into a massive fireball. The sect leader flicked his fingers. He quickly cast a spell. Purple beams shot from the magic circle, shattering the fire, breaking down Stella's high-level elemental magic. Stella gaped, refusing to believe her eyes. He nullified even divine magic? The sect leader grinned smugly. We've studied divine magic for ages. He spread his hands. Holy knights or kings might struggle against me, but the magic you use isn't at a level to change the rules. She furrowed her brow and yelled, Don't mess with divine magic. That's blasphemy. The sect leader stood unfazed, snapping back. That's why you fanatics cling to ancient gods instead of evolving. You're the reason humanity's progress is slow. DC hurriedly drew his sword. The Empire's been working with these idiots from the start, targeting the holy relics. Harry worried. What's that about? The sect leader spread his arms like he was blaming them. Those bastards dare attack the holy relics bestowed by the gods upon the kingdom? Know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll win every fight, he said, laughing hard. That relic will help a lot. With decoding the divine, that's the progress the Empire's chasing. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, covering the once clear sky. A crushing pressure slammed down. DC's group panicked under it. The sect leader watched gleefully. Check this out. Min spun his finger, creating a glowing yellow dot. This is human power. From the clouds, a massive bolt of lightning struck times Lamanta's ultimate magic. Asterisk. The lightning aimed right at their position. The DC group froze, stunned. The lightning almost hit their armor. Harry and DC braced themselves, teeth clenched. Suddenly, a figure appeared, radiating pink magic times great demon magic. Another magical force emerged in midair. It nullified the ultimate element. The lightning just inches from Harry's group got sucked into that magic. The sect leader screamed, Who the hell is that? Nullifying magic? A voice echoed from above. It's dangerous, so I rushed here. Harry's face lit up. Just as expected, a giant bird flew down from the sky. Betchik lounged on its back, looking down at the cavalry charging in below. Carrying weapons, they surged forward. Betchik sneered. See my magic, gentlemen? The bird's body shimmered with pink magic. It spread its wings, gliding on the wind. The armored cavalry marched boldly forward, following Betchik's command. The enemy glanced suspiciously. Who the hell is she? The sect leader's face froze. That magic was wizardry, but she was surrounded by divine power? The sect leader suddenly went speechless, mouth agape, uttering strange sounds. He activated a protective circle around them, nullifying mental interference, boosting inner power and spirit. His green magic began to fade. How rude, he spat, unleashing charm magic everywhere, like spoiled brats. Betchik smirked, taunting them. A wizard with zero respect? Sorry, not sorry. Of course, that dark power is just my innate ability. The cult leader gritted his teeth, silently cursing the fake evil power that's all show on the surface. What the hell? The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully. Such a charm that even memories and lust crave. Frowning with worry, that divine power reminds me of dreams and death. No way. Could it be the cult leader level? Against his expectations, that group from DC still confused. Those damn kingdoms report. Only sending one holy knight, but hiding the Saintess Stella? Wide-eyed and stunned. Who is that? This generation's cult leader of Fleur isn't a man? The cult leader waves and conjures yellow magic. Even so, appearing in front of us personally is a mistake. The old man focused his power, forming a fiery magic orb. You came here, so don't think you can leave alive. The protective flame ignites. Betchik quickly covers her mouth, pretending to be surprised. Oh damn, what do you plan to do with that tiny cute thing? The cult leader's too fired up to stay calm. Not over yet. A fiery stone with a sharp tip forms in his hand, accelerating and shifting shape. His gaze burns. The cult leader aims straight at. The bird up high fires a deadly shot. Betchik stands still, waiting for the attack. Close to her face, she remains calm as a perfect hexagonal shield appears, blocking the hit. The holy hex shield. Betchik senses something's off. She glances behind to see a thunderbolt column destroying a wide area. A sneak attack from behind. Betchy counters with Lamanda's lightning magic. The cult leader laughs slyly. What the hell? You can't block two magics at once? A massive explosion lights up the sky, blinding those below, hiding what's really going on. Harry's pupils tremble. His voice shakes. Queen Betchik gently covers her mouth with a cloth. First, we clean up this messy, tacky scene. She starts the great magic cycle. The cult leader freezes, dumbfounded. What the hell, Mintu? Sweating, terrified by this insane power, Betchik raises her hand, revealing overlapping magic circles. Great magic glows above her head. Eyes shoot out sparks, engulfing the city in flames. Screams fill the air. DC bows his head, dodging. Suddenly, the jewel on the cult leader's forehead glows. He frowns, realizing something. The cult leader raises his hand to block, gritting his teeth. He hates that even the remnants of magic can be absorbed and used. The amount of power is insane, a pure defensive barrier concept. The deep eyes of Betchik grow more furious. Is this a defensive concept with just a finger point? The eye behind will attack, rivaling even His Majesty's divine magic. Betchik points to her lips, making a cute face. Magic in this world is called mahfap, huh? It's basically no different from magic in my world. She smirks, spitting disdain. Don't get it. Why do people still use it so clumsily? Mintu narrows his eyes. What are you saying? The eye above absorbs even more magic. The eye widens. Betchik spreads both hands, spinning a black magic orb surrounded by golden light. She lifts the orb high. Let it absorb all the lightning. Focusing only on magic, ignoring the potential of sorcery. You guys are the weird ones here. Her mouth opens in shock. You're about to cast magic like ours? Betchik spreads her hands wide as everything bursts into bloom. That dazzling magic she raises high with both hands. The great magic times heaven's punishment time shines. Scene switches to a calmer corner. Ziria is being healed, slowly opening her eyes. DC creates a protective barrier around them. Ziria, are you okay? He quickly looks around, realizing this is the Empire's watchpost. He frowns, suspecting. Me waking up here means the Empire betrayed us, right? Betchik's magic still flares high above. You're right, Jiria. Harry's eyes go wide in horror. That voice inside his head sounds again. What? The voice echoes as Harry and the escort team. Betchik uses telepathy to communicate with them. Request immediate military support. Harry still doesn't get it. Aren't we winning? The cult leader and Mintu are still gritting their teeth, holding on. It's only a matter of time. I sense a strange power from those self-proclaimed Imperial Knights. Even with the cult leader's veins bulging, Betchik can't relax if this fight drags on. I'm afraid I can't carry this alone. Something falls from the sky, crashing hard. A huge explosion. Jack lies paralyzed in the rubble. His body parts scatter everywhere. The system malfunctions and needs urgent repair. Jack quickly detaches the damaged parts, activating emergency protocols. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him and pulled him up. Jack could only let out a few weak sounds. Canis shook him a few times. Who the hell are you? Why do I feel spiritual energy from you? 12 knights spurred their horses, charging through the narrow canyon. Hooves thundered loudly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gia A tightly gripped the reins. One hand clutched the treasure mirror, urging, "Hurry up, the Empire's troops will catch up soon." DC anxiously chased after them but said, "Don't worry about us. You go ahead." Harry held on tight, terrified but trying to calm the horse. "Come on, a little more." The Empire's army was closing in. Bump 7 shouted fiercely, "Catch them!" Hearing DC tense up and look back, Harry saw a whole squad closing in fast. She gasped, "That's the Empire's soldiers." He roared, a fierce sound echoing like a beast. "Where the hell do you think you're going, you bastards?" Bump 7 barked roughly. "Stop right there." Harry's anger flared. She spun around decisively, drawing her sword ready to fight. Her blade flashed, spitting out a times flame inferno times blast. Swallowing the space between them, he calmly bared his teeth with a wicked grin. His eyes gleamed with malice as his arm swung hard behind him. His sword slashed fiercely, smashing Harry's flames and shocking her. Bun 7 glared coldly, his face darkening with arrogant menace. "Die, you holy spirit, scum," he sneered. Furious, Harry gripped her sword tight, eyes blazing with rage, charging at him with both swords clashing. The clash sparked metal flashes and thunderous sounds, but she couldn't hold on. His powerful strike knocked her off her horse, slamming her hard to the ground. DC was stunned, shouting out. Harry's face was tense, clearly angry. DC shot a hateful glare behind, cursing the kingdom's vermin. Bun 7 leapt forward, his whole body glowing with mysterious energy. "I'll kill every last one of you here," he was terrifying. Harry looked up, heart pounding. He activated the Time's Demonic God's Descent Time skill. 2 dark horns sprouted from his head, radiating an eerie magical aura. 4-7 hours unleashed merciless destruction. Then he slammed the ground hard, cracking the earth. The space rumbled violently as purple demonic light burst from his horns. His eyes glowed red. 7 hours laughed wildly, a savage, crazy grin. He charged fast, closing in. DC panicked and urged his horse to flee, but Bump 7 ignored DC, barreling straight ahead, shouting roughly, "Move aside, you losers. The situation's out of control." DC panicked and warned Knight Stella, who grew uneasy hearing this. Stella steeled herself, calm, ordering the troops to protect the holy relic. "Stop that demon," the soldiers shouted in unison. They decisively turned their horses, ready to hold the enemy back with fierce determination, shouting, "For Leonhart, for the new Lion King!" They cried, charging straight at Bump 7. He laughed loudly, challenging them, casually raising his sword to unleash a devastating strike. Bump 7's sword slashed through the air, shaking the ground. His roar echoed as he commanded, "Get out of my way!" Suddenly, a voice called out from above, "Thank you, loyal warriors." Bump 7 startled, looking up reflexively. Stella gripped her sword tightly with both hands, focusing to cast the Time's Holy Cannon Time's skill, Sacred Sword Circle. Divine energy radiated around her as she struck with a concentrated sword blast aimed straight at Bump 7. The power exploded, kicking up thick smoke, hiding the aftermath. Stella was tense, worried her strike might even cut a high-level demon in one blow. Suddenly, Bump 7's huge hand grabbed her head roughly. Stella's attack not only failed to hurt him, it enraged the beast inside him. "You insolent brat, I'll kill you." Before he could act, a sharp taunt stopped Bump 7 dead in his tracks. Not cut by the sacred sword, Ziria arrived just in time, pulling Stella out of attack range, saving her from death by a hair. Infuriated, he started mocking Ziria. "You fool, not even a Holy Grail Knight, and you think you can stop me?" 4-7 hours growled fiercely. "If you want to kill me, bring the Holy Grail Knight here." Hearing this, he looked displeased. The Imperial judgment has gotten way too arrogant. After speaking, Jiria narrowed her eyes angrily, demanding, "Since when do you have the right to talk about the Holy Grail Knights?" He was speechless, grinding his teeth bitterly. Suddenly, 4-7 hours' eyes widened sharply as he sensed something unusual. "Wait a minute," he shouted in shock. "Where's the holy artifact?" Jiria sneered. Yeah, old folks tend to forget stuff, don't they? Bump 7 hours? Pay attention." DCO urged his horse forward, racing ahead. He was stunned, wondering what was going on. Could Jerry be stalling to distract Bump 7 hours? He saw that Jerry had already fled with Harry and the holy artifact. Furious, he cursed, "Damn it, these bastards tricked me." He glanced at Stella, they both nodded in agreement. She solemnly called out, "Knights and glorious soldiers of Leonhart, hear me." Stella Vermilion, leading the escort, ordered, "Stand up and draw your swords." The soldiers rose without hesitation and closed in, forming a tight circle around Bump 7 hours. Stella swore, "Today, we die here. Got it?" Everyone shouted back in unison, "Yes, sir." His face darkened, hands trembling with rage flooding his mind. Bump 7 hours cursed the fools. Veins bulging, he screamed wildly, "You're nothing but dogs of the gods." Then he stomped hard on the ground. The shockwave cracked the earth, shaking everything violently. Cracks spread uncontrollably as Bump 7 hours stepped forward coldly. He decisively swung his sword, the blade flashing as it pierced a soldier. His sword strikes carried terrifying demonic energy. He snarled, "You're just cattle who've lost all judgment." Bump 7 hours arrogantly mocked them with disdainful words. "Not even worth my time," but it got worse. At that moment, Jeria and Stella simultaneously rushed in for a direct clash. He frowned, gripping his sword tightly. At that moment, Bump 7 hours blade glowed with divine energy, aiming straight at Jeria. Spot on. Stella panicked and shouted, Knight Jeria. He caught the enemy's sword with one hand. Don't worry about me, cover that side. But Jeria couldn't hold on long and was hit hard. As he staggered, Bunf 7 Hours laughed cruelly. He slammed Jeria to the ground and shouted fiercely, You idiot, don't you get the power gap? After pinning Jeria down, he spun around, switching his attack to Stella. The weak one struggled to resist. Bunf 7 Hours swung hard, and Stella was immediately thrown back. Right then, Jeria, in his agile youth form, swiftly attacked from another angle. Using sharp instincts, Bunf 7 Hours nimbly turned to block the blade. Jeria was confused, wondering if his recovery speed had increased. Tense, he muttered, Looks like his demonic power just ramped up. They both retreated, facing off directly. Stella nervously asked Han, Is Knight Zeria still holding on? He was silent. Zeria firmly declared, I won't surrender until I fall. My spirit will never break. The battle dragged on with no end in sight. Heavy breathing echoed as Stella, covered in wounds, clutched her chest and collapsed. Her grip tightened, struggling to breathe. Having defeated her, Bunf 7 Hours grinned cruelly, baring his teeth, mocking, Looks like this is the last fight you'll manage, huh, Jeria? Jeria clenched his sword in anger. Every taunt from him burned Jeria's spirit. Your stupidity will cost you your lives, you immature kids. His cold, emotionless gaze was filled with disdain. Jeria said coldly, Even your own self isn't enough to take me down. Bunf 7 Hours sneered, Weird that the goddess picked a mediocre knight like you. Still, it won't change a thing. Kid. He slowly stepped closer. Jeria calmly replied, Holy knights, dedicate everything to their sacred duty. Jeria walked past soldiers who gave their lives on the battlefield, proudly declaring, Their lives are like the brightest flowers blooming amid countless shining hopes and honor. That used to be my dream and goal. He stood before Bunf 7 Hours, staring silently. The tension peaked. Zeria raised her sword, creating a glowing spiritual seal. She solemnly said, To the goddess of all things, she thought. Everyone said it was impossible. Asterisk. Julia closed her eyes, fully focused on the ritual. To the god who governs the underworld and judges sinners, to the ferryman guiding lost souls. She thought again. They said it was the goddess's will for me to give up. Asterisk. Watching the whole transformation, Bunf 7 Hours was stunned, unable to believe it. Jeria got lost in chaotic thoughts, but that knight always challenged the toughest trials, relentlessly learning and rising to victory. Now he walked through a forest filled with death. Jerry's face shone with unshakable determination. No reason could make that knight hesitate. In his youthful form, he was still focused on perfecting his technique, finally turning the impossible into possible. And beyond death, a miracle happened. Death itself saw and was pleased as a swirling purple beam flared up fiercely. Spiritual energy surged, spreading to the blue sky like a bridge between heaven and earth. Jeria slowly opened his eyes. A gentle voice echoed in his mind, awakening his fighting spirit. I will bless you. Go face the impossible, my little knight. Jeria swung his sword down as his whole body burst with light. Breaking through time and space with unstoppable force, he confidently declared, I'm not immortal, but I fight with the immortal. Stella, surrounded by 7 gods, was beyond imagining. Under the steady shadow of the Holy Grail Knight, Jeria gazed fiercely at Bull 7 Hours. You fools, sing the song of twilight, surpass death and fate to claim victory. Get out of this canyon fast and call for backup. The battlefield lay in ruins, soldiers scattered and dust rising. Bull 7 Hours snapped in rage, stomping hard. He hurried toward the fading purple light, cursing like crazy. Damn it! Bull 7 Hours clenched his face in pain, eyes burning with resentment. His curses tore through the air like a scream, aimed at those damned bastards. He recalled the deadly fight earlier, muttering in frustration. Almost lost to some rookie adventurer, Jeria's cold glare and burning eyes still haunted Bull 7 Hours' mind, if not for the demon transformation. I'd have lost. He plunged his sword into the ground, lost in thought. The soldiers chasing them caught up, hesitant to speak. Sir, it's not too late. Draven analyzed it seriously. It takes at least half a day to reach Leon Hart territory. We can still catch up if we start now. Bull 7 Hours gritted his teeth, eyes wide with fury. His face flushed red, radiating fierce hatred. Chase them down, we must take back the holy relic. Amid the wreckage, Stella trembled, leaning on her sword to stand. She gasped, Stop. He sneered with contempt. The mocking voice replied, Still alive. Huh. Bull 7 Hours arrogantly called out Stella Vermilion by name. Blood soaked her body, but she calmly wiped her lips and stared back unafraid. Seeing Stella's defiant stance, Bull 7 Hours' frustration choked him. His face darkened as he coldly turned his back and ordered, Kill her, leave no survivors. Bull 7 Hours' soldiers closed in. Stella shivered, gripping her sword tightly. Her body swayed, but her spirit stayed unbroken. She forced herself to raise her sword, teeth clenched, emphasizing every word, Glory belongs to Leonhardt. Suddenly, the ground behind Stella shook violently. She startled and turned. The troops froze. In the distance, a streak of light tore the sky, shooting upward. Suddenly, it veered sharply, racing straight at Stella. Bull 7 Hours soldiers shouted in shock. What the hell? Draven looked up, pupils dilated, stunned, speechless. The comet slammed down, exploding between heaven and earth. The shockwave shattered rocks everywhere. From the blast, a strong wind whipped through Stella's hair, blowing it back and revealing her shocked face. Bull 7 Hours froze, eyes wide, turning to look. The soldiers retreated a few steps in panic, stammering. Butcher Volcanus strode forward confidently. The ground turned to lava beneath his blazing steps. The hot smoke mixed with Draven's roar. The head-chopping knight, Volcanus, clad in iron armor, muscular and fiery, terrified everyone into silence. The witch hunter, war knight, destroyer, he stood in front of Stella, radiating unstoppable energy. His twin swords blazed red. Volcanus slowly opened his eyes. A hoarse voice boomed like a deadly threat. "I am Volcanus," he roared loudly. Repeating his name, "I am Volcanus." At that moment, countless red lightning bolts shot around him with terrifying force, shaking heaven and earth. Volcanus decisively pointed his sword at Bull 7 Hours and his troops. Coldly, he ordered, "Surrender now." Bull 7 Hours, confused, blurted out, "What?" Volcanus lost patience, his sharp glare threatening without mercy. "Before I burn your souls to ashes, so death might forgive you." Hearing this absurd threat, Bull 7 Hours sneered with contempt. He growled through clenched teeth, fury blazing. "You're still as arrogant as ever. Don't you know your pride is what brought this crisis?" Today, Bull 7 Hours shouted firmly, "Before the Empire's power, you won't get to finish your sentence." Volcanus charged forward, cutting him off with disdain. "Is that all?" At that moment, Bull 7 Hours panicked, swinging his sword to block. Steel clashed and shattered. Amid the chaos, Volcanus stayed calm. "Do you know why I can call myself the Empire?" Meanwhile, Bull 7 Hours struggled to resist, awestruck. "What kind of power is this?" Volcanus shouted at full strength. "Because we allowed your existence." The crushing pressure made Bull 7 Hours barely hold his ground. Before Bunf 7 Hours could catch his breath, the other side was already readying the next strike. Buncanus showed disgust and started blaming you guys for arrogantly shouting about independence. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, groaning miserably while gripping his sword tightly. "You don't need to expand your territory like this." Volcanus roared 3 times. His attacks grew fiercer, blinding light shot out non-stop. Volcanus decisively unleashed a deadly blow, shouting in rage. "It's all because of us. Allow this massive energy to knock Bump 7 Hours far away." He stomped the ground hard. Bump 7 Hours refused to accept the truth, mouth agape in shock. "No way! His speed, endless magical energy, it's beyond human limits. The attack ends here." Volcanus stood proudly, body blazing with spiritual fire. Bump 7 Hours was thrown back, struggling to rise, unwilling to accept defeat, thinking, "No way." Suddenly, Bump 7 Hours' third eye opened on his forehead, eerie purple lightning surrounding him. He tensed, faced upward, and shouted firmly, "Give me power, Lua! I'll pay the price, worthy of a covenant signer." The soldiers around were terrified, stammering, "Devil's transformation." Witnessing Bunf 7 Stundes stubbornness, Vulcans went mad, flames blazing. Zuchtis respect. His iron armor fell off, then a wild laugh burst out. 7 Hours transformed into a fierce beast, spiritual energy surging. He arrogantly judged, "This power, this omnipotence, you can only pray to get it. You'll never understand." Suddenly, Bun 7 Hours' third eye rolled up, confused as Volcanus finished raising his sword, activating a massive flaming blade. The sword stretched to the sky. Volcanus said nothing, charging at an insane speed, delivering a decisive strike. The blow slammed down on Bum 7 Hours with tons of force. Before he could react, a blinding light hit, wiping him out. Only screams escaped. Scene switches to the Imperial Guard post. Tension thickens. Another fierce battle unfolds with both sides evenly matched. They kept using magical attacks against each other. Betch stood behind a shield formed by the 6-star magic formation, light sparkling. Reflecting her frown, across from her the cult leader and Min laughed. Confident she'd fall, it was only a matter of time, the elder said. Countless formations launched relentless attacks. The cult leader smirked proudly, satisfied, saying, "This magic energy, endless inspiration." "I'm very pleased," he said smugly, about to continue when a cold voice cut off the arrogant fools. "So the Empire is behind this disaster?" The cult leader's smile vanished, sweat pouring as he stammered, "You're toast." She just calmly glanced back, unfazed. Not surprised, Bichik cheered. "You're just in time. Your Majesty, the commander's here on horseback." Calmly, the white horse replied, "I just saw off an old friend." Leon approached, smiling lightly, asking, "Mind if I join?" She gently closed her eyes, respectfully placing her hand on her chest, answering softly without caring about exclusive honor and glory. He looked displeased and annoyed. "I need a long talk with you about this." The elder and Min stared blankly as Leon and Betch chatted casually. She laughed, denying being a knight. The cult leader roared in frustration, but it changed nothing. "I'll kill you all here." He immediately summoned an energy orb but hadn't attacked yet. Suddenly frozen, the cult leader was stunned by a blinding light. In the sky, a pillar of blazing red fire shot down. Witnessing the horror, the cult leader was terrified, shouting, "What the hell? Did someone summon a meteor?" Betch nearby was curious. "Your Majesty, that's Leon," she said calmly. "Looks like we don't need to move after all." From high above, Volcanus swung his sword down with overwhelming force. Leon confidently added, "He's as ruthless with demons as I am." The cult leader grimaced angrily. That's Min, mouth agape, confused, wondering why the Holy Grail Knight Volcanus was here. Volcanus hit the ground, causing a shockwave explosion. The ground sank deeply, shockwaves spreading wide. A giant glowing aura blurred vision, punishing flames engulfed the battlefield. In seconds, the cult leader and Min vanished into nothingness. After everything settled, Volcanus respectfully knelt before Leon. Bowing with utmost respect, he removed his mask, showing absolute reverence, and solemnly saluted. The representative of the countless gods, master of the Lion Heart King, and guardian of the Holy Grail arrived. He smiled warmly and greeted politely. "Long time no see, Knight Volcanus." Head bowed, Volcanus replied firmly and loudly, "Yes, Your Majesty. Are you well?" Just then, Betchik suddenly spoke up, "Your Majesty." Leon glanced at her and quickly reminded, "We need to train everyone before the gate closes." He thought for a few seconds, then agreed. "Really?" Leon suddenly placed his hand on Volcanus' shoulder, then knelt down to face him and spoke politely. "Knight Volcanus, I have much to say, but the situation is urgent, so I must leave first." Hearing this, Volcanus responded, "Who dare block Your Majesty's path? Just do as you wish." Leon seriously asked, "Knight Volcanus, can you lend me some proof?" He hesitated for a second, then agreed immediately. "If Your Majesty needs it." Volcanus opened a red blood-light circle and revealed a small sword. It slowly materialized from the space. Leon happily took it, thanked him politely, then sheathed the sword, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. "Farewell, Knight Volcanus." Volcanus quickly stood, placed his hand on his chest, and replied, "Please take care." Leon turned back, smiling gently and warmly, promising, "We'll meet again someday." Behind him, the castle split in two, engulfed in flames. Volcanus' smile faded. A thought flashed through the god's paradise. Volcanus isn't here. He's still alive. Harry and the others stood waiting at the space gate where swirling mysterious light shone. She held on tightly, eagerly watching. Harry's face suddenly brightened, eyes sparkling with joy as she shouted, "You've arrived!" Everyone turned to look as Leon and Betchik rode in on a majestic white horse, dust lightly rising under the hooves. Harry obediently spoke, "Your Majesty has arrived." He gently helped her down, smiling, and answered, "Everyone's here." Leon wiped sweat, looking at Spinner, who was heavily bandaged. Politely asked, "Knight Spinner, are you all right?" It startled him into answering, "Yes, I'm fine." At that moment, DC approached from afar with both hands holding the treasure mirror, respectfully greeting, "Your Majesty, you've arrived." He hesitated, then introduced, "Here is the sacred relic." Leon gladly took it from DC's hands, nodding in approval. "Finally, you've secured the sacred relic." Everyone worked hard. Leon carefully opened the mirror, and as it opened, a blinding light burst forth, instantly engulfing the entire space. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the relic, a flash of amazement in his eyes. Leon couldn't believe it and smiled. Truly incredible. Didn't expect the missing relic to be this. The relic Leon mentioned was an ancient sword sheath radiating mysterious, mesmerizing spiritual energy. Leon declared firmly, "It's back." At the place called the Hall of 10,000 Gods, a modern city with a very pleasant atmosphere, a foot stepped out of a car, followed by a voice, the chairman of the association as well. What sudden incident happened this morning? The speaker was Park Soo-jin, head of the Korean Hunter Association's appraisal department. She closed the car door. Looking confused and puzzled, she ordered, "Head straight to the Hall of 10,000 Gods." Soo-jin admired the bustling, prosperous scene before her with awe. This place no longer feels like a usual tourist spot. In the distance, a young couple chatted excitedly. "Babe, this place is amazing." The guy replied, "But there are more common folk here." She walked briskly down the street, curious, thinking, "Yeah, I heard you get an epic item just by picking it up. How the hell can someone lift that?" Suddenly, a sound from the roadside caught Soo-jin's attention. Jack's message came through, "Robbery reported near the Hall of 10,000 Gods. Payment can be made by Momo Pay." Soo-jin hurriedly crossed the street, excitedly approaching Jack. She greeted first, "Hello, sir." It immediately turned back for Jack. Job free to conduct identity verification for the Hunter Association's appraisal head, Soo-jin. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and excitement, asking, "Sir, do you recognize me?" It explained, "The Hunter Association's database can verify everyone." Soo-jin was amazed but thought, "That's a secret." The mechanical voice continued, "I will report to Your Majesty. Please enter and wait." She shyly invited. "Oh, then can I check the strength test a bit?" Jack doubted. Asking to test strength? Soo-jin confirmed directly, "Yeah, Let's call it work and play. She whispered, but how much is the test fee? Jack pointed at the neatly arranged price list beside him and answered, 5 million won. Sujin whispered, that's insanely expensive. Too expensive. Seeing the other side hesitate about the price, he quickly threw out a move but lowered the price. Since your assets are in Group 2, it's only 500,000 won. She excitedly exclaimed, that's a big discount. Just as she spoke, Sujin suddenly froze, staring blankly for a few seconds. Her face turned pale, eyes wide, and brows furrowed, clearly showing confusion. Like she just realized something, she quickly asked, how do you know my asset level? Jack calmly replied, I already took a photo. Sujin startled, blurting out, what? He repeated, I already took a photo. Jack lost patience and asked, so, are you going to do it or not? Hearing that, she trembled all over. Sujin found herself in an awkward spot and stammered, just today. After a while, she slowly stepped inside through the large gate. A voice called out, Department Head Park Sujin. Sujin turned and smiled, replying, Representative Han, long time no see. Harry, dressed as a lion, scampered over cutely, making her laugh despite herself. Sujin quickly adjusted her glasses, cheeks flushed. Embarrassed, she asked about his recent luck. Asterisk, she's really moving up, huh? Asterisk, Sujin thought, finding him adorable. Harry said excitedly, of course, I'm a hunter too. They happily walked together, Harry chatting away. So, you're here to appraise some items today? Sujin patted her head and replied, yeah, I'm heading there now. Harry giggled and offered, let me show you the way. After a bit, she scanned her card. Besides Harry and Sujin, 2 others joined them in the elevator. They chatted happily on the way. She greeted everyone warmly. Seeing this, Sujin felt relieved, thinking Harry must still be well-liked here. Luckily, Harry led her to a large room and whispered, look at this. The scene inside made Sujin's eyes widen in awe. She couldn't hide her admiration. Leon and Betch sat quietly, sipping tea on the rooftop, exuding elegance and sophistication. Her gaze was quickly drawn to his handsome, refined features. When his eyes met Betchik's noble elegance, a flood of complex emotions surged within Sujin, making her whisper, what a royal vibe. Asterisk. Leon calmly set down his tea and asked straight, are you the one sent by the association? She bowed politely. Yes, I'm Park Sujin, greetings. He shifted his gaze to Harry and questioned him. Harry frowned, confused. Is that so? I don't get it. Leon got serious and cut to the chase. Then bring those items here. Harry, bring them out. After some struggle, Harry cheerfully pushed out a cart of items. Sujin's mouth dropped open, sweat dripping down her face. She widened her eyes in surprise, adjusting her glasses to look closely before commenting, all of these look really valuable. Her gaze locked onto a shimmering axe. Asterisk, isn't that Oro's undefeated axe? Asterisk. What's next? Sujin was shocked by the second treasure. And this bracelet too? Pure essence, asterisk, the Vulcanist sword gifted to Leon is currently being appraised. Sujin adjusted her glasses several times, trying to get a clear look. Ah, this is also an extremely rare item. The info panel displayed detailed stats for Vulcanus' ceremonial blade, epic rank. This is the blade the war and fire hero Vulcanus received when he sacrificed himself on Patos. The divine flame still clings to it. Unable to appraise due to long war wear, its function no longer works. Harry carefully held up a mirror and quietly instructed, this is the last item, department head. Please examine it carefully. Sujin turned back, replying immediately. All right, let me take a look. She couldn't wait. Anxiously, she opened the mirror's lid. Beams of light shot out, dazzling the viewer's eyes. Sujin frowned, eyes wide, stammering. This is a sword sheath that radiates mystical pure light like the breath of a god. She was amazed. Epic rank, asterisk. Sujin quickly concluded. This is an epic grade sword sheath. It's Richard Leon Hutch's sheath, the humble Leon answered calmly. Really? Without hesitation, he summoned a sword. Leon swung it down hard, leaving Sujin stunned. Your Majesty, he said, holding the sword. It seemed to perfectly match the sheath. She gasped, the sheath. The sheath slowly floated up, glowing with radiant light. Without any power control, it flew to Leon, like it found its missing piece. Sujin was puzzled, thinking, the sheath moves on its own? Asterisk. As the two treasures drew closer, an ancient energy intensified. The sheath slowly slid onto the sword, perfectly fitting as one, like they were always meant to be one. Leon watched the process quietly. A glowing inscription appeared on the sheath. Overcome hardships, move toward glory. Asterisk. A system of strange characters intertwined. Be brave, do good, even if the sky falls, restore justice. Beechik, curious, asked His Majesty, what are those words? Leon answered seriously. Those are the teachings of the first Lionheart King. She glanced at his puzzled expression and repeated, the first Lionheart King? That shadowy figure was etched into his mind like it was carved into his very blood, the words the king left for future Lionheart Kings. Leon gripped his sword's hilt tightly and confidently said, then I suddenly give the order. Retreat now, everyone out. The three girls looked at Leon, confused. The crowd below began murmuring, "Look over there, at that rooftop." The girls turned to see. Everyone's eyes fixed on the rooftop where Leon stood tall and proud. They were stunned to realize it was none other than the chairman of the Pantheon. Leon held his sword firmly and declared loudly, "I am the 15th Lionheart King, Leon Dragonheart. Leon Dragonheart, the rightful heir of the first Lionheart King." Leon drew his sword. He shouted with determination, as the representative of the gods on earth, "I will use this sacred relic to reclaim its power." A massive radiant light rose, enveloping everything in a mysterious glow. The three girls silently watched, each with a different expression. The crowd on the ground followed closely, feeling the intense heat spreading quickly nearby. Leon thought to himself, then smiled softly, the smile of joy after all the effort and waiting. "We've regained the power of the Golden Age. The time has come." Leon turned and hurriedly ordered, "Prepare the grand ceremony. Thanks to this sword sheath, I can do it immediately." Beechik placed her hands together, speaking softly but respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty. This is what you told us before, right?" He looked down at the sword. Joy burst inside him from that moment. Leon revealed his plan. "First, we'll form a night order and prepare to summon the knights. The Holy Grail ritual is complete." He didn't stop there, firmly adding, "And through the grand ceremony, we'll summon the star." Night had fallen deep, the whole city sleeping peacefully in darkness. Only the streetlights faintly lit the empty streets as Sui-on walked alone, calm and steady. Suddenly, he heard the phone. The voice at the other end said, "Miss, do you want to stay longer there?" "Yeah," she replied shortly. "For now, let's keep it like this." The other side continued to stall, the Divine Sword faction. "We have many sword techniques and secret arts," Sui-on calmly interrupted. "I know, but you understand this still isn't enough." The subordinate frowned, worried. "To kill that guy, we need the sacred technique." The lady coldly demanded, "Do we know where he is now?" The line switched to the last known location. He appeared in Korea, in the heart of a devastated city, covered in dense demonic energy. A sword was dragged across the ground, sparking electrical flashes at every contact point. He's a tall, thin man, slowly walking through the ruins, wielding a sword glowing with a strange red light. Still wielding the demonic sword, at the Pantheon, Leon stood with arms crossed, intently watching the fierce battle. Someone shouted loudly, "Hold!" The battlefield split into two groups, defense and attack. This was a morning training session at the Pantheon. The cavalry charged the defense. The cavalry shouted fiercely, breaking the defense's momentum. The defenders tightened their shields, faces tense, shouting in unison. Suho led the cavalry charge. He madly spurred his horse forward, ordering to break the encirclement. At the crucial moment, Ji-yeon struggled with her horse. Suho grimaced, cursing, "Damn it, horse, stand still." Ji-yeon quickly urged, "Break the encirclement, Suho." He decisively swung a powerful sword strike. The shield held firm. Suho worried, "Their defenses are too solid. We gave it our all." Suddenly, the defenders surged to attack. They aggressively grabbed his clothes, catching Suho off guard. He was thrown off his horse, wincing in pain, lying among enemy troops, sweating cold. He looked up, ear clear on his face. He trembled, quietly calling for help, but all he got were savage, bloodthirsty stares from the enemy. The black-haired woman smiled wickedly, her eyes squinting with cunning. She coldly ordered, "Kill him." As soon as the order came, the group charged fiercely, each kick like a knife. The screams mixed with cruel laughter. "Beat him! Kick him!" Suho cried out in pain, "My bones, broken already." They got even more pumped, fighting harder. After all, it was thanks to Saint Ron that they barely made it through. Only Fat Haon was calm, reassuring. "We can definitely beat them. Our basic technique is way different from theirs." After Suho was satisfied, he got thrown out without a second thought. Now he's covered in blood, looking awful beyond words. In Dushio's mind, a bitter call echoed. Leon, standing in the stands, announced coldly to stop. The shield team wins, next group up. Suho was quickly revived. He sighed in relief. Everyone worriedly surrounded Suho. He trembled, clutching his chest, eyes wide and unmoving. Dehyuk anxiously asked Han, "You okay?" "He was basically clinically dead just now," Harry said angrily, promising to get revenge for him. Then another brutal fight broke out on the field. Harry's voice boomed with holy magic power. Leon declared the team of medics the winner. Morning training was over. Under the blazing sun, the training ground shimmered with puddles left from the fight. Leon stood solemnly and spoke first. Leon stood on the high podium, calmly teaching. "If you fail the breakthrough, send the rear squad up front as vanguard. Then retreat, the infantry is slower. Use your mobility and get ready to attack again," he asked firmly. Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Only Sui-on stayed silent, expressionless. Jaehyuk, standing nearby, noticed Leon kept teaching, while Sui-on stared blankly ahead. Sui-on's empty, cold eyes gave off a terrifying vibe. After class, the group was wiped out in the cafeteria, some sprawled on tables, others yawning non-stop, complaining about being dead tired. Jaehyuk grimaced, annoyed and hungry. Suho looked drained and complained, I'm starving. The harsh cavalry group was tough. Just then, someone said, hey, eat something, guys. The whole group turned as Harry brought over a basket of freshly roasted potatoes. He smiled warmly. But it's just potatoes and sweet potatoes. Everyone brightened up, happily gathering around. Do you have kimchi, senior? Miss Cho already took it. Someone excitedly shouted, oh man, and broke a roasted potato in half. The delicious aroma made him super happy and full. Everyone's mood lifted, chatting cheerfully. This is awesome. How long do we have to drink salty or sugary water? Why not just go all in already? Then maybe we'd eat better. Harry encouraged them. The promotion ceremony's coming soon. Then we'll finally eat properly. Jahayak stopped eating and asked, I heard they're connecting with the gods. What's that about? She widened her eyes in awe. Whoa. Harry vaguely asked the others. Lately, whenever we have free time, we have to study the gods and their laws, right? Yeah. To become Knights of the Kingdom, you gotta know how to use holy magic, she added. Like me, personally chosen by Poseidon. You guys don't pick a god, you trust one, right? Daehyuk quickly connected the dots. Could it be we're chosen by the god of righteous light? Ariana and the god of war fire, Phedos, picked us, right? The king said knights often serve those two gods. Soyeon suddenly spoke up. But Knight Jack belongs to the Holy Grail, linked to the god of iron and smithing, Hephaestus, right? Hearing this, everyone got curious. What powers does Knight Jack have? Clearly, money-making skills, right? The girls kept chatting about it. You want to join the fund? Let's see. If it's not smithing skills, what else? Last time, he was experimenting with some super geo-ray and laser stuff, or similar machines. Yeah, he's kinda special. Just then, Jack heard some whispers about him and immediately appeared on screen to clarify. My power's about making and managing money, got it? Others cheered excitedly. There's Knight Jack. Daehyuk teased with a smirk. Big Boss Jack's got tracking devices here? Jack annoyedly denied. This device can't detect sonic waves. Can't compare with other entities. Whatever you say, I know everything. The student laughed. Please respect our privacy, will ya? Jack responded seriously. I'll think about that. His mechanical voice echoed, Kim Jae-hyuk, Kim Jae-hyuk. Hearing his name, he snapped up, looking surprised. The message said a guardian visitor had arrived. Hurry and change, then head to the building entrance. Jae-hyuk's face froze, annoyed, grinding his teeth. Jae-hyuk stood up, pretending to stay calm, scratched his head, and forced a smile. Harry's eyes widened in confusion when passing by, noticing a flash of expression on his face. His annoyed, unhappy expression, his steps steady but heavy, his gloomy back slowly disappearing as the door slammed shut. Harry snapped back to reality, startled. She quickly said, I'll be back soon. All eyes turned to Suho, who scratched his head, helpless. I bet everyone's going to be super curious and gossip a lot, Suho hesitated, struggling to say it. But I can't talk about this, so just pretend nothing happened, okay? Harry froze, staring at him in shock, blurting out, huh. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Divine Guild building. Ji-hyuk frowned, his face darkening, annoyed. What? The middle-aged woman standing nearby, scowling, was the guardian visiting, but Jack snapped at her. Hearing Ji-hyuk, she angrily questioned, What do you mean? What? I came to see my son, I need a reason for that. He crossed his arms, irritated. Cut the crap and get to the point. Even though I had a feeling something was up, the other side got pissed off. Karen snapped. What kind of tone is that to use with your mother? Daihu folded his arms, showing disgust. Coldly, he said, I'm busy. Say it quick and leave. She sighed, annoyed. I swear. I don't even know who you take after in this family. Karen went straight to the point. Your kid got you a spot in a major guild already. So why is he still here? He replied casually. That's something I'll handle myself. You don't need to worry about that, she shot back, pounding her chest. How can you not care? I'm your mother, Ji-hyuk bluntly declared. No matter what, I'm not doing it your way. Karen yelled in frustration. So what's the problem then? That's one of the top 10 guilds in Korea. Just joining that guild means a bright, promising future. The receptionist broke into a cold sweat hearing this. She recalled the terrifying look of the guild leader back then. Betrayed me like that? Damn it, Karen angrily demanded. After all I've done for you, it's still not enough? She snapped, scolding. And in the end, you join a guild full of heretics? Ji-hyuk clenched his teeth, furious. He stood firm, staring straight ahead, his face hard and angry. Karen shouted, Come on, Jae-hyuk, listen to your mother. Leon stood imposingly on the stage. Amid fierce winds swirling dust, he coldly clasped his hands behind his back and asked, Tell me, students, what do you think separates heresy from true gods? What does it mean to be worshipped at a shrine? Answer me. The students looked confused, racking their brains. One cleared his throat nervously. That caught DC off guard. He wondered if he could even answer. Comparing heresy to shrine faith, isn't that insulting the gods? Betchik suddenly looked confident, answering, Isn't it the difference between what's real and what's not? Leon nodded, pleased. He pressed harder. Do you have proof of the unreal? Could it exist somewhere, you know? Betchik blinked, surprised, asking, "You mean evidence for that?" Suddenly Suho raised his hand. "I think gods don't make miracles just because we want them to. That's what I know." Leon smirked arrogantly, questioning, "If they don't create miracles, then why call them gods?" He hesitated, stammering, yeah." It was Jae-hyuk's turn. He looked dazed and guessed, "Is it the difference between what can be seen and what can't, Your Majesty?" Back then, the goddess of beauty granted you power in the fight against the OT. Leon gave a cold smile, narrowing his eyes, trying to spot their flaws. "There are many gods in shrines, but among them, many don't reveal their form to people." "So does that mean those gods don't exist?" Ji-hyuk panicked, hesitating, worried. "If they didn't exist, Your Majesty, wouldn't you have seen them already?" Leon said coldly, "Not seeing doesn't mean they don't exist." He smirked arrogantly, looking down and flipped the question. "What proof do you have that what you say is true? Right?" He was shocked, frozen, trying to convince himself. Not seeing doesn't mean they can't still exist. Right then, Soyeon raised her hand and immediately caught Leon's attention. He gave an order. "Speak what you know." She thought for a moment, then said coldly, "The gods and shrines bring real benefits to everyone." Unlike other religions, she closed her eyes, recalling the scene of the gods, and confidently said, "They answer prayers and create miracles for all their believers. That's proof the gods exist." Leon smirked, easily twisting her words. "John Sozeon, you serve two goddesses, the goddesses of justice and light, the goddesses of fire and war. Have you heard back from them yet?" Sozeon, flustered, tried to explain, "I still lack faith. My belief isn't strong enough. So I haven't gotten a reply." Leon coolly asked again. "You lack faith?" Sozeon panicked, admitting, "Yeah, it's something I still have to work on." Leon quickly agreed. "You're not wrong," but he casually cast his spell and warned, "You're clinging way too much to that." Then he gripped her hand tight. A burst of power exploded. Streams of fiery magic appeared, forming a stunning arc that left everyone in awe. The sky was clear, then suddenly it poured rain. People in the city hurried, scrambling for shelter. Sozeon stared in shock, speechless. How can it rain with a clear sky? Thunder too? The whole city was drenched except the area where we're sitting, still bright and sunny. She was stunned. "But only here? There's no drop of rain?" Leon, radiant and proud, declared, "Isn't this proof? Ordinary folks would think so. The gods grant you what you pray for." He went on about the reason. Unfortunately, Jim prayed for rain. But he still doubted what he believed. If he hadn't prayed, he wouldn't have gotten wet. That's the difference. Sozeon anxiously asked, "Then why is it only dry here, Your Majesty?" Leon calmly explained, "Because the gods have protected Jim. They don't want their followers getting soaked." She frowned in horror, insisting, "So you're dealing with gods?" Leon patiently explained, "Gods aren't wish granters. They only act when they see fit." He gently reassured them, "Faith in any god is your freedom. It doesn't matter if the god is real or not. Whether they're the gods of the temple or not, the teachings and faith in justice and righteousness are always worthy of respect." He warned carefully, "But watch out for fake prophets. They come with a price for your faith. Don't fall for weak, lowly beliefs that will shake your will." Leon emphasized his final point, making Jae-hyuk nervous. "Got it?" Then, in a chamber with a beautiful stone statue, a voice announced, "I'm honored to meet my young knight candidates." The students were stunned, looking around in awe. "Is that the goddess? Can I really hear a real voice?" The voice continued, dark and clear. "New recruits, don't screw up. Only then can you become knights of this war, religion protecting the faith." One student excitedly and respectfully called out, "Lord Petos." Others were shocked, realizing he was the god of war. He cleared his throat calmly. All the students buzzed with excitement, praying, "Please show us your power, Lord Petos." He responded softly, "Let's see." Leon stood aside, calculating. Leon silently counted, "Jim plus 3 holy knights, it's still too little. This battle's tough. I'll have to awaken 1 or 2 more holy knights." He frowned, annoyed. "The strongest candidate is Hanhaji." Suho was happy and eager. "Sis, Ariana just spoke with me." Harry happily praised, "Congrats, Suho." He smiled wide. Leon observed carefully and concluded, "Same ideals, same ambition." He calmly turned back, concerned. The problem was, Leon looked at terrified Jae-hyuk frozen in place. The other two, including Sozeon, silently stared gloomily at the statue before them. Each of them had a connection to a statue but stood distant, unmoving. Leon quietly revealed the statue of the man, the most dangerous god, then glanced at the cloaked statue nearby, the strongest god of the temple. Leon's expression darkened. He eyed them warily and wondered if the gods cared about this, and whether the outcome would be good or bad. Clear blue sky with white clouds. A few days later in the city, bright sunshine carried a cold wind dusting over a gloomy layer, branch of the Nazu temple area. The sky was clear with white clouds. A few days later in the city, bright sunlight mixed with a cold wind carrying a layer of gloomy dust. Nazu temple branch area. A young man passing by looked a bit scared. The girl with him was also terrified. Following them was a man and his group. They walked arrogantly past the couple's shocked whispers. Not from the Hambit Palace, these guys approached the skyscraper ahead and stopped boldly, drawing everyone's attention. A big loudspeaker was brought out and switched on. Kwang Tae, with a smug grin, grabbed the mic and pulled his jacket with a satisfied smile, shouting loudly, spouting nonsense at deafening volume, "You'll only reach heaven if you believe in the dragon god. That faith won't change hell. Doubt it, and you'll drown." Those behind shouted in unison, loud and clear, "The dragon god's mercy, please descend and bless the followers. Let the dragon god's mercy fall like spring rain. The dragon god's mercy, protect your followers." Everyone was terrified by this maddening noise. "We can reach heaven if we believe in the dragon god. Hell awaits the unbelievers." A young man, annoyed, held his head, clearly fed up with the noise. They only went crazier, yelling and trampling the altar. "Are you still sane?" Kwang Tae roared fiercely, cursing the heretics. "You all get lost! Get lost!" His face twisted with cruelty as he warned them loudly. "The dragon god is coming. Watch out, you heretic demons. Get lost." He kept yelling, repeating, "You heretics will be punished." Suddenly, a warning dropped right in front of them. Kiki squeaked, "What are you doing here?" It's cold, giving a sharp reminder. Noise level has hit the warning threshold. "Please calm down a bit." Kwang Tae froze briefly, then stopped speaking, looking at Jack with contempt and hatred. Jack shouted advice, "We love you. Please awaken and believe in the dragon god." He stubbornly yelled curses because we have to reach heaven together. That's the dragon god's wish. Jack was horrified, sweating shock by their reaction, so he stayed silent for a long moment. Then he mechanically warned, "Stop the noise. No shouting in this sacred place." Finally, Jack got truly pissed and gave an order. "This is your last warning. No more noise or you'll be punished." Kwang Tae smiled wickedly, then scowled cruelly, cursing, "Has this machine gone crazy?" Kwang Tae laughed wildly, insane, pointing at his shoe, cursing, "In the name of the dragon god, I punish you. Today, you die instantly." Blinding light appeared with magical chains binding the rebels' tightly skilled tactics, perfect magic control. Jap lightly jumped on one bound man, then exhaled calmly. He cheered excitedly amid everyone's horror. Kiki squeaked as Kwang Tae was stomped on the forehead by one of Giap's mechanical legs, groaning in fear. Giap glowed, announcing a troublemaker here. It ruthlessly ordered judgment, expulsion. Kwang Tae groaned in pain, hopeless. The pin on his chest was actually a hidden camera recording everything silently. The rebels ended up beaten to hell and losing all pride. The sign hanging from their necks was a warning, "Sorry, we won't cause noise again." Jack's mechanical voice mocked their gruff, forced attitude, making him even angrier. Warning, do not advance further. Right after, he whipped the rope hard on their backs. "Get lost, damn it," Kwang Tae groaned loudly, screaming in pain, furious and howling. The damn machine didn't stop, it hit harder, furious, cursing. "You want to die, huh?" Kwang Tae panicked, dodging, cursing bitterly. "What the hell, freak? Run, run." He bolted on all fours. Stubbornly, he looked back and argued, "We're avoiding a crazy guy, not scared of you, you disgusting freak." He was pissed but helpless. Warning ended. The rebels escaped to another street, instantly attracting passersby's attention. They quickly removed their signs, tossed them on the ground, and ran out of breath. One worried guy asked Han, "Kwang Tae, did you offend their side? Are you hurt anywhere?" He calmly laughed and clicked his tongue to reassure. "It's nothing. This isn't a big deal. I'm fine." A sharp-dressed man in glasses and a black suit stepped forward and called Kwang Tae. Kwang Tae recognized Assistant Choi immediately. The guy pushed his glasses up and coldly asked, "Did you do what you were told?" He grinned confidently and replied proudly, "Of course." Kwang Tae happily raised his tie, proudly showing off his work. "I recorded everything with a hidden camera in this tie. Now let's watch it on the phone." Assistant Choi, and he stared tensely at the phone. The assistant asked seriously, "This it?" Kwang Tae confirmed, "Yeah, just open it." The phone screen played a video of Jack grabbing Kwang Tae, intentionally shouting loudly, "Robots attacking! Stop him! Save the guy!" After watching, Assistant Choi smiled widely, satisfied. "This is enough. You dare disrespect South Korea's laws? You're dead." The scene shifts to Hambit's office, a towering skyscraper in the busy city. Assistant Choi sits in the office, glued to his computer screen. The dry clacking of keyboard keys echoes. The guy smirks wickedly, pleased, muttering that the news must be flooded with stories about the temple's people attacking civilians. Assistant Choi clicks decisively, but the article is nothing like he imagined. On the contrary, it exposes every scheme he'd painstakingly crafted. He breaks out in a cold sweat, panicked, wondering why the damn reporters are attacking them. The computer screen suddenly goes black. Assistant Choi gasps in horror. Elsewhere, where he knows nothing, Jack silently hacks into the server. Assistant Choi stares in shock, hearing a sound like a robbery alert. The next second, Hanbit's server goes down. Cut to Ji-Hyu calmly walking through a residential area, eyes fixed on his phone. On the phone screen is a photo of three people. It's clearly his family. They look so happy. Ji-hyuk, frustrated, slips the phone into his pocket. Annoyed, he mutters, "Damn, they told me to come." But standing silently before an apartment building, he doubts if he can even pull this off. Ji-hyuk broods, thinking if it weren't for that, the powerful figure of the god of thunder and sky appearing before him would have spread a mysterious aura. The god frowns, eyes pure white, his voice booming with authority. Kim Jae-hyuk shudders at the memory. His words hit Jae-hyuk's mind like a hammer. Damn it, he worries, recalling that moment. After some inner struggle, he finally decides to go inside. Jae-hyuk descends a dark, cramped, damp stairwell and stands before a familiar small apartment. The dim light inside flickers through the glass. Dae-hyu reaches out and presses the doorbell. The sound breaks the silence. Footsteps rush out. The person inside greets excitedly, "Ji-hyuk's here." Karen hurriedly opens the door, smiling and inviting him in, but he responds coldly, "I'm just here to eat." Just then, the divine voice rings out again. It jolts him awake. Kim Ji-hyuk, the god of thunder and sky, appears behind, constantly urging him, "Punish them, asterisk." The god folds his arms, cold gaze unblinking, sternly warning, "This is your test in the challenge." Karen excitedly says, "Mom made your favorite kimchi soup." Still carefree, she asks Han, before eating, want to try some sponge cake. Dae-hyu grimaces, gritting his teeth, silently cursing. He walks past the rooms toward the kitchen, eyes flickering with surprise. Mom already ate. Dae-hyu sighs, knowing the lie holds no weight. Speechless and helpless, he picks up his chopsticks and starts eating first. The meal goes on normally. Occasionally, she reminds him to eat the rolled eggs too. Dae-hyu replies while eating, "I will." Karen cheerfully asks how he likes the food, the god of thunder and sky. She calls out Kim Ji-young's name, resting her chin in her hand, her warm gaze full of love. "I'm just here to eat," he says. "What else?" The god keeps urging him to punish those people. He tries to hold back his feelings, his lips twitching as if to say something. Finally, he scoops another bite, praising, "It's really good, Mom." Karen smiles happily. Eat 8 more. Night falls over the quiet space. Ji-yeon leans back on a bench by the road, dim streetlights casting shadows. He looks up at the sky, sighing as if trying to shake off heavy thoughts. The god of thunder and sky appears, angrily cursing the sly, scheming heretics. Those wicked fiends deserve punishment. He sits beside Dae-hyu, sternly warning, "Punish that heretic. Don't hold back." He replies sadly, "That's my mother." The god bluntly counters, "There are things more important than blood." Furious, he shouts, "Those cultists can't be forgiven. Punish them." Kim Ji-young is torn, stammering, "Oh god, I can't." Dae-hyu covers his face, stomping his foot in frustration, whining, "God of thunder and sky, why me? I can't do this." He mournfully tells himself, "How can I destroy this cult? That person is my mother." He recalls Karen's gentle face and tender gaze back then. Dae-hyu is utterly helpless, thinking, who in this world can handle this challenge? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, calmly asking, "Is this your hometown?" Ji-hyuk's heart jumped, a chill running down his spine. He spun around, startled to see it was Leon. Ji-hyuk stammered, "Your Majesty." Leon casually nodded in confirmation. He hurriedly knelt and bowed properly, still shocked. "Why are you here?" Leon sat down on the bench, crossing his legs and replied casually, "I already knew the situation." Dae-hyu was stunned, blurting out, "What? How did you?" He glanced at the other with contempt. "No way you didn't know. That guy caused chaos in the main hall." Remembering that, he blushed, quickly apologizing. "Ah, sorry, Leon. I won't press further," bowing low and touching his necklace. Leon gently said, "Stand up. You didn't do anything wrong." He frowned seriously, questioning the thunder god. "How could you make this kid bear the curse of divine law?" The proud thunder god retorted, "I am a god of high rank. Who dares debate divine law with me?" Leon seriously offered, "If you want to punish those cultists, leave it to me." The god flatly rejected. "Number, I want to punish those heretics myself." Hearing this, the family's kids, including Ji-hyuk, tensed up, sweating with fear. The thunder god openly requested, "I want you to give your willpower to him, so that kid can get it done." Leon didn't reply, just snorted, ending the talk with the deity. He then asked Kim Jae-hyuk seriously, "Why didn't you tell Jim that day?" He timidly answered, "I didn't think it would turn out like this." Leon opened his eyes, his deadly glare piercing the other's eyes. Calmly, Leon recapped the recent incident at the shrine. A group caused trouble there. Jae-hyuk was confused. No way. Leon explained that Lord Spinner had clearly exposed those guys. They declared war on the gods and had to pay a steep price. Frowning, Leon analyzed, "This isn't war. It's a hunt. Our way. We're gonna wreck them." Ji-hyuk gasped, stunned. "So that's it?" He was silent for a moment, then excitedly shouted, "Your Majesty." Jae-hyuk anxiously asked, "What about the god's mother?" Leon decisively covered the noisy mouth and coldly reassured, "The thunder god's no madman he kills with rules." Hearing that, Ji-hyuk fell silent, no longer yelling. His face darkened as he looked at Leon. Leon stood up, turned his back, and explained briefly, "He just sets the standards we have to follow." His whole body radiated heavy energy, his face lit up in the night with a sinister smile. Show me their hideout. It began with a summary of the life of Park John-shin, owner of Hambit Palace, born 1990, who faced hardship at age 12. Before the boy was a horrifying scene, the man tried to scream and run before dying. Back then, there wasn't a single academy. He appeared proudly at his center amid turbulent times, learning everything through direct challenges. John-sin fought fiercely with unstoppable spirit, rising as a promising grade, a hunter. He met the god during the 2014 winter when a portal opened in Samchiak. John-sin, kneeling with his sword among the battle's carnage, faced sudden difficulty that cost him teammates and put him in danger. John-sin stared confused at a display board reading, "Do you want to be saved?" He was silent, hesitating, but the strong pull made him answer. A light surrounded John-sin, empowering him, awakening every cell in his body. The voice's owner helped Park John-sin, marking the arrival of South Korea's 7th grade as hunter. He smiled brightly, like finding sunlight in a dark night. Back in reality, John-sin forced a fake smile, reaching out as he spoke in a tempting tone. "This proves your existence. Look at the warrior blessed by Lord Johnson," he said, pointing to the armored man nearby with a cheerful introduction. This warrior heard the gospel the moment he stepped through the enemy's gate. He eagerly chimed in, retelling it like it was real. "At first, it was just an ordinary gate, but the moment I stepped through, my system glitched." He even provided proof, cleverly boosting its credibility and strengthening everyone's faith. "If you want to test yourself, aim to defeat the boss and loot the magic crystal in the dungeon. Thanks to the system's guidance, I found the treasure, and my life turned around 180 degrees. At the end, he purposely shouted loud to hit everyone's psyche. It's all thanks to the Lord's grace. The believers immediately bought it, eyes shining bright, cheering wildly, praising the Lord. He raised both hands high, reinforcing their faith with, "You all have to believe in this. There's no other way." Of course, this sometimes happens to hunters from Hanbit Guild. This strange thing didn't just happen once, it's meaningfully linked to Hanbit Guild. Even the Hunter Association officially recognized it. Because of that, expanding Hanbit's influence wasn't hard at all. The crowd kept cheering non-stop, many shedding tears, feeling the miracle of salvation. "We, the Divine Dragon, trust Lord Johnson." He spread his arms, soaking in the praise from everyone, grinning like he was drowning in glory. Johnson's face was pure satisfaction, his grin wide and twisted, eyes half closed, savoring the fanatic worship. The Divine Dragon kept spouting hypnotic words. Not only that, a warrior got a miracle herb to cure his sick old mother during a Huntergate expedition. That incompetent guy made miraculous progress. Johnson deliberately revealed the real purpose. The two proved their faith by donating. The Divine was pleased with their faith and granted a miracle. His image appeared clearly on the big screen, loudly saying, "Prove your faith, it's not hard, we're family now." The believers heard that and shouted even louder, "Divine Dragon, Divine Dragon." Suddenly, Johnson froze for a few seconds, spotting something. Leon and Betchik sat at the back, serious, staring straight ahead. Their silence clashed with the fanatical cheers, catching Johnson off guard. Johnson's face drained pale, shocked to recognize the temple. His frown showed clear anger. Their sudden appearance unsettled Johnson, extinguishing his smile. "Why are those temple guys here?" Betch whispered to his majesty, clearly pissed. Leon just coldly hummed, the only reason for his rage, heresy. Leon clenched his teeth, eyes blazing like fire. He understood better than anyone. Leon muttered angrily, "Those pests prey on the poor and the weak-minded. These parasites preach twisted doctrines to serve their own interests." Johnson suddenly spoke from the stage. "What's going on here?" He smiled brightly, hand on chest, casually inviting a distinguished guest who arrived. "The brother visiting for the first time will be baptized. Come on over." As soon as he finished, Leon stood up calmly without hesitation. Betch, sitting nearby, was surprised. Leon strode forward proudly, voice sharp, calling the king that, "You've got some nerve." He stopped, facing Johnson. Leon closed his eyes seriously and pulled a huge white bag from thin air. Stacks of cash fell out, shocking everyone, eyes wide with awe. Whoa! The money kept falling, piling high. Even after the last stack dropped, his face stayed steady. His imposing aura made everyone around respect him even more. Leon threw the empty bag at Johnson's feet without a word. Johnson was stunned, dazed and confused, eyes half-lidded and indifferent. He looked at the scattered money and bluntly asked, "What are you doing?" Leon calmly made his demand, "Make a miracle happen." Leon said seriously, "Didn't you say we could experience miracles if we donate?" "I want to deal with your god." Johnson forced a laugh, then slyly dodged. "That's rude. Are you trying to test the god's miracle with a sacrifice?" Leon put his hands in his pockets, coldly challenging. "You say we get to heaven through loyalty and devotion. Have you made that choice yourself?" He couldn't hold back anymore, blood boiling, grinding his teeth fiercely. Johnson brushed off the fake kindness, pointed at himself, then snapped back. "You must absolutely obey and submit to the missionary. That's the truth, the gospel." Leon fired back just as sharp. "Do those who call themselves God's servants think they're gods themselves? Who gave you that right?" He stepped forward, kicked the bag aside, and sneered. "That so-called truth is just a petty, cowardly faith." He stepped back in fear, thinking, this stubborn Johnson won't admit defeat. He grimaced, clenched his teeth, and cursed silently. Just like me, huh? Who the hell does he think he's talking to? Without hesitation, he pointed straight at Leon. Johnson loudly declared to all the believers, everyone, this guy has no faith, a seed of evil daring to invade our holy temple. We must kick this evil out of the dragon god's palace. He manipulated their minds and started ordering. Stand up, everyone. The pillars of the Hambit temple rose angrily, eyes cold like they wanted to tear Leon apart. The crowd roared, shouting vicious curses and driving him away. This place is chaotic. Get lost. You heretics. Get out of the god's palace. Yeah, get lost already. Betchik and Jaehyuk anxiously sat below the stands. He pulled his hood low, listening to their insults. You filthy bastard. His wrath will drown you in flames. Jaehyuk felt a deep unease, wondering if his majesty would be okay. Johnson laughed wildly like a madman, a coward. He kept throwing out insults nonstop. That dumbass Leon didn't argue or fight back. He just stared coldly. Someone shouted fiercely, calling him a demon. She and Jaehyuk, sitting nearby, jumped at the shout. Jack panicked, shouting, all three breaking into a cold sweat. They judged that guy with harsh eyes. Betchik covered her mouth and said, oh my god, even Jack can't stop making those robotic sounds. Get lost. Leon stood on the platform, radiating deadly intent. Spiritual energy surged all over his body. Leon Dragoon, Leon Hutch, he's a true king. He could endure all the insults and slanders from Dongjing's crowd. Hai turned around in panic, shouting, what's going on? Why is it so quiet? But three things are unacceptable. First, disrespecting parents, that's an insult to family. Second, blaspheming the gods mere mortals can't be so irreverent. Leon coldly spun around. His tense face, veins bulging, showed pure rage at these lowlifes. Finally, he roared angrily, how dare you? Those cowards who insulted Leon now stood speechless in fear. What the hell is this? He screamed furiously at the heretics like he was losing it. Leon's face twisted with spreading fury. His voice thundered, Jim, this Leon guy, you dare compare me to a demon? Leon unleashed a powerful aura that pressed down on everyone. The crowd scrambled, pushing to flee in panic. This can't be forgiven. You'll all be punished without mercy. He clenched the sacred sword-shaped necklace tightly. The chain connected directly to the divine. It glowed brightly, drawing a mysterious spell circle. Leon covered his face and shouted, let me judge your false faith and petty souls. John Shin asked in horror, what are you planning to do? The spell circle spun around Leon, sparking blinding lightning bolts. He emphasized every word, the sacred stars will cleanse you. Someone about to take a bite suddenly gasped, staring out the window in shock. Outside in the galaxy, a blazing sphere pierced through the clouds, rising above Earth. The person screamed, what the hell is that? Leon's voice echoed through space. This divine destruction is coming for you now. A giant meteor descended on Earth, radiating terrifying energy. Leon's face turned dark and sharp. He frowned seriously and declared, the sacred relic of Saint Engia will summon the stars. The wicked will be punished by gods. John Sin, confused and scared, approached. Hey, fake warrior, stop yelling at that demon. What's wrong? Betch coldly activated her power. She gently asked Jack, Sir Jack, are you ready? Then he shouted with excitement, let's go. Betch seriously unleashed his power, ordering, let them witness my strength with their own eyes. A massive energy burst tore through the building, sending screams echoing. What the hell is that? One of the scammer's buddies gasped in disbelief. This is unbelievable. Another shouted in shock. The building's foundation. Johnson panicked and angrily demanded, what the hell are you doing? Leon replied calmly, I've summoned the stars. He cursed in confusion. What nonsense are you talking about? Just then, something blocked the light above their heads. Johnson looked up in panic. His face drained as he stared in horror, mouth agape. Johnson's whole body darkened as he let out an unclear sound. Suddenly, a massive meteor appeared in the city sky, hurtling down fast. Scared screams echoed. What the hell is going on? The meteor was abruptly stopped mid-flight. Its estimated mass, 680 billion tons, dwarfing a U.S. aircraft carrier. Leon coldly asked Betchik, how's she doing? She replied cheerfully and respectfully, ready. Then a shocking explosion shattered the meteor in the sky with fierce power. Energy shot down through the clouds toward the building, darkening the sky, triggering divine punishment. A fireball exploded, lighting up the sky with chains of purple magic binding the dazzling pillar of light. It showed the destructive might of the heavenly earth armor. In a robotic tone, he raised the energy gun high, charging the divine weapon. Then a barrage of golden bullets shot through the air at insane speed toward the meteor. They slammed into the blazing orb, causing constant shaking and violent explosions. The destructive force spread everywhere, shaking the city's sky. Johnson's face went pale in terror, trembling as he blurted out, oh god, he's frozen in fear, totally stunned. How is this possible? Is he a god or something? Desperate screams echoed through the bright sky. No way. Johnson kept screaming in panic. God. Suddenly, he realized something and nervously looked up with watery eyes. Johnson was stunned when the fireball near him stopped. What? How is this possible? the meteor stopped just as it reached the top of their building. The scene became strangely grand. Leon slowly approached and ordered John Sin, "This is enough." Betch looked up at the meteor casually and said, "That's pretty impressive." The machine alarm blared. Target still active, data mismatch. Johnson froze in shock, eyeing Leon like a monster standing before him. Leon coldly snapped, "You dumbass, only screwing things up. You know you're guilty, right?" Johnson nervously asked, "What did you say?" Leon scowled angrily, "Yeah, you're stupid. How long do you think you can keep hiding?" Suddenly, he yelled for Kim Jae-hyuk. The guy jumped, panicked as he followed orders while helping an old lady. "What?" Leon calmly ordered, "Come stand by me." Johnson exclaimed, surprised, "It's trainee Kim Jae-hyuk." Leon's face darkened as he grabbed Kim Jae-hyuk's shoulders tightly and said, "I'll show you." Right away, those evil demons disguised as missionaries. Jae-hyuk obediently followed. Suddenly, he saw something horrifying that shocked him deeply. He froze, mind spinning. Jae-hyuk saw a huge red monster clinging to Johnson's back. He hurriedly shouted, asking what that thing was. He thought, "There's no way you guys can be treated like humans." Hidden in the shadows behind him, Leon revealed it was a demon spirit, a creature that craves to possess human souls and minds, waiting for its host to fall before taking over. Suddenly, a familiar voice from Karen echoed, "Is that the Aussie goat?" The Aussie goat looked at her blankly. "Mom?" He felt a chill run through him, staring at her in horror, unable to say a word. Karen, panicked and frantic, shouted, "What the hell are these things? Tell me now." Jae-hyuk silently called out inside, "Mom," then quickly urged Leon, "Stay calm." He explained it was a demon the Thunder God wanted to punish, and Leon had to take action. Jae-hyuk still couldn't accept it, uneasy. "But that's the god's mother, Your Majesty." Karen clung desperately to the demon spirit, begging, "Please come back to me." Leon confidently assured, "Trust me," gently encouraging him, "Let the divine power rule your heart. Only then can you act righteously." Jae-hyuk fell silent, pondering, then firmly whispered, "That's a human's hidden influence." He struggled to calm his anxiety and fear, silently deciding that although people crave peace, it never comes easy. Unease and fear always haunt them. Jae-hyuk gritted his teeth, determined to believe the miracle power he created would pierce through all temptation and destroy it. He fiercely unleashed a powerful holy strike, praying through his pain, "Forgive the souls tainted by sin." A happy family memory from his childhood flashed vividly in his mind. Finally, the demon spirit clinging to Karen and her were struck painfully by a golden lightning bolt, screaming in agony. Jae-hyuk endured the chaos inside him and quietly called out, "Karen, Mom." After a tough fight, Karen collapsed, exhausted, onto her knees. Her gentle voice, soothing his troubled heart, startled him, filling him with joy and tears. Karen, weary and surprised, called out, "Jae-hyuk, over the demon spirit's ashes, it's you." Jae-hyuk burst into tears of happiness, rushing to Karen and embracing her tightly. Amid the epic aftermath, Karen tearfully pleaded, "Mom's sorry." Jae-hyuk smiled in joy, tears falling. The twins shivered, clinging bitterly to each other, blaming their mother for losing her mind and doing terrible things. "Mom." Leon grinned, satisfied. "It's all good now." Betch smiled, guessing that kid was chosen by the Thunder God for his power. Leon immediately turned cold, saying, "And you, master of the Hanbit cult." Park John-sin stared at him, panic and fear in his eyes. Leon's face twisted cruelly as he cast thunder magic, growling. "Next up, you." John-sin was stunned, barely able to scream, "Ah!" A fierce tornado from Leon's power slammed everyone unconscious. John-sin lost his arrogant stance, trembling with fear until he passed out. The demon spirit fled its host, screaming wildly before turning into ashes. John-sin lay motionless, his body and the demon spirit shrinking from the burning. Seeing this, others fled with angry shouts. Leon stomped on it fiercely. "Where the hell do you think you're running?" Proudly, he listed its crimes while the demon spirit could only scream helplessly. "A dark demon like you, always greedy to control humans." Leon calmly analyzed and realized a truth. Dark fallen beings survive by feeding off human greed and will never be wiped out. He looked at the unconscious John-sin, lamenting how humans always crave for themselves. Luckily, this soul was still salvageable. Leon decisively pointed his sword at the demon's eye as it screamed in fear, "Now die." Leon's rare cruel expression passed judgment, terrifying the demon into tears. "Your sly deceptions will burn in hell." A meteor stopped midair just feet from a big building, with police barricades separating the area from residents below. That was the collapse of the Hanbit cult's palace. A serious reporter announced they'd recruited 18 million followers in 25 minutes, an enormous group involving many politicians, hunters, and businessmen. Emergency broadcasts played on TVs across homes, reporting the massive chaos caused by the Hanbit cult's collapse. A man on a stretcher shouted, "Oh shit, the meteor's falling, it's about to hit." Then he ran off while the television kept showing updates, voices echoing everywhere. John-sin's arrogant face appeared on screen, reporting on the tense political situation. Inside the hall, John-sin announced, "We're planning to merge Hanbit Palace with the Von Thundian." The reporters below buzzed as he added, All our assets will merge too and be managed by the head of Varn Thundirn, Leon Dragonia, Leon Hutch. He smiled warmly and explained further. Our main, powerful military force will protect them. Reporters interrupted. Chairman Park Johnson, we have a question for you. One horrified reporter blurted out, this is huge. Is what you're saying true? Another asked curiously, so, what's the relationship with His Majesty Leon Hart? Johnson decisively raised his hand, making an impression, smiling proudly. He's a hero, the savior of my soul. This is the ideal I follow. Saving the people, destroying evil. The building's screen broadcasted the interview live. His voice echoed. He's the one who'll save this dark world. Hearing this, Leon stood near the blockade, deep in thought. Jack mocked. Leon's bummed out. Yeah, it's too noisy, like a meteor crashing down. The earth looks terrifying. The scene around is chaotic, with meteors still hanging over the city. Jack reports the situation, saying the people have never seen anything like this before. Your Majesty, I'm curious. Look over there. It's Spinner. When can we start the work? Jack replies. The temple needs a lot of upgrades, so we're still planning. He furrows his brow, thinking aloud. We need to upgrade armor for the soldiers and add more weapons. That'll boost their fighting power. Jack asks, anything else, Your Majesty? He answers bluntly, the amazement of the nearby people. No, not for myself, but some trusted subordinates will need it. Jack exhales deeply. A lot's happening at once, so we have to tackle the urgent issues first. Yes, Your Majesty, Leon responds. Behind him, someone approaches respectfully. Your Majesty, Kang Hyuk and John Shin are here to report. Shin Xian suddenly appears right behind him. Kang Hyuk bows slightly. How have you been lately, sir? He replies coldly, you're here. Then he whispers to the man beside him. That's Shin Xian, but the content is unknown. The man looks confused and worried. What the hell is that? Then he laughs sarcastically and introduces himself. Ah, pleasure. I'm Kim Shin Xian, Minister of the Science and Technology Association. Curious, Shin Xian asks, what exactly is that, sir? Confidently, he says, that's just a star. Leon explains, stars are under the god's control. This shocks Shin Xian, who grabs his head. So, Your Majesty summoned that star? Kang Hyuk asks seriously. What are your plans moving forward? He furrows his brow. We'll use the resources to make weapons and armor for the soldiers. Leon casually reveals, we'll do our best to craft the finest gear from what we get. Kang Hyuk nods, I'll follow your orders. Shin Xian suddenly shouts, Chairman, what did you say? He grins and says, I've heard of the smithing guild from Miss Harry. Those precious materials will definitely be crafted to perfection. Leon confirms. Looking up at the sky, the huge meteor remains firmly above. He thinks, but to extract the best materials, we need a proper process. It's not simple. Kang Hyuk quickly replies. We'll listen to everything you say, Your Majesty, he respectfully adds. The government will review and support the efforts. Legal issues will be waived for you. We'll do our best for you. Leon softly says, I hope your plans go well. Kang Hyuk respectfully adds, anything mined from that star will surely be tested with your expertise. Spinner can study the entire structure and unique properties of each rare metal. Then, will you let us visit the manufacturing process for weapons and armor? No problem, he replies coldly. I can even give you some materials and weapons or armor we make. We'll craft them for the Ministry of Defense to study. Shin Xian eagerly thanks him. Suddenly, his tone turns serious. However, many divine artifacts made will be kept secret. They're not relics yet. But those things are rare even in this era. Kang Hyuk quietly responds, yes, sir. Curious, he asks, has Miss Han Harry been assigned to work in your temple? Has she seen those divine artifacts? He happily confirms, of course. Kang Hyuk can't hide his joy as the man smiles and continues. She worked at the association before, so she's allowed to access design analyses, right? She's one of our top staff, Leon agrees. If that's the case, grant her the freedom to research as she needs. They shake hands in agreement. Kang Hyuk is excited. Thank you. He suddenly pulls out a small screen, voice serious. There's another issue, Your Majesty. Leon looks puzzled. What is it? He studies the device, and Kang Hyuk speaks up. You can watch the video. Leon watches the screen and asks, is this the footage from the gate? The screen shows a village burning. Kang Hyuk calmly says, that was a battle in China, a brutal fight where a mysterious guy massacred the village. He killed the last person hiding in the grass, making them scream, save me, with a finishing blow. Even Leon was shocked by that brutality. Kang Hyuk frowned and slowly explained, that demon swordsman. He furrowed his brows, recalling John Ji-ho. He's the heir of the demon sword, the one who wields the black sword. After wiping out an entire area there, now he's heading towards Japan. Elsewhere, John Won sighed heavily with worry. Juji, seeing this, asked, are you okay? He zoned out and replied, I'm fine. She excitedly reassured him. There have been big changes at the association. Our upcoming plans will bring lots of positive changes, he said. I don't really care about the association's policies, he added. That's Lee Zhanwan, head of the Phoenix Association, who now looked annoyed. Seems like all these changes are because of Leon Dragoon and Leon Hoth, right? He clutched his stomach, which was twisting in pain. Things are moving forward with the merger between Hambit Palace and the Divine Hall. Oh no, my stomach. Juji looked at him with concern but seemed to be thinking something, smiling. She patted Johnson's back hard and laughed out loud. Why don't you care about what's going on? That merger will affect everyone, he calmly said. I only care about my guild. I don't have time for anything else. John 1 pouted in frustration but admitted, still, that's a huge deal affecting tons of people. Juji teased. That's right. Soe gently stepped forward and softly called out, John 1, Juji, why haven't you two gone inside yet? John 1 politely greeted her. Hello, miss. How's Jun? She replied coolly. I'm fine. She's Jun Soa, head of the Hunters Medical Association. Soa, flipping her hair with pride, asked, by the way, about the new Hunter nutrient supplements. You don't seem to like them? John 1 was curious. Oh, really? Juji, what's up with that? Juji sighed. They're kind of pricey and don't really fit our guild's needs. He frowned, probing, what exactly are they? Juji quickly answered, just some restorative pills. Jisoo, sitting in the room, spoke up. They're here already. At the long table, everyone settled in. Jiangsu spoke coolly. You too, sit down. Zhang Quang smiled and greeted the group. On the north side, Jiangsu, head of the Meiju Association, and Kang Jun Seo, head of the Trang Seo Association, sat silently. They eyed each other carefully. He whispered, looks like everyone's arrived. On the other side was Hang Jian Ha. Hang Ji Qian, head of the Lion Association, sat next to Jun So, head of the Hunters Medical Association. Zhang Jinsu, head of the Swordsmanship Association, looked surprised and impressed. Wow, he complimented Juji. That outfit suits you. She blushed, hugging him and explaining, it's my first time wearing it, so it's a bit loose. John 1 anxiously took off his jacket and handed it to Juji. Here, wear this. She was really grateful. Thanks, Jisoo. She laughed warmly at their kindness. He watched them caring for each other and teased, so, when are you two getting married? The whole room jumped. John 1 nervously replied, oh, we haven't even thought about that yet. Jisoo spat out his cigarette loudly. That's not good. He blamed the recent hunter shortage on John 1 and Juji. It's because people like you won't get married. At your age, most would already have kids. The two agreed in unison. That's true, sir, you're right. Hang Jian Ha and Hang Jian Qian next to them silently sighed. After hearing this, they muttered, oh man. Jisoo stomped on his cigarette and said sternly, all right, let's get to work. He said seriously, clearly annoyed, I want to kill that bastard John Ji Ho. Someone immediately tried to calm him down. That's not right, sir. Please reconsider. Jisoo shouted angrily, you'll need their opinions for that. Hang Jian Ha panicked, thinking this is getting more troublesome. Outside, the meeting room doors slowly and quietly opened. Leon, Kang Hyuk, and John Shin entered, radiating authority. The room fell silent. Leon frowned and grunted, judging. He strode quickly to his seat. The sound of footsteps echoed loudly. Jiangsu looked up at him and thought, so another one's arrived. Leon walked up to where Jisoo was sitting, silently judging. Both were stubborn, ignoring others' words. Their eyes met. A king and an old man, both stubborn as hell. Leon pointed toward him. His whole presence radiated authority as he ordered the old man to step aside. That's how the conflict began. Jinsu seriously held his cigarette. He radiated fierce power with overwhelming strength. John Jinsu's dominance sparked a brutal fight, leaving countless scars behind. Engulfed in flames, his life was tied to many legends, and everything he did was for the country's sake. That's why no AI in the nation dared to oppose him, even though Jisoo was gentle, friendly, and easygoing with everyone. But they always froze up when facing him, never daring to cross his authority. He held so much power that no AI could ever touch him. On top of that, he was older, so his power just kept growing. That was true for everyone else. But when he met Leon, who arrogantly and darkly ordered him to get out of the way, Jisoo acted unbelievably. Leon looked annoyed, wearing a mocking, contemptuous smirk. He sighed, frowned with disgust, ignoring Jisoo's words. Finally, Leon coldly mocked him. So young and already lost your edge? Jisoo was shocked and terrified, shouting out loud. He slammed his hand hard on the wall in anger. Raising his voice, he yelled, "What the hell, you rookie Kang?" Kang Hyuk suddenly popped up behind Leon and explained, "He's already 300 years old." Jisoo couldn't believe it, mouth wide open in shock. "What?" Kang Hyuk calmly explained. "As you can see, all the Holy Grail Knights are immortal." Leon stayed silent, letting Kang Hyuk talk about his background. "So yeah, he's definitely 300 years old." Jisoo looked stunned, sweating nervously, stammering to ask, "Is that true?" Leon's face darkened as he arrogantly cocked his chin, looking down on him with a sneer. He hummed menacingly to intimidate Jinsu. Feeling defeated and meek, Jinsu politely addressed him. "Your Majesty," hesitating but respectful. "Please have a seat, Your Majesty." Leon accepted politely. "Thank you, young man." Everyone around was silent, secretly acknowledging that he had defeated the strongest elder here. Leon casually reminded, "Where's the tea?" John rushed off. "Got it. I'll brew it right now." Soa smiled sweetly and playfully. Oh my, you really are as handsome as the rumors say, Your Majesty. I'm Jun Suha. John, behind her, was brewing tea but suddenly got furious, scolding her for being rude. How dare you speak to His Majesty before he even talks to you? She shot back angrily, glaring at him. His Majesty isn't mad, so why are you? Leon suddenly raised his voice to stop them both. Enough! They both obeyed, answering in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. The scene left Jiangsu stunned and confused, quietly panicking inside. What the hell is going on? Leon sat at the chairman's seat, coldly reminding the association president, My time's more valuable than gold. Kang Hyuk respectfully complied. 13 years ago, the screen showed chaotic scenes. Kang Hyuk seriously reported a black gate had appeared in London. Thick smoke and flames rose around collapsed, ruined buildings after the battle. A black space gate with a purple glow whipped fierce winds, trying to suck everything inside. Its presence dominated the government's monitoring screen with terrifying power. Even Kang admitted its strength. The black gate was insanely tough, and no one has managed to close it yet. A powerful iron-plated foot stomped the ground, showing the European Federation's strength and worry. If they couldn't close that black gate, they'd face what happened in Shanghai before. They assembled an attack team of S-rank hunters trying to shut down the gate. Hunters with various gear formed a strange squad on the chaotic battlefield. The team had 24 seconds rank hunters, plus 1,834 amperes and B-rank hunters from different European guilds. Kang Wang-gong used his magic staff to support combat against monsters. Kang Wang-gong, the British Clock Tower's archmage, led the team. The attack lasted 2 months, leaving bodies and weapons scattered in blood after countless fierce battles to achieve today's results. The city was filled with excitement and cheers welcoming the victors. It was a success. For the first time, we closed a black gate. Leon coldly guessed. I think the aftermath came later. Kang Hyuk frankly admits that's right. The screen shows the stats of the legendary item, the bloodthirsty sword. The knights stare in horror, shocked by the sword's overwhelming dark power. The strongest weapon in 35 years since the Great Catastrophe. Ambitious villains revealed their sinister plans, all wanting to claim it for themselves. In the end, the bloodthirsty sword was showcased and awarded to James Spencer at the city stadium after a fierce battle for ownership. The British government won. The sword sold for 1.4 trillion won, more expensive than a modern warship. He was pumped, strutting toward the sword with pride. Then they rented it out to the best swordsman of this era, James Spencer, head of the Gentlemen's Alliance. The worst happened the moment James touched the bloodthirsty sword. The dark power exploded wildly, burning him with agonizing magical pain. His face twisted into the brutal mask of a killer, shrouded in dark shadows. The new mayor, who was just happy moments ago, froze in terror at the horrifying scene. James Spencer lost himself, going mad and killing the mayor. That was the start of a catastrophic disaster. His face darkened with savage cruelty, grinning with twisted delight. James Spencer officially became a slave controlled by the bloodthirsty sword. The city was swallowed by flames and ruin, with countless bodies pierced by his blade. He slaughtered 870,000 civilians and over 600 hunters. Leon thought deeply, then asked, What happened to that cursed sword? James is dead? Kang Hyuk calmly revealed, We succeeded in killing the sword's host, James. In Leon's cold voice, the image of the bloodthirsty sword was seen flying away ahead of everyone, but the cursed sword escaped. After James died, it flew into the sky and hasn't been seen since. Kang Hyuk slowly recounted their journey to stop the bloodthirsty sword. We kept repeating the cycle of finding and killing the sword's hosts in Australia, Mexico, Laos, Spain. He somberly recounted the unfortunate event involving Jiho at his peak. South Korea was the last place we found a host 4 years ago for Jiho, who was supposed to become the next head of the sword church. That sword fell into his hands. Kang Hyuk grew a bit sad. I'm sure you noticed him too. He patiently revealed a painful truth about Jiho, quietly hanging his head to one side. John Jiho is actually the son of John Jisoo, current head of the sword church, and the father of John Soyeon, the one you accepted into your guild. Kang Hyuk cautiously announced the list of guilds joining the battle against the cursed sword. He listed the members, the Rising Pantheon Guild, the Sword Church, the Golden Lion Guild, and the Phoenix Guild. Right then, Trang Sung suddenly raised his hand and said, I'll join too. Jong-soo was surprised, You're joining as well? He quickly agreed, Yeah, that's right. Kang Hyuk casually approved. Jian-ha sighed wearily. All right then. He looked a bit annoyed and uneasy. I still have a bad feeling about this. We won't get anything out of this. Leon calmly pointed out the benefits. What do you mean? We'll gain honor if we do this. Glory. Those idealistic words made Johnson excited, blushing with satisfaction. You can fulfill your duty as a noble knight, creating a shield the people can rely on. He clasped his trembling hands and let out joyful moans of happiness. Johnson, tearful and flushed, praised, Truly our savior. I can't hold it in. Johnson kept gushing compliments, warming everyone's hearts with his generosity. John Won sulked, depressed, complaining amid Han Juji's comforting cheer, I don't want to go with him. Kang Hyuk smiled with satisfaction. Looks like I was right. John Shin still keeps fangirling behind us. Have you seen how imposing he is yet? Kang Hyuk hesitantly asks. Then Japan's 10 trillion won financial aid offer to the Leon Alliance was accepted in stunned silence. We'll take it. He heard in shock. Really? Yeah, got it. John Shin eagerly left, reminding us, make sure they've got a king over there too. Contact their king first. Kang Hyuk respectfully confirmed, yes sir. Well, we'll ask the government. He greeted on behalf of the others, take care, your majesty. The handsome guy stepped forward. Where to next? John Shin trailed behind, softly reporting, we're going to check out the hunters I prepared. I'm sure you'll like them. Check it out. Suddenly, an old voice loudly called Leon, startling both. Hey Leon. Face darkening, voice stern. Hey. Jisoo panicked, quickly correcting, your majesty. He coldly questioned, making the old man sigh in relief. What's the matter? What? Sue confidently made a request. I need your help with something, your majesty. I'm sure I have the right. Leon casually replied. What is it? I'll decide after I hear what at island. What? Sue seriously explained, worried. I just asked for your help with one thing. I'm certain you know my granddaughter is in your guild. He firmly voiced a major decision, fearing Soylent might be controlled by dark magic. John Soylent, please don't let her join the demon's sword battle. Night fell in the small room. Betchik and So-on were sound asleep. The scene was peaceful. Suddenly, So-on's face showed fear, sweat pouring down. It seemed she heard someone calling her in a dream. In the dream, So-on was held tightly by a small figure. Just then, a bloody hand raised, saying, Run So-on. Before her eyes was a horrific scene. Through the smoky haze, Zo-rung was desperately protecting her little daughter. She was being trampled under the huge body of the brutal Akasa man. Run, So-on. At that moment, the little girl's tears streamed down her innocent face. Then she helplessly screamed in despair. The dark magic sword had been pulled from So-rung's body, but blood still poured out. After the horrific event, the ground collapsed, splattering blood everywhere. The man calmly watched the weak girl leave this world. Not only that, Akasa smiled cruelly. He felt proud of his brutal achievement. Found you. Nightmare's over. So-on jolted awake, eyes wide, panic-stricken by the nightmare. Still dazed, she immediately covered her face and sighed deeply. After calming down, So-on sighed sadly. Here we go again. Scene shifted elsewhere. A soda can fell from the vending machine. Looks like she needed some fresh air. So she sat alone, lost in thought over what just happened. So-on spoke. This is a chance too. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in purple divine aura, Venticist, appeared before her. A chance? What a lie. She replied, that's the kind of negotiation at Island. The god quickly agreed. Right, I get it. The god was fully covered, revealing no clues. He said, guess my revenge ghost taught you not to negotiate with gods. So-on hesitated, looking down, but, seeing her doubt, Venticist continued teaching. Yes, I'm the only one who answered your rude negotiation request. I'm the only one willing to give you power, even if you don't trust me. Don't underestimate that luck. So-on still hesitated, eyes lowered, silent and sad. Finally, So-on decided to speak her heart. Gathering courage, she asked Venticist, if I give you everything you want, can I become a Holy Grail Knight? Seeing So-on's impossible question, he laughed and deliberately asked back, a Holy Grail Knight? Then Venticist gently lifted her chin. He slowly explained to So-on, listen up. He calmly broke it down so she could understand. Your achievements compared to the King of Leon Heart are nothing. You really think someone like you can replace my fake revenge? Hearing this, So-on was stunned. It was like she just heard earth-shattering news. So that means His Majesty also borrowed power from Venticist? Venticist kept talking, boldly claiming, right now, you're nothing. Then he slowly faded into the void. Before leaving, he made sure to say a few final words to her. Still, I'll help you get your revenge, even if the price you pay won't change. Then Venticist's spirit vanished, but his voice echoed on. He made an offer. The moment you settle your revenge, your soul will forever belong to me. The sky brightened again at dawn. The cool air mixed with sunlight shining down on the vast hall inside the auditorium, where a large crowd of students focused their eyes on the stage, witnessing Leon's solemn presence. He announced loudly, everyone will become part of the association's army. Those whose names are called, come forward and collect your gear. In the crowd, Ook whispered to Harry standing beside him. Curious, he asked her, Harry, is So-on joining this mission? I heard that old man was totally against it, Harry quietly replied. I asked too. Then he recalled what she'd told him before, but His Majesty said he can't interfere with this. Apparently, he has no authority. Ji-yoon was surprised. Really? Leon continued from above. On the projection board honoring 4 top students, he called their names, Han Harry, Han Suho, Kim Ji-hyuk, and John Soyeon. Come up here. Harry's excitement rose hearing his name. Our turn's up. Those names stepped forward one by one. The 4 stood straight and serious in their neat uniforms before Leon. The atmosphere thickened with tension. He was ready. His mind prepared words for them. Leon was pleased with these achievements. He was satisfied with their progress so far. Everyone's results have met my expectations. He didn't hesitate to praise Harry. especially you, and Harry. When his name was called, her eyes lit up with joy. Yes, your majesty. Harry's heart swelled, her face flushing with happiness. She focused intently on Leon's words, and the gods admire those who stay pure. You've proven both talent and purity. You deserve this praise. Then he glanced at the girl beside him. She caught his meaning and quickly brought something over. It turned out to be a gift for Harry's efforts that Leon wanted to present. He carefully explained its function. I'll give you a sword, a spear, and a set of armor. They'll help you unlock your true inner power. Lord Spinner created them, so take good care of these. What an amazing gift. Harry couldn't stop marveling. She exclaimed, so this is the spirit armor. Suddenly, a voice startled Harry. Not bad at all. She was surprised to see Betos and Puma. Betos and Puma appeared behind Harry. She gaped, unable to believe what she saw. At that moment, Betos radiated fierce energy. He stretched his hand forward. Confidently casting a spell, he said, fight. Become a flame that burns enemies like the goddess of war. Puma joined in. Entrust your body to the endless deep sea and fill your heart with faith. Instantly, two energies merged, enveloping Harry's armor, making it glow amazingly. The whole hall erupted in chaos. Everyone was stunned after witnessing that dazzling transformation. Even Harry was just as shocked as they were. Her eyes went wide, swirling with confusion. This is the spirit sword, blessed by a legendary level deity. Describing the spirit blood sword, blessed by Betos, god of war and fire. The spirit pure armor, blessed by the legendary level waves. Describing the spirit blood sword, blessed by Puma, god of peace and the waves. The assistant next to Leon seemed to have predicted exactly how this would go. She smirked, saying they're all legendary level. The students there looked stunned. They couldn't believe it. Legends worth billions, maybe priceless. The awards ceremony kept going. Leon declared, next, the power of the thunder god will always stand by you. Then another deity appeared, eyes blazing with fire, calling out Jae-hyuk's name. It made his heart drop out of his chest. Kim Jae-hyuk grabbed his head, speaking fiercely. You'll become a judge to punish all evil around King Leonard. Next, Ariana appeared, blessing Suho. Radiating holiness, she gently clasped her hands and whispered, let justice protect you. You'll stay strong even when facing corruption and downfall. Let the light of immortality be with you, even in the darkest places. Soyeon glanced around. Everyone had their own god. She didn't have one yet, feeling deeply disappointed. Then Leon called her name, John Soyeon. She jumped. Yes, your majesty. He dropped bad news that shocked her. Your grandfather asked me to remove you from this mission. He pressed for an answer, watching Soyeon closely. What do you want to do? She didn't know how to face this yet. Avoiding eye contact, she nervously said, I'll go to the end. Soyeon bravely voiced her thoughts. She told herself to be determined. Does she want to join this mission or not? I have to do this. Leon immediately understood her feelings. He agreed, got it, then do whatever you want. At that moment, Venticist appeared behind Leon. He clasped his hands, muttering, the vengeful Venticist, with a purple, eerie aura. He reached towards Soyeon's armor, threatening, I acknowledge your revenge. Let this gift I give summon the darkest destruction. The armor quickly became enveloped in dark magic as he cast his spell. Meanwhile, the divine weapon's aura spread over the armor and sword. He said in a deep voice, I'll be the only one who can grant your wish. Before he could act, a hand pulled the sword free from Venticist's supernatural power. This stunned him. He turned to ask Leon, holding the sword. What are you doing, vengeful one? Leon closed his eyes, smirking quietly at the question. Ariana appeared then, silently praying for things to go smoothly. Leon gripped the sword tightly and replied, I'm just worried about my disciple's future. Ariana's blessing to Soyeon made her feel deeply grateful. She shyly said, Your Majesty, as light radiated from her. Ariana and Leon stood there. He held the sword and plunged it into the armor. She reached forward, light shining from her pale hand. Immediately, Ariana chanted over the armor. The light was so powerful everyone shielded their eyes. Lost lamb, this light will guide you. Follow the light. Ariana's magic overpowered Venticist's aura. He growled angrily. What the hell are you doing? Changed your mind? She looked at him calmly. I'm just fulfilling my knight's wish. From above, he glared down at Leon, mocking him nonstop. You're too soft on humans. It's disgusting. Leon shot back. I'm a king, and I won't let you do whatever you want beyond limits. He wasn't about to let this go. He won't let this go. So he hit Leon right where it hurts, just like when you lost your daughter. Hearing that, Ariana felt angry for him and stared wide-eyed at his sinister smile. He stepped closer, eyes narrowing to press the point. Leon Dragoon Leonhardt, heir to the thrones of Leonhardt and Dragoon Venticist. I'm reminding you of the past. Don't forget your ancestors, the kingdom's founders found glory through darkness. Leon replied calmly, I've never forgotten what my ancestors endured. Then he called out Soyeon's name. John Soyeon, snapping her wavering mind back, don't rely too much on the guiding light, or you'll lose sight of your goal. Revenge can only be served in the shadows of night. Her pen nearly choked on his words. Soyeon clutched her chest to steady herself against Venticist's words. Never forget my little avenger. The scene before her showed a small room with a man gazing down at the city through glass, holding a glass of wine. Suddenly, a secretary entered and announced, "Sir, I've prepared the list of people for the raid." He said, "Give it to me." Japan's Hunter Association, Chairman Kamiya Yasu. Yasu carefully took the list and read it closely, then paused at one name, his expression turning suspicious. Seeing Yasu's unusual look, the secretary quickly reassured him and explained that name. That prime minister must be worried. He even wants to recruit foreigners, those weaklings. What can they really do? The government's losing ground anyway. Hearing this, Yasu smirked arrogantly. His face twisted oddly. He boasted, "This country's basically mine because of me." Then he probed about the guild casually. "Is this Pantheon guild really that tough?" The secretary massaged his shoulder and replied, "They're scary, but nothing compared to us," adding a warning about the guild's next moves. "Still, they're a problem to watch out for. I heard there are some Pantheon believers here. Their guild's promotion tactics are effective. It's weird hardly any AI objects to their actions in Korea." Yasu pondered deeply over this info, wondering if the dungeon raid plan was feasible. They have influence in Korea, but not necessarily worldwide. After thinking it over, he made a firm decision. "Here's the plan." He mapped each move to his advantage. "We'll send the Pantheon Guild up front in Phase 1 to take the initial damage." The secretary quickly voiced concerns. "Korea will oppose this later, but we'll try hard to convince them." Yasu continued, "Tell them we'll send 3 S-rank strike teams." She angrily informed him, "Sir, those teams belong to the Hunter Association." He grinned wickedly, clutching his face in pleasure. "Exactly. They've been a pain lately, so this is our chance to wipe them out." Still pleased with his scheme, he said, "My kingdom will be even stronger once this raid ends." The secretary clapped in agreement. Cheers to Yasu for his sharp plan to get things started. "We need to throw a big welcome party for them. They'll be ready for the front lines if we can keep them happy." The sky is clear, the air crisp, and Leon's plane is about to land. The plane's wheels touched down, rolling smoothly on the tarmac. His plane had safely landed by then. Outside, a group of men were already waiting. One of them adjusted his tie and thought, "Damn it, this reminds me of when the Thai royal family visited." He worried something might go wrong. Then he recalled a call with his superior. "No political conflicts allowed. That guy's not normal." During the call, he had to ask, "What do you mean?" The voice on the other end explained, "He's not just abnormal. It'd be a huge mess if something bad happened, and the media would spin the Japan-Korea ties negatively." That person barked orders. "Treat him like royalty, I'm serious." Remembering that call made sweat pour down his face. He hurriedly wiped his face, then slowly opened the door to reveal a figure in a grand fur coat. The door swung open. Leon gently took Beechik's hand and stepped outside. The two of them wore outfits that looked truly magnificent and regal. Everyone below couldn't help but be stunned by a scene straight out of a fairy tale. They all gasped in the crowd. "What the hell? That guy looks like real nobility." It's not just his dignity or strength. The man from earlier widened his eyes, overwhelmed by the gaze. The aura coming off him was just too unique. "I felt intimidated standing close to this guy." That dazzling beauty reminded him of a lion's shape lurking behind Leon's majestic presence. He exclaimed, "This guy's basically above everyone else." Leon and Beechik slowly descended the steps. All eyes were fixed on them as they stood there. The moment they both stepped down together, that person rushed forward to greet, "Your Majesty King Leon I and Queen Beechik Allegis Sparrow." Seeing this man greet first, he asked a question that left everyone confused. "He's the king of this country." Kang Hyuk followed behind Leon. Hearing that, I was totally shocked. At the same time, Yasu arrived here. He pretended to laugh and said, "Welcome. You probably don't know much about our country since you rarely visit Japan." He confidently stepped closer and spoke loudly. Furious but not daring to protest, Kamiya Yasu confidently reached out and shook Leon's hand. "I'm Kamiya, chairman of Japan's Hunter Association. Pleasure to meet you, Leon." Stunned, he stepped back. Leon coldly ignored him. His face suddenly turned angry. He snapped orders to have the man taken away. "How dare a country bumpkin like you touch my royal jade? Take him away." Given the situation, Yasu found it strange. He thought this attitude would work easily, so he was quite surprised by Leon's reaction. The man seemed to explode with rage, thinking, "How dare he treat me like this on my own turf?" Yasu's bodyguards were just as upset. One stepped forward to confront rudely. Takeda, fuming, shouted loudly, "Who the hell do you think you are, talking to the chairman like that?" "I'm Takeda from Japan's S-Rank Hunter Association," Leon casually said. "Lowlifes, like you don't even have ranks." Hearing this, Takeda refused to let it slide. Standing before a crowd, he prepared to strike back at Leon. The others panicked. They feared something bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, Yasu looked satisfied. This pressure. Someone stop him now. Harry, hiding behind, saw things were getting out of hand and turned to Kang Hyuk, who looked pale. "Sir, please stop this. This is bad." Leon said, unsettling this. "He's not about to back down to some lowlife who dares act like that in front of me." Leon grabbed his divine sword, unleashing fierce power. He glared, challenging them. "This disrespectful bastard will pay for his actions." Harry stood behind Kang Hyuk. Both looked pale and scared, not daring to step forward and stop Leon. What should we do? Don't know. Leon was boiling mad, gripping his sword tightly, face twisted with rage. Takeda clenched his teeth, muscles straining, veins popping on his face as he yelled something savage. Suddenly, someone rushed over fast. That sound stopped the disaster about to explode. Takeda and Leon were about to battle but got interrupted. He hurriedly gave an announcement. Speechless. Urgent news. Urgent news. Jisoo, 7th Squad, reports the demon's sword has appeared. Yasuo was stunned and spun around. What? Where? He was so tense he couldn't speak clearly, stammering and struggling to get the words out. Jisoo finally spoke. He's flying on his sword across the Akasa Ocean, cloak fluttering in the wind. He's boldly crossing the sea. He stretched his hand forward, and a flow of spiritual energy spread everywhere. Akasa cast a spell. Then a mysterious black gate appeared before their eyes. He lightly glided over the water, his silhouette slowly vanished into that gate. After disappearing into the void, he was gone without a trace, leaving just a small hole. The sharp sword slowly passed through to the other side. The sharp light slowly moved with Theo into the other world, a fiery glow sparkling mysteriously. Akasa appeared, her figure blurry and ethereal. She stepped through that mysterious door he had just created. Suddenly, a huge, fierce monster appeared. It grabbed him and took him away. He suddenly looked down and called out Troll Swa On, showing the scene of the monsters on the screen. A voice echoed. As you can see, the demon sword traveler has opened a prison rift at the Dragon Palace gate. Then it vanished underwater. Yasu stood before the screen, studying it carefully. He asked, "Is this prison rift really possible? How?" The staff below quickly answered his question. According to the surveillance team, the prison rift opened right after the demon's sword entered the gate. Hearing this, Yasu blurted loudly, "Why the hell is there a gate here?" Takeda was already whispering with Yongguan behind him. Did he summon that gate or what? Hell no. Leon nearby crossed his arms, ready to argue. "It's not impossible," Yongguan panicked, spinning around. "What did you just say?" Leon replied firmly, "I'm saying creating a gate is possible. This is an emergency. I'll share the necessary info." Then he asked Betchik to explain. She quickly agreed. "Yes, Your Majesty." As soon as she spoke, Betchik, with Jack Spinner's help, began explaining. Jack started acting, surprising everyone. "What's wrong with the screen? Is it hacked?" She calmly recounted the events for everyone. "About 4 weeks ago, we took over the East Sea Gate with the Hunters." Betchik didn't hesitate to share her thoughts. "We suspected the gate." She added, "The system raised questions, and after thorough investigation, Betchik finally found the answer. That gate might be artificial. No one could believe their eyes." "What?" Jian Hang was stunned. "Damn." Ji Hyun Cheon was speechless. That shattered the whole premise of the raid. Leon sighed helplessly. "But it doesn't change what we have to do." Calmly, he announced to everyone that he was ready to fight, preparing to start the battle. "We have to be ready for monsters appearing and to hunt that demon's sword." The secretary got mad seeing Leon dare to give orders. "Why the hell are you ordering us around?" Yasu raised his hand, signaling to stop. He reluctantly agreed. "However, the traveling demon's sword is powerful. Surely, it's trying to attract the monsters that will appear soon." He clearly divided roles. A special team to handle the demon's sword. "It'll be faster if we all prepare for emergencies." Leon had no objections. "Got it. I'll leave it to you." Kang Hyuk interrupted, looking at Yasu. Then, Leon leads, Betchik follows. Then he declared, "We'll ambush the demon's sword." Kang Hyuk then laid out the ambush plan on the map for everyone, showing the routes the target might take. One group from Yasu's team readied their swords. That was Wakayama, the Japanese Hunter Association. Next was the Korean Hunter Association, led by Jisoo. Finally, the group formed by Leon, Harry, and Betchik called the Mizuzaki Shrine Group. Kang Hyuk stood before the map, calmly analyzing. "We pushed the monsters back to Tokushima." Mizuzaki and Wakayama nodded. Everyone looked at the screen showing each association's logo with a notification. "Cleared 30 minutes ago." They were shocked. 30 minutes ago? Korea moves fast. The man controlling the screen quickly updated. "Wow, looks like a giant cannonball dropped from the sky." Yasu immediately understood. "Got it. That must be the queen." He quickly grabbed his phone to command Takeda on the other line, watching the screen. Seeing no updates from Team 4, he asked Takeda's side. "No report from Team 4. Go check on them." "Right away, boss." Yasu found this odd, thinking the device must be broken. Over at Takeda's side, a foot stepped down. Leading the Japanese hunters, they all looked shocked at the scene before them. They growled. Damn it. They stared at the devastation with countless dead bodies. Takeda still doubted. "Did the demon sword cause this?" "I doubt it. It couldn't have gotten here." While scouting the scene, thinking hard, we found no trace of him. The association panicked. "Nishimori's dead." "Takeda, everyone's hurt." He bitterly looked at each fallen team member. "Damn it, asterisk, why does it have to be my hunters?" He picks up the call from the other side. "Got the situation. This is Takeda. Team 4 has been wiped out. Looks like the demon's sword is here." A hunter from the Japanese team shouts with a serious face. "Takeda, get here now. What's going on?" Takeda steps forward, standing before a monster bleeding heavily, guessing someone escaped from its belly. He's shocked, didn't expect this move. What? He let the monster swallow them to avoid being tracked? Takeda wonders why he did that. Suddenly, a call comes through the radio. Takeda, update from your side. Team 2 was wiped out too. This shakes him to his core. Scene cuts to the Korean Hunter Association. The bodyguard panics, grabs the radio. The demon sword has appeared. Yongwon freezes, immediately asks, where? The voice hurriedly replies, Wakayama lost 3 S-rank hunters. Jisoo is stunned too. Everything's happening way too fast. Damn. Already like this. The bodyguard continues, Hunter Takeda is gathering other teams outside the shrine. Yongwon's even more confused. What? Not the shrine team, the other replies. They tried, but a monster shot down their plane and triggered its hated trait. He's helpless. Damn it. Yongwon's out of options. If that's the case, I have an idea. Can we just stay here? Jisoo hears this and gets pissed off, snapping, what the hell are you talking about? The plane's carrying people out at sea. Someone urges repeatedly. Why is the plane so slow? Go faster. This is the fastest we can go. Ahead, the sky turns pitch black. Everything here is destroyed. Wakayama and Takeda glance around. It's the Korean hunter teams who have arrived. They've set foot here too. He's deeply grateful. Thanks everyone, he says, looking around. This sucks, Jisoo leads. I thought we were just buying time against the demon sword. Takeda honestly admits, he's stronger than we thought. He'd wipe us out if we fought alone. 2 teams already gone. Still, we've got 5 teams here, 4 of yours. That's 9 S-rank hunters total. Leon Hang hears this, annoyed. You're leaving me out? Well, I think that's enough. Yongwon nearby brags, we've got about 100 Ampere's rank hunters, so I don't think the demon sword can handle us. Before he finishes, he senses something. A dark force approaches. A sharp sword plunges into the ground. The Korean hunter team immediately draws weapons, ready to fight. The demon sword reveals itself, charging straight at them. A brutal massacre unfolds with no mercy. He's about 20, terrifying eyes. Even AI fears him. I am Akasa, the life destroyer. Not just that, even the Sanjim Cheon hunting team fears him. Damn it, Akasa stands before them. Even AI is terrified. They say, I've never met an AI this strong, except His Majesty. What the hell? He grabs a blade, leaps, dodging into a black hole, landing on the other side. Takeda immediately commands the troops to attack. Now's the time, charge the massive force. One says, that sword's worth 100 million yen. Surround him. Takeda feels a surge, determined to take him down, calming the others. Don't be afraid. No AI can handle a force this big. Yongwon tries to hold him back. Wait, Akasa growls. He smirks, mocking his opponents. Yongwon's face shows a hint of fear. Takeda's team, the leader, rushes straight at Akasa. They shout, get out of the way. A second later, chaos erupts. Yongwon can't believe his eyes. Panic, almost the entire force is crushed by him. In a blink, it's over. He's terrified, stunned by Akasa's insane power. Yongwon's mind races. He wiped out all A-rank hunters in one hit. Takeda collapses hard. Only now does he realize Yongwon was right to stop him. We'd be dead if he hadn't. But no sooner said than, sweating buckets, Akasa stands before Takeda, raising his sword. As he locked eyes, he suddenly stopped, turning back just in time to block Akasa's strike with a burst of bright light. Someone rushed in from behind. Yongwon saw him, was distracted, and ordered, attack now. Jium Cheon heard the command and threw his hammer with all his might at the guy standing there. He wasn't scared, he stayed completely calm. Just by lightly raising his sword, he instantly stopped the hammer. At that moment, he wondered, what the hell? He blocked it with one hand. Akasa's face darkened as he spat weak insults. Suddenly, countless swords fell where Akasa and Ji-Hyun Cheon stood. A voice echoed, unleashing infinite swords. Jinsu saw this and cast the thousand-sword blossom technique, then dashed through like the wind. Trang Sung stood beside him. The two guarded Ji-Hyun Cheon, who was badly wounded. Jinsu loudly asked if that guy was the one. Trang Sung said he was strong. He watched Akasa's stance and added more. I've fought him before in USAN, but he wasn't this strong. Seeing Takeda badly hurt, a girl came over and asked if Takeda was okay. He winced in pain, saying, I can't heal this. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Jinsu called Young Won, who immediately obeyed. The words on the screen appeared, throwing Young Won into chaos. He blankly activated Massacre Mode, applying it to all living beings. Physical resistance dropped by 90%, and all defenses fell by 90%. Vitality rapidly declined, wounds wouldn't heal. He stared at Akasa, thinking about his power. This wasn't the only problem, there were many more. He was probably on par with the Demon Lord Ratcha, or even stronger. Jinsu hurriedly said not to worry, just kill him. Yongwon reported quietly to the boss in a corner. Akasa watched them, smirking while they discussed strategy. Jinsu stepped forward and spoke to him. Looks like you're doing pretty well, he sneered, now showing a mocking attitude. I know you, the one with Chung blood. He boldly declared, "I don't have a son like you." Akasa poured fuel on the fire, baring his teeth and laughing, "Where's your grandpa and granddaughter?" Jinsu cut him off. "This isn't your business. No more beating around the bush. You're going to die by my hand." Suddenly, a helicopter flew by. Johnson sat inside, smugly saying, "Damn lucky to be in a private chopper. Man, I don't think we have to do anything, considering the AI is joining the fight now." He seriously asked her, "Are you ready?" Then Trin called her name. She trolled, "Soyeon, Soyeon," sitting quietly, pretending to come later. Then she turned serious. "You want something, right? Enough to sneak into the chopper?" John Shin denied it casually. "Of course not. I don't want anything from His Majesty." He acted all cute, cheeks flushed. "We just want to beg for your forgiveness." He considered it and showed mercy to us. "Isn't this salvation? That guy's really dedicated." Suddenly, everything seemed normal. Then the chopper shook strangely. John Shin pressed his back against the seat, trembling. Could it be? Outside, the fierce battle was still ongoing. Jisoo launched a move at Akasa, a sword barrage. A storm of swords and a wild swing. Unbeatable. Even against the 1,000 swords, he matched the attack and countered. Inside, anger boiled over. He clenched his teeth and glared at Akasa. Neither of them would back down. Two beams of light clashed fiercely. It seemed Jinsu had fallen into his trap. His expression changed, but Akasa was thrilled by the scene. They flew into the sky, fighting. Then he unleashed killing intent, summoning the Lord of Slaughter's sword. Akasa, John Shin, and Soyeon watched. In the chopper, Soyeon looked out the window, watching the battle. She screamed pitifully, "Oh God! Oh sir!" A red aura enveloped the sword, radiating terrifying demonic power. Just then, Juji slowly woke up. A voice called beside her, "Juji, are you okay?" Yongwon gently helped her sit up. Juji was still dazed, half-conscious. "You're giving me a headache." "Stop yelling." After a while, she fainted again, only now remembering what happened. What happened? The sword suddenly snapped in two. The battle was tipping in Akasa's favor. He gently lifted Jisoo up. Yongwon calmly said the old man had lost. He laughed loudly, thrilled by the result. "NDT0, where are you?" Akasa kept sneering, but he was old now. Jisoo struggled, "I'll kill you." Could some force be trying to ruin his plans? He noticed something odd too, but the power was less than expected. Maybe the old man should be dead already. Akasa looked up. Something was blocking him. Just as expected, Soyeon showed up just in time. She boldly said, "Let go of my boss." The Ma sword Ventusis was blocking the black sword Akasa. Ariana's sword shone brightly, driving away the darkness. Because of her arrival, he accidentally loosened his grip. "Let go, Jisoo." Soyeon risked everything to fight him and protect the boss. The boss pushed her back, warning her not to take the risk. But Soyeon's power had already taken over her soul. Her eyes burned with fierce determination. The enemy had been avenged. She shouted, pouring all her soul's power into the attack, draining 12% of her spirit. Soyeon appeared before Akasa, clad in mighty armor, glaring at him. She gritted her teeth. Ready to fight this guy, she was sure she could beat him with this power. Akasa smiled, flashing sharp teeth, mocking her like an amateur. Then he launched his attack, aiming his sword straight at Soyeon. She staggered as he pressed the sword close, threatening with overwhelming holy power. Countless of my comrades fell facing him. Akasa unleashed a deadly blast, terrifying Soyeon, but he swung again, knocking her back hard. Furious, she said, "You're no knight, nor an OT." Akasa's eyes burned red with rage. He sneered, "You're nothing." Suddenly, John Sin appeared behind him. He brought a powerful army and ordered them to protect Sion. They activated their faith to fight against the curses. They all charged into battle with Akasa. This made Akasa furious. He scowled. As John Sin prepared to strike, Akasa slammed his sword into the ground. It made them hesitate. John Sin's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it. Soyeon froze too. She witnessed a brutal scene unfold. They all watched as he casually unleashed a move. It sent the entire guild crashing down before they could even react. Akasa spoke harshly. He mocked them. Even a dog would tuck its tail when it meets a tiger. "You're a scared little punk." Such a huge force, yet all defeated by him. That only made him more arrogant. "I'm immortal." Youngwon stepped forward and laughed at the grim battlefield, yet he could still laugh loud enough to piss off Akasa. Akasa found it annoying. "What's so funny?" Yangwon boasted, showing no fear. "It's just a bit of noise." Riding that momentum, he arrogantly called himself immortal, mocking right in front of Akasa. Akasa looked up at the sky. Leon was seen riding horseback above. "Aren't we all doomed to die?" He looked down from above. His face was delicate, but his aura was commanding. Legend says long ago there was a world where kingdoms were protected by gods. Those kingdoms had knights blessed by the gods with sharp claws and fangs. According to memories, they were a nightmare to the immortal demons. The knights used holy laws and broke natural rules. Some say they wiped out evil. They were numerous. 4 of the 7 lords were summoned with 6 grand dukes and 87 great demons leading 10 million troops. They invaded the gods' world. Because of their sheer power, they succeeded in destroying it all. Only two forces remained. Leon was once a proud leader of the Night Army. He prepared for a final battle with the remaining troops. His faction wiped out those demons. OT was enjoying this war like a festival, destroying the East. In the end, Akasa was sent to another world during the war and couldn't witness its end. Akasa smirked but realized how lucky he'd been. Leon mocked him further. "You call yourself the hope of this world?" Leon's face turned purple with anger. "Who dares say my name?" He jumped down and faced him directly. A voice shouted from afar, "You're here." Leon charged and punched him hard in the face. That punch was so powerful it sent Akasa flying. How strong must that power be to toss an immortal like him around? Jisoo was stunned by the scene. The boss stood up, watching quietly, thinking, "Can't believe it." He defeated the great demon Duke with one punch. Seeing Akasa's miserable state, Jisoo wondered just how strong he was. Despite everyone's shock, Akasa refused to surrender. His tone was still arrogant. "It's useless. You're still just a mortal." Around Leon, supernatural declarations appear. Massacre effects hit all living beings. Physical resistance drops 90%, all defense attacks reduce 90% health, wounds heal way too slow. Corrupted soul effect hits all living beings, reducing mental resistance by 90%, falls into panic state. Attack power drops 50%, stamina drops 5% each turn. Hidden heart effect targets enemies. Target's stamina drops 70%, all healing effects deal damage. Each turn brings waves of pain. Target's attack speed drops 40%. Nightfall limit effect hits all living beings. Movement speed drops 50%. Vision is limited. Each turn causes panic state. Defense drops 30%. Blood pact effect targets enemies. All damage dealt to target doubles. Target absorbs the blood to restore stamina. All healing effects on target are nullified. Target's physical resistance drops 60%. Jinsu reads the status and is stunned in shock. Wings of Destruction effect hits all living beings. Attack power drops 40%. Dodge chance 50%. Defense gear efficiency drops 70%. Each turn causes panic state. No escape from this pain. He won't win. Leon won't let this slide. His eyes flare with deadly intent. Every step he takes radiates dark power. Victory fights against all curses. He confidently grips his sword and moves forward. Each step he takes makes history. Jinsu increasingly realizes Leon's no ordinary guy. He's stunned by the terrifying, cruel species weakening the demon Duke Akaza. Fear effect active. Worried and resistant, he's something way beyond normal. No doubt he's a demon. No living being can touch him. He advances like a knight, majestic and unmatched by any AI. Charging boldly into the heart of the legendary fearsome army, his entire stats boost 200%. Teammates' morale maxes out. Demon Slayer effect. Damage to demons up 300%. Curse resistance and demon banishing maxed out. Enemies fall into panic state after a demon warrior dies. Effect triggered. Combat power up 150% in one-on-one fights. Dodge chance up. Attack power increases 10% after each hit. Counterattack damage doubles. Demon King Slayer effect. Damage to Demon King up 500%. Resistance stats increase 70%. Jinsu's stunned. Can't believe it. He just nullified all curses with stronger curses. Akasa faces Leon. The tension is thicker than ever. Akasa boldly declares, "I'm the destroyer of life." Leon shouts back, "I'm the real destroyer, not you." The two clash fiercely. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling crowd, people and cars everywhere, some inside vehicles. "Officer, when can we get out of here?" he asks urgently. "We're trying. Please wait a moment," the officer replies. Another family is panicking. "Damn it, why no news?" he snaps angrily. "Are we stuck here forever? Might as well walk." Suddenly, city smoke chokes the air. Cars crash and shove each other. Everyone in the cars is worried, asking each other what's going on. "You okay?" "Yeah, me and the kid are fine." The mother gently asks, "Haruto, you okay?" The kid stares blankly. "Mom, did you see that?" A flash lights up the sky, chaos unfolding. There's a fight in the sky. Akasa and Leon still deadlocked, neither backing down. Akasa yells, "Leon!" Leon smartly dodges just in time as someone falls freely below. The clash roars loudly. It triggers a massive explosion, shaking the city. Citizens scramble to run. The driver panics. Two fighters battle above. Akasa angrily swoops down to the city. "Are you human?" He wreaks havoc, stabbing his sword deep into the ground. The mother clings to her child in fear. Everything's shattered now. Smoke and explosions cover the area. Leon unleashes his move, Leon Dragonia, Leon Hutch. He stands firm, watching and preparing to strike. The ultimate holy sword activates. "I won't give in to despair." A brave knight kneels before the Holy Grail Knight. Once their mission's complete and the gods choose them, they naturally receive 3 sacred items. Ahead appears Leon. He stood firm with a serious stance, armored in magical gear and a radiant holy sword sharp and glowing with a brilliant light. "So, what exactly is the Holy Grail Guardian's sword?" Leon recalled the words he'd heard before about the Grail's protector. They're the heirs to the lion's heart, becoming demigods sworn to guard the Holy Grail. He gathered his courage, focusing everything on this do-or-die battle, the King of Leonheart. He doesn't represent divine power itself. Instead, the King of Leonheart carries out the will of the gods. Leon planted his feet firmly, unshaken by the storm, chanting spells in the whirlwind. Pedo forged the King of Leonheart's holy sword, and Pedos polished it with his flame. Then, Ariana infused her radiant light into the blade. Leon gripped the sword like a priceless treasure, ready for battle. Plus, many other gods have blessed this sword, he said. He raised the sword high, eyes steely, declaring, "This holy sword is the pinnacle of light." Leon Hutch, the spirit of Akasa, approached him. Leon pushed himself, chanting spells and launching a counterattack. "I carry out the god's will and protect the Holy Grail." Seeing this, Akasa scoffed. "What a joke. You're just a human." Suddenly, countless guardian gods appear behind Leon, always by his side. "Exactly how many gods' powers have you absorbed, Akasa?" Sensing Leon's growing magic power, Akasa decided to strike early. He had to kill him before he got stronger. "Die. Your glory days are over," he spat out, emotions boiling over. Clenching his sword, he boldly declared, "My glory is eternal," then swung with all his might. The earth shook, rocks flying everywhere. Before Akasa could react, he was stunned, his face turning purple as he bared sharp teeth like a monster. That strike pierced straight up to the sky, light enveloping Leon's entire body. He stood tall and steady on the ground. The whole city shattered into pieces, crumbling under this brutal battle. Leon sighed and looked down. Akasa still lived but seemed drained. "You're one tough cockroach," Leon muttered. Akasa kept taunting, trying to provoke him. "You're weaker now. You've lost a lot of strength." Suddenly, Akasa said, I get it. This land lacks enough faith." Leon wasn't having it and fired back. "You think that's enough to be the Cockroach King?" They locked eyes. "But even so, what difference does that make?" Leon casually slung his sword over his shoulder, looking down on him. "Even if I'm weaker, you're still not stronger than me." Those words hit Akasa like a dagger to his pride, his anger burning like fire. He launched another attack, determined to take Leon down. "Then try this on." Hundreds of shards flew at Leon instantly. But unlike a panic reaction, Leon stayed calm and handled it with ease. He scanned the situation, watching. Akasa swung with all his fury, aiming at Leon. But this move was useless. Akasa froze. Leon rushed in from behind, slamming his sword against Akasa's neck. The sudden move caught him off guard, but he barely dodged, cursing, "You idiot." He wasn't done. The fight continued. "You gonna waste your precious holy power, Leon?" Leon cut him off. "Enough." He blocked Akasa's sword just inches away, sparks flying from the clashing blades. When Akasa tried to strike at his legs, Leon was ready. He lifted his long legs over Akasa's head, and Akasa fell flat on his face, furious. Gritting his teeth, almost losing his mind, Akasa glared up at his pathetic state but refused to give up. He unleashed a smoke and blood attack. His body badly injured, he was growing exhausted. "Damn monster," he thought. "I can't beat him alone." Leon felt something strange, looking around. Why aren't there any monsters here? Strange, since many had appeared earlier. They'd been interfering with this ending battle. Leon started to grasp Akasa's twisted plan. "You think anyone can stop me? With these dumb monsters?" Akasa grinned wickedly. "Hell no, they won't." Countless monsters lined up in front of Leon. Akasa said, "But they'll buy me some time. I'm pissed, and you're trying to run? Like I'll just let you get away." Then he started pulling some rude moves. "Just a moment ago, he threatened me. Just a little longer, and I'd have completely turned into a demon." Akasa ordered his whole army of monsters to handle it while he went fishing. "Go now, you monsters." Hearing that, they immediately swarmed in, their eyes terrifying. Leon stood tall alone, ready to fight to the death. He showed how furious he was. "Damn you bastards." A monster lunged forward, charging at him. "Lock the priority target and activate the destruction device." Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Electric particle cannon." Akasa shouted angrily. "What the hell? Who dares?" "No need." An AI voice cut in. "I've got a stable cloud right here ready to use." In a flash, he faded into the purple mist of the space gate. The voice continued, "You need to conserve mana just in case, so I'll only provide backup for now." Betchik appeared, beaming brightly. "Is that okay, Lady Harry?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Harry quickly replied as Harry, Suho, and Jahyuk's troops arrived one by one. She was excited. "This time, it's our turn to back Your Majesty." DC stood there witnessing everything. Betch closed her eyes and bowed solemnly. Akasa saw Leon's massive army arriving and got cautious. He scowled, growling, "Damn those bowing losers." He said for the last time, the last he heard of Leon's king was 4 months ago. Yet here stood his powerful army, right in front of him, ready to crush him. That pissed him off even more. No way he built an army in just 4 months. Leon couldn't hesitate any longer. He pointed his sword straight at them, directly commanding the kingdom's soldiers. They quickly took their positions, ready for battle. Leading the troops, Leon declared war. "Take down the enemy, Leon." His gaze swept down, sharp and calculating. Just then, Betchik approached to update him on the situation. Sir, what we feared has happened. Leon's tone showed no worry. I know. The scene before them was utter chaos. Giant monster corpses littered the ground. Damn it. The demon's sword got away. Leon rallied all his soldiers to push forward and support the fighters. The soldiers charged wildly. The rookies, full of fighting spirit, shouted, "Let's kill them all." They could easily repel the summoned monsters, but still couldn't stop him from escaping. Betch smiled wickedly and probed a few questions. Your Majesty, you must have planned this. It seems all of this was part of Leon's plan, right? Suddenly, he pulled out a severed hand Akasa's arm. No beating around the bush. Leon got straight to the point. With this, can you open the gate? Betch's eyes lit up, a sly smile on her lips. With this, he won't escape no matter where he runs. They looked at the pale hand, then smiled cruelly. He'll be found anywhere. Their eerie laughter echoed across the area. Scene shifts to Harry and Suho. Their eyes lit up entering this fancy place. Harry, I've never been anywhere this classy. The banquet had desserts, scented candles, and servers carrying food with polite, elegant manners, pure aristocracy. The VIP lounge was packed. A server politely asked, "Would you like something to drink?" Harry quickly answered, "Just one glass for me, thanks." Suho grumbled, "Why didn't you grab one for me? So selfish." "I'll be old enough in a few months," Harry sighed. Trum teased him, "Not yet, dude." From afar, Ji-hyuk shouted when he spotted them. "There you two are. What are you up to?" He held a glass of wine. Harry used magic to snatch the wine from Jae-hyuk. "You're not old enough to drink yet. Me neither, so no." Harry laughed a lot today. Suho and Ji-hyuk whispered, wondering why she was so happy. Shouldn't she be with Mr. Kang Hyuk now? Why hasn't she been to a place this nice before? They stopped paying attention to Harry, looking around instead. Our battle was pretty impressive too. She's gotten a lot of interview requests, but His Majesty ignored them all, so she's really happy. Harry shyly recounted what she went through. It was pretty scary. I was totally panicked as hundreds rushed toward me, but Jae-hyuk stayed calm. What the hell did she do? Harry got closer to Suho and Ji-hyuk. Forget it. Have you two met His Majesty and Soi On-hyun yet? They both answered at once. Somewhere high up, overlooking the whole city lit up beneath the night sky. Soyeon crossed her arms on the balcony. Her expression said it all. Remembering A's face made her uneasy. Damn it, this ain't over yet. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared beside her. That's right, but you can't handle this alone. From last time, he sized up Soyeon's skills, talented, but not ready yet. She calmly replied that compared to His Majesty, this mysterious visitor came to inform Soyeon. Still, she could handle some things. My men already dealt with that lazy demon using the power I gave them. She hesitated a bit, reluctant to continue. But I've already given you my soul. I have nothing left to bargain with. The mysterious figure looked ahead, saying the plan was to lure Soyeon and that's success enough. I don't want anything else but to kill those disgusting demons. I'll give you the power to kill them. Soyeon hesitated a few seconds, unable to decide right away. Before she could say more, Leon's voice rang out from behind. Enough. He warned her turn back now. Nothing in this world comes for free. Soyeon doubted and questioned. Leon, are you telling me to give up revenge? If you mean revenge is pointless, I disagree. He didn't hesitate, facing her head on. You think I'm just anyone? I'm worthy of the title God of Vengeance. He was serious. The mysterious man's eyes burned red, challenging her tone. She should listen to Leon. He sent many to their ancestors before. This guy swore to avenge his people and his comrades, even himself the one who carries the deepest hatred. He suffered alone, fighting for 2 centuries. Nothing can stop Leon's revenge. He uses hatred as his fuel to do the impossible. The mysterious figure put a challenging hand on Leon's shoulder. You really think he'd tell you to quit? Leon immediately dismissed that. He's not telling her to drop her hatred, he actually hopes she succeeds in revenge. Soyeon struggled to accept reality, hesitating. So what now? They stood talking on the balcony. The conversation wasn't over. Leon leaned on the railing, trying to persuade Soyeon. Revenge's payoff is sweet. To succeed, you must change. But if you lose yourself, that's your biggest defeat. Leon warned her carefully that hatred will eat away at her mind. Soyeon rejected his sincerity. I don't care. She couldn't just stand there. Leon gripped her shoulder, urging her to see the consequences and stop. Don't underestimate what it can do. The god holds her soul. Even traitors to the pact pay the price and must repent. Those words made Soyeon pause for a moment. Hard to keep quiet, chasing power and hate blindly only leaves an endless lonely pit. The god of vengeance is gone. Only Leon and Soyeon remained. If she feels empty, find a way to improve yourself instead of losing it. After revenge, let the last thing on your lips be a smile, Your Majesty. Leon frowned, worried about Soyeon's choice. Soyeon, who exactly do you want revenge on? Who killed your mom and friends? She widened her eyes, barely breathing. Or did she choose this path herself? Soyeon lowered her head, her shoulders trembled. Tears fell. It's my fault. After all, she took all the blame. I was tempted and then my dad. Soyeon sobbed, unable to hold back. If not for me, my parents and others, Leon tried to comfort her. Now he was out of patience, scolding her to snap out of it. So dumb, he sighed heavily. He didn't get why Soe-an saw the victim as the villain, the target for revenge. She didn't even know who she wanted revenge on. Slowly, she realized what Leon meant. The person she should hate is that demon. That's right. Complete her contract with the shadow god and hatred, and fulfill her goal. Leon smiled, glad she recognized which path was right, the true path of revenge. Seeing his radiant smile, Soyeon stopped crying. 10 days later, the Demon Sword Squad gathered. Some members wore grim faces in front of the teleport gate. A few opposed this mission, including Camera, who protested opening a black gate in Japan after the Hunter Association chairman revealed the situation. More people joined. Sun Gun clenched his fists, still furious remembering that scene. He couldn't believe they sacrificed the kingdom's people for profit. That's risking the whole country's future, the leader told the strike team members. Let's go. They lined up and moved forward calmly. Sun Gun stared ahead, determined not to quit. I'll make that demon sword pay for every life he's taken, and see what the Temple Association can really do. One by one, the strike team members stepped into the black hole. Curious how strong Leon's king, Hutch, and the Temple Association really are. Sun Gun's brows furrowed tightly. This. Everyone froze at the chaotic scene before them. Civilians being brutally tortured and terrorized by soldiers. Grab them. Screams and cries for help echoed nonstop. God save me. Silence fell. In a corner, a terrified little girl sobbed quietly. They were shocked, mouths agape. What the hell are those bastards doing? Almost forgot Balat was carrying a child on his shoulder. He shouted, ordering the soldiers below. Catch as many as you can. These trash deserve to be enslaved and suffer every day. What kind of disgusting king is this? Hours earlier, Leon's troops led by him entered. The strange scene confused them. Everything felt off. This was the Demon Sword's territory. The system announced, you've entered the domain of the murdered Duke. All stats reduced by 80%. The trainees couldn't believe their eyes. What? 80%? Are you kidding? What kind of demon hunt is this? They lost their cool. Leon spoke up to calm them. Chill out. They gaped, eyes filled with fear and confusion. This is a troop enhancement. Defense is boosted, fortifications strengthened, courage increased. Defense up, unity with war horses, violent strikes, magic resistance, range damage resistance, and vision range expanded. Massacre against infantry, poison resistance, blessings from war engineers, and command ship boosts. 150% increase for war engineer soldiers when fighting alongside an engineer. If you have the war engineer attribute, you get 20% physical resistance. The invisible fear weakens all demon types. The fear effect lowers enemy defense. Leon fell silent, deep in thought. Not just one or two effects, but for thousands of troops. Damn, I already guessed the king's power, but this is next level. Suddenly, Harry rode up and told him, Your Majesty, there's a mission. She received the order and recounted everything fully, not missing a word. You're the king, Leonhardt's exploration team, on a deadly expedition to Akaza. Help King Leonhardt defeat Akaza. Of course, we'll kill him. Leon led, speaking loudly so all could hear. We'll do everything we can here in demon territory. Since this is your first time here, gather as many clues about the demons as possible. Suho and Jaehook visibly lit up. Yes, Your Majesty. Jim Jeon found the scene a bit dull, wondering if anything would come of it. Jack was curious. Why are you surprised? Hearing Jack, Jim June looked down to check. Sir Spinner, he shouted in shock. You're fighting too? Spinner calmly replied as if nothing was wrong. Of course. Even now, Jeong Yeon still couldn't believe it. Oh God. She turned back to Harry, drawn by a bright light. Leon cheerfully asked, Done? So, why are you riding over? Jack and Harry looked confused. The outer skeleton is complete. I sense your energy is stronger than before, Jack replied cautiously. The god integrated the weapon with high base stats, and the combat cycle has activated. Jack scanned everything and reported the current status. Reckon report complete. Activated drone detected multiple enemy camps. Hard to believe Leon had to ask again just to be sure, so he sent Jack ahead to lead the way for the whole group. Let's head to the nearest spot. I'll leave for a few hours. Time passed, and Leon led the group. They reached the main gate of the barracks. A voice called out, Who are you? Harry didn't answer. She ignored that guy's question. Just one person at the gate, a grumpy-looking guy. Seems like there aren't many here. Leon didn't care about the guard and walked straight ahead, then turned back and asked, Who are you? The guy didn't answer. I asked first, said Yanjiang angrily, pissed that someone ignored his question. How dare some civilian order me around? I'll pretend you're stupid and forgive you this once. The guard nervously told Leon, Wait, I'll call the village chief. After a moment, the gate opened. The village chief stepped out, respectfully greeting, You're not from here, right? He seemed confused and introduced himself. I'm the village chief. Suddenly, he collapsed, his voice pleading, King Leon. The chief asked if he knew the king. He fell silent, sweating, unsure how to answer. Seconds later, he suddenly jumped up and ran behind the gate. His actions confused Leon. Without hesitation, Leon ordered Jack, spin him down, prepare the cannon. A huge cannon blast shot straight at the chief's running spot, knocking him and the villagers flying. The village chief collapsed painfully. Leon coldly asked, "Were you planning to run?" The chief couldn't escape anymore. Terrified, barely breathing, Leon's face darkened with anger. "Who are you?" he demanded, radiating deadly intent. The chief trembled, only daring to beg, "Please, I won't say much. Spare me, your majesty." Leon found him strange. "I'm not here to take your life. I just want to take down those demons." Suddenly, a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Is he someone you know?" The voice told the whole terrible history. He was once a royal army commander. He had followed the demons, living with brutal demon killers. Hearing this, Leon went silent, speechless. His anger exploded uncontrollably. "What demons? Round them all up for me." A war flame ignited inside Leon as he returned to the present. Everyone in the village was tied up by his soldiers. He started the interrogation. "You were granted immortality for being wise during the Akasa massacre." The chief desperately tried to clear his name, but it was just lies to manipulate them. The villagers gritted their teeth. They dared not speak up. "We had to obey those damn demons. The future is still unclear. I don't know when I'll die." Bowing, he begged on behalf of the villagers, "Leon, please save us. Please forgive these fools." Dai-hyuk and Suho felt sorry but couldn't help. It was tragic. They were just puppets of demons, forced to do evil with no choice. Leon couldn't stand the village chief's whining anymore. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He slammed his sword into the ground, scaring the chief. "Answer me, you worthless piece of trash. How many innocent people have you killed?" The villagers and chief looked at Leon with hatred. "Let me ask again. How many innocents have you killed? Step forward if you can answer." The chief screamed pathetically. "I had no choice. Your Majesty, if I were by your side, I wouldn't have done this." His excuses dragged the interrogation out. "Don't blame the king. This is your choice. Accept your crime." Leon's tone softened, no longer harsh. "It turned out he planned everything. Even you were once a servant of the good gods. You don't expect me to just forgive you, right? I'll keep your souls alive." The villagers' faces brightened as Leon gave them terms. "Until the holy Tater judges and punishes your crimes, you'll be slaves, obeying orders." The village chief couldn't believe his ears. "No slaves?" he asked in disbelief. "Number." Leon ordered them firmly. "You guys gotta serve the gods to cleanse those filthy souls a bit. The villagers have been spared. They kept thanking and praising you, your majesty." But the village chief acted weird, gritting his teeth like a demon. The chief kept rolling around, throwing a tantrum. "Ridiculous. Slave? Slave? What the hell?" Suho, Jae-hyuk, and the others had to watch this scene. Not sure what to do here. "I don't want to be Leonard's slave. I'm not down with this. Should we stop him?" "I'll spare him, but why is he freaking out like that? He hasn't even finished talking yet." The villagers covered my mouth. "This old man's crazy. Catch him. Got him." Leon's voice rang out. No one dared move. "Stop." He ordered the villagers and the chief to stay put. "All of you, these 55 will help you atone, but you must obey orders without hesitation." Leon radiated powerful golden light. "Got it?" Everyone stood still. No one dared disobey. "I'll serve you, your majesty." But the village chief still resisted Leon. "No way. I don't want to be Leon's slave." The goddess behind Leon pointed her finger forward, instantly creating a glowing circle at the chief's neck. He refused to accept it, screaming, "No, I won't submit. Go. Capture them and let them atone." In the end, all become free labor. A total of 5,034 folks were bound and forced to serve Leon as slaves. Exhausted, he rode his white horse pretty decent haul. "I need to check if there's more ahead." Jack suddenly approached and quickly updated the path ahead. "There are lots of enemies ahead." Leon sounded calm, no fear at all. "Seriously, they'll be here soon. Probably Akaza's demon troops." Leon's soldiers looked excited and pumped. "Finally, real battle time. I'm itching to fight." "Awesome, they're all trained and fully equipped. With the best gear on, let's see how the effects stack up. When the fight starts, I'll avenge my team." Leon tied a slave's hands. "Damn." That guy turned around, stunned. Leon smiled wickedly, truly scary. A voice behind shook the guy to his core. Sweat poured down. "Slaves, charge. What are we waiting for?" The villagers finally realized, "We're leading this." Leon didn't hesitate. "Yes." His tone was eerie. "Even if your hands or legs get cut off, even if guts spill out, grab the enemy in front of you. That's your value on the battlefield." They turned pale, eyes wide, trembling while struggling against Leon. "What the hell? Yet you still call yourself a righteous knight? Pathetic. Is becoming a slave the only way? There's only one meaningless way." As he finished, the villagers' legs started moving on their own. They were terrified but powerless. "What the hell? Why is my body moving on its own?" The goddess behind Leon controlled them. He calmly said, "You accepted your punishment. Before your punishment ends, freedom doesn't exist for you." The villagers gaped. "What?" The two sides faced off. The demon faction was puzzled by the scene before them. "What the hell? Why are the territory residents here? These guys are crazy. Go back to your village. Leon smiled silently. He excitedly ordered the bound villagers to charge. They cried their eyes out. I don't want to die. The demon troops charged without hesitation. These lunatics, kill them all. The two sides crazily clashed. Dongo swung his axe, shouting nonstop, Die, you pests. He slammed the ground hard. Die. Meanwhile, the other side panicked badly. The small villagers quickly climbed on him. What's going on? What the hell? The villagers fought without weapons, biting with their teeth. Nong Nong Leonhardt's assault rifle squad was effective. Granted the ability to be living shields, blessed with endurance, pushing their limits, survival instincts boosted. Their vitality increased 250%. Not wanting to quit, they climbed on Dongo, biting and tearing him down. Die. Seriously, let go. Dongo got furious, shaking his hand and flinging the villagers away. Damn bastards, don't cling to me. He turned and saw one stubborn guy still clinging to his shoulder. A loud noise behind caught Dongo Lian's attention. He grabbed his weapon and led the soldiers forward, shouting a warning to those behind. Watch your back. These crazies he didn't even finish before Leon stabbed him straight through the face. Careful. Leon gently tossed him into the air. After the fight, the village chief lay on the ground crying like a child. The scene was chaotic. The Demon Legion seemed doomed, like their souls had already passed on. Jack circled around, checked everything, then reported to Leon, Your Majesty, we've eliminated 3,243 enemies. We've seized 300 cannons. Leon asked Betchik, What will you do now, Queen? She showed no doubt. Her achievement deserved top honors. She shyly covered her mouth. Oh wow, you're paying attention to me? Betchik's eyes suddenly lit up. After a moment's thought, she asked Leon, Sir, could you assign me about 30 demons? Divided by rank, the higher the rank, the better. Leon's expression showed slight regret. Looks like the demon slaughterhouse needs to shut down. Why is that? Oh, Your Majesty, Betchik bowed slightly. There's more mystery hidden deep in her eyes. The more demon gates we open, the better, right? Leon's mouth hung open, a bit dazed. Suddenly, the summoner's voice rang out, grabbing his and Betchik's attention. Over here, Your Majesty. The soldiers approached, and he asked, What's going on? It turned out Sun Gun came to request Leon grant a few demons to their assault team, yet Leon refused immediately. Not allowed. Sun Gun refused to give up and stood firm, trying to persuade him. Why not? Our hunters have shed a lot of blood. I acknowledge your achievements, but there's another reason. Leon challenged Sun Gun. Are you confident you won't fall for the demon's schemes? Sun Gun hesitated, unable to decide. Later, Betchik and Leon conferred, and he sighed, agreeing to follow her advice. Thanks to Betchik's help, Leon approved Sun Gun's request. 3 demons it is, but handle them cleanly. Handle them cleanly? A demon locked in a cage bared its teeth, threatening those outside. Leon wasn't scared. He stuck his head inside. Now the fear shifted to the demon. Which one's the right fit? He pointed at a demon and told Sun Gun, This one's good, no slowpokes. Leon decisively pulled it from the cage. Leon stared at it like he was about to devour it alive. Let go of that demon. It refused to back down. It raised a finger at him, threatening, I'll destroy you and unleash a massacre that spares no one. Leon punched the rude demon hard in the head. Shut up, you devil. The demon froze, too scared to move. Sun Gun broke into a sweat watching this. Is that all these demons can do? Leon glared at the demon and warned him. These awful creatures will use their poisonous words to control humans at the first chance. If that happens, no demon would dare cause chaos or bite anyone randomly. His face showed pure panic. Their weakness is pointless wandering attacks, but for scouting, they're decent. That's what I mean by handling them cleanly. Leon released the demon and turned to leave. Handle them when they return. Yes, sir. Sun Gun followed, pressing him. So you plan to take over Sun Fortress? Fine. He clung to Leon, refusing to let go. Will you send the peasants to the front lines again? Though victorious, our side suffered heavy losses. That's right, many were wounded. Leon's next words stunned Sun Gun. Not just wounded, over 20 have died. What? Over 20? That can't be. Sun Gun's pupils shrank, sensing trouble. Impossible, Your Majesty. Sun Gun informed Leon that in the last battle, over 900 died. The words shocked him. What? Leon's expression stiffened and froze. 900. His voice dropped slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Leon's eyes sank deep. You sent peasants in those numbers? Sun Gun gasped in terror. Humanity's future looks bleak. Cut to Akaza's haunted castle, the true nature of Duke Akaza, the killer demon. The demon sat before him, cautiously addressing the Duke. He asked sternly, What's the status of the support request? The corrupted demon hesitated, afraid to answer the summons. When ignored, he anxiously asked the Lord. The Duke has no authority. The Akaza radiates mysterious demonic power. The summoning right of the great demon lies in the Lord's hands. He gritted his teeth to control his anger. It was all the fault of the clan chief Atmoka. If only we hadn't lost the Lord in the Great War. He lowered his head, voice heavy with regret. Healing Leon Hutch was doomed to fail. Suddenly Akaza looked up and shouted, startling the corrupted demon. Take this off. Duke, What the hell? Akasa clenched his teeth, powerless. He slumped back into his chair, utterly exhausted. It wasn't just anything. Is it the Lord? Awareness had returned to his battered body. Take this off, he muttered, but no one understood what he was saying. It wasn't good. He braced himself, planning the next move. We need a perfect Lord, one with genius talent. Soyeon might be Akasa's next target. Soyeon was just a descendant after all. That night, when Leon spoke with Soyeon, he looked straight at her and softly called, John, Soyeon. His gaze was serious. Do you want to save your father? Do you truly want revenge? She answered firmly, yes, even if it costs my life. The moment she spoke, he smacked her on the head. She blinked, confused by the man before her. Leon smiled faintly and reminded her, take care of yourself too, okay? Hearing this, Soyeon blushed and shyly rubbed her head with both hands. Yeah, she said. Then Leon gave her something, placing it in her palm. Take this, Soyeon. She opened her hand to see the item. It radiated a strange blue light. Curious, Soyeon asked, is this an earring? Just then, Queen Betchik arrived. She explained to Soyeon that it was gear made from spirit steel, containing the power of dreams. I crafted it as a gift for the trainees. The queen smiled softly, looking down at Soyeon, who was still confused, then continued. It can create a shield to protect your mind. Many demons try to mess with your thoughts. Grateful, Soyeon listened carefully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Leon frowned seriously and said, John, Soyeon, if you fail, you'll become a vessel for dark demons. I won't sugarcoat it. If that happens, I'll have to take you down. Now armored, Soyeon confidently declared as they approached the demon sword's lair. Even if that happens, I won't blame anyone. She looked at the tall man before her. The great presence he radiated made her admit seriously, I'll try to trust you once, Your Majesty. Everyone stood before the demon sword's castle now. Leon's eyes blazed. His right hand swung sideways, opening a deep black hole. He boldly declared, I'll break through the castle gate. Before striking, he carefully ordered the troops behind him to advance immediately. Leon pressed his hand firmly on the ground. Holding the sword, he charged and shouted. With a single throw, the sword flew powerfully. It headed straight for the castle gate. Inside, Akasa and a small demon stood guard. Watching the outside scene, the little demon looked terrified. It shouted, My Lord Duke, what do we do now? Akasa smiled devilishly. So you've come. So the target is Soyeon at the gate, he said calmly. I can sense his bloodline, the only way to turn this around. He looked down at the demon at his feet and ordered, Hold them off for 5 minutes. I'll take that body. Outside, Soyeon fought fiercely. Alone, she could kill those vicious monsters. Suddenly, a savage voice came from behind her. How stupid. Startled, she turned to see Akasa raising his sword to strike. Soyeon quickly dodged to the side, avoiding his blow. A thought flashed through her mind. She shouted, Demon sword. Rage surged through her. She screamed, Give my body back to my father. He looked at her, grinning cruelly. Fine, if that's what you want. Suddenly, he struck fast like lightning, aiming at her. His palm was just inches from her face, but quickly, his palm grabbed her head and slammed her to the ground hard. The impact made Soyeon grimace in pain. Despite her loud screams, Let me go! He held her hands tight, chuckling darkly, his red eyes blazing wide open. He gave a savage grin, then raised his sword high, aiming to take over Soyeon's body and cut him down. I'll become even stronger. Suddenly, she froze. Seeing something before her, Akasa's voice shifted. No, she realized it was her father. Her father? The man inside the demon's sword. She only had time to grimace in shock. Hurry, Soyeon, run. Soyeon shouted, Sure, yelling Dad. But the vision vanished in an instant. Akasa quickly regained control of his body. Too late, his hand grabbed hers fast. A purple light shot straight up into the sky. Hand over that body to me. The light engulfed both of them. Then Akasa's body started shedding tears. Soyeon, but now her face had bloodshot eyes and a wicked smile. She'd been taken over by the demon's sword. He controlled Soyeon's body as she stood up. Akasa tilted his head back, laughing proudly. Damn, this is awesome. If this body keeps growing, you might just reach the title of Sword Master. His face turned cold. Even without the essence I'd gathered, I got a new body now. Akasa's eyes glowed red as he grinned slyly. He muttered to himself, First, I gotta get out of here, then recover the 10 essences I lost. But before he could move, a voice echoed behind him. That'll never happen. Just hearing it, he knew it was A's voice. He turned to see Leonard, the demon kid, collapse and die right in front of Akasa. Leon carried the holy sword on his shoulder, speaking confidently. Let's wrap this up slowly. You disgusting parasite. All the windows shattered as something lightning fast dashed through. Leon and Akasa, inside Soyeon's body, charged at each other. Akasa fought with a thrilled grin. This body was a masterpiece. 2 swords flashed in the air. He felt pure, unmatched potential when their blades clashed. Akasa hesitated, realizing his swords couldn't touch Leon. A question popped up in his mind. Why can't I touch him? The answer came, the sword techniques belong to the demonic predecessors. What the hell? And this guy still doesn't get it? He smirked. Yeah. All the vassal's sword skills are in my head. Then Akasa started showing off his sword skills at lightning speed. Leon panicked watching the blades fly at him. He quickly blocked Akasa's strike with his sword and countered, but Akasa jumped back just in time. They stared at each other. Akasa was surprised by Leon's strength, amazed beyond words. A mere human matching a demon's technique? Leon just smiled wickedly, saying nothing. Leon laughed loudly, mocking Akasa. To him, it was an insult. Akasa snapped back angrily. What's so funny, punk? Leon taunted. Just as expected, you're a parasite. Slowly, he stepped toward Akasa, who lay there, voice deep and cold. I've seen plenty of skilled swordsmen, but none you could learn from properly. Akasa was furious hearing this. He ground his teeth. Don't get cocky. He grabbed Suin's sword tight, swung at Leon, shouting. A human only living 300 years dares to. He wielded the sword wildly, like one man against 1,000. Seeing Akasa's raga, Leon didn't flinch, smirking. That's why you're just a bug. With a simple raise of his hand, he stopped Akasa's attack cold. You even stole the weak points of sword techniques to wreck that move. Leon grabbed his face quickly, but luckily, Akasa broke free. Leon snapped, grabbing the demon sword guy's head firmly. He slammed it against the ground. Akasa cried out in pain, now completely under Leon's control. Leon stepped on him. Akasa still stubbornly smiled, cursing nonstop, calling him a ruthless monster. He tried sweet talk to shake Leon's mind. You gonna kill me? But I'm your swordsman too. Unfortunately for him, this Leon was unmoved. He bluntly said, justice never wavers. Then he plunged his sword without hesitation. Before dying, Akasa tried one last time to sway Leon. Are you really gonna kill me? He was your comrade, he said with a wicked grin. What kind of monster are you, really? Leon looked him straight in the eye and seriously said he wasn't a monster, then raised his sword and drove it straight into Akasa without hesitation. At the same time, he revealed his identity as the Spirit King after stabbing Akasa to death. His soul was bound tightly by a glowing white thread. He opened his eyes wide in panic, wondering where he was, when footsteps suddenly approached him. It was the goddess Demira. She stepped forward and scolded Akasa. Didn't your mother teach you not to blabber? Talking nonsense like that outside, that's called slander. But those tricks don't work on demons like you. You, my avengers, have kept your promise. Hearing this, he roared in fury. You gods and your lackeys, I won't forgive you. He continued, you'll pay for this. Soyen, standing behind, glanced at him and asked, is that enough? Demira bent down and lightly touched her shoulder. Yes. How could I refuse what Leon asked? The soul of the great demon lord is now just shattered fragments, Soyeon said, turning to Demira. You want me to go now? I don't want to stay here another second. Seeing this, Demira figured there was no point in holding her back. She just said, all right, leave the rest to me. Though a bit regretful, things didn't go as planned. It was fine. Then Demira changed the subject to Akaza, who was still tied up over there, mocking him. Your subordinate priest this lifetime is a strange guy, huh? Daring to use your dream curse for something like that. Akaza was extremely annoyed hearing this. You dare disrespect me? He still refused to accept it. Soyen's body was no longer under his control. He shouted, ordering, Soyen, capture them all for me. He sweet-talked her, promising to grant her power to destroy and kill everything. Don't you crave that power? Soyen pondered silently, then looked down at Akaza below. She walked toward him. Akaza, seeing he could tame Soyen, was thrilled, right? Hurry up and accept me. But before he could finish, she punched him hard in the face. His face caved in from her punch, pain written all over it. Demira found this very entertaining. Akaza was fuming after being hit. Mocking her, he sneered, what? You're just a useless woman. You think those petty tricks scare me? Soyeon said nothing, just glared at him fiercely. Without a word, she delivered a brutal kick to Akaza, adding a few choice words, get lost, you damn parasite. Then she was transported to the real world, currently in a hospital. Soyeon lay collapsed beside her father's hospital bed. Her father had just woken up and gently stroked his beloved daughter's hair. Soyeon woke up reflexively, saw her father, and cried out, Dad, Soyeon's here. She couldn't hold back tears and hugged him tightly. A beautiful scene as she sobbed and trembled, calling out Dad. Her father, equally moved, also shed tears. Soyeon, my precious, he said softly, soothing her and constantly comforting his little girl. It's okay now. It's all over. A family photo sat in his hospital room. Soyeon finally calmed down and asked her dad, Dad, what do I do now? Her father's tone turned serious. We have to find a way to make things right. Even though I was controlled, those memories remain with me, he said, sharing his next plan with his daughter. First, I'll return to the Temple of the Gods and find a way to help him. Soyeon heard this and a pang of jealousy crossed her face. That can't happen, her father warned. Soyeon blushed, scratched her head nervously, about to confess, Dad, the Truth Island. I've already been chosen by the gods. I've been granted power at the cost of the great demon lord's soul. She added, Dad, I have to return to the guild and take on the role of temple successor. Leave that to me. Hearing this from his daughter, his face grew grim. He seriously asked again, Soyeon, is that really true? To be sure, he asked her once more. Soyeon, is that really all there is? Soyeon blushed and looked away, flipping the question back. Dad, is that really all there is? Her father stayed silent, his face serious as sweat dripped down. He thought to himself deeply, my daughter. Father looked down at his daughter's shy face, feeling a bit proud inside. Didn't expect she's grown up already. The photo of the two of them sat on the shelf, reflecting his worries. Scene shifts to a man holding a coffee cup walking over. Leon sat deep in thought, lost in something. The man named Jesu approached, greeting respectfully. Master, your majesty. Leon saw him and casually asked, here to check on my son? Jesu laughed heartily. Yeah, I've been here a few days now, 4 years already. And he eyed Leon curiously. What brings your majesty here? Leon looked down at the coffee Jesu offered and calmly answered, gotta clean up the mess. Jesu asked, puzzled. Clean up the mess? What mess? Leon explained. Inside him, the demonic sword's tongue has engraved the martial arts and souls of past demons. If you're not a priest like me, don't even think about purifying those souls. Jesu stroked his beard, looking at Leon with curiosity. So there's souls of other demon swordsmen too? Leon confidently replied, who else in this world can guide lost souls like me? Jesu's eyes suddenly grew serious. Bowing, he showed respect. Thank you, your majesty. I'm deeply grateful for what you've done. My son and granddaughter owe you, and so does my entire clan. If you need anything, just say the word. Leon slowly sipped his coffee and said, do whatever you want. As long as it keeps those rising demons in check, I'm ready for anything. Jesu gritted his teeth. What about this? He slapped his chest, laughing. From now on, I'll treat you as my boss. Leon looked a bit surprised. What? Seeing Leon confused, he explained, in our world, that's called a blood brother oath. Brothers united for a great cause. I'll be Guan Yu, and you'll be Liu Bi. Leon showed disdain. You want to be my sworn brother? You're hardly worthy. Jesu reassured him. Looks can fool you, but I'm the 37th generation heir of the Chun family. That means I'm basically nobility too. Leon glanced at him smirking, then convert and believe in the gods. Anyone with that faith is my brother or sister. Jesu gave a thumbs up, laughing. I'll get all guild members converted too, plus a few branches. That's quite a crew. Leon stood, passing by him, and tossed back. Fine, but I'll think twice about that blood brother thing. Jesu sighed in awe. You're as stubborn as a rock. He turned away, feeling a little disappointed inside. Leaving already, Leon? Turning back, he smiled. We just met after 4 years. Enjoy this reunion. Leon slowly walked out the gate. Suddenly, a golden light flickered from within him. It seemed like it wanted to say something. Leon understood. What is it? Got something to tell me? He summoned a blue black hole and commanded, come out. A surge of power emerged from the black hole. Leon smirked. All right, time to use this. Holding a book, his eyes lit up. Behind him appeared a towering figure, gripping a giant with a royal grasp. Scene shifts to a forest. Assistant Harry saw the giant carrying firewood in real life, her face showing fear. She muttered, looks like he's 9 meters tall. Days after defeating Akaza the Great Slayer, Harry and trainees officially became royal knights and got their first mission. Leon explained their task. From now on, you'll use peasants to trap the giant. A trainee raised his hand, confused. You mean use peasants as bait, then we take him down? Leon replied, not just peasants, but to capture him. The trainee looked worried. So just give them daggers? Leon answered. According to records, only daggers can take down the giant. He sighed. Leon didn't trust these kids much. Look at you, full of doubt. I told you, don't trust the usual rules of this world. Then he added, before you try, I'll demonstrate first. Everyone below shouted in unison, yes, sir. That explained why Leon's group was standing in front of the forest with that giant. Facing the massive giant, the trainees felt uneasy. One trembled, asking, can we even catch him? The peasant's strength was barely on par with a D-rank hunter. Another sighed, oh man, brave peasants. Bill, worried, asked Leon, Your Majesty, how could we possibly catch that giant? Leon glanced at the book, stroking his chin thoughtfully. According to Sir Gratis' theory, the book explains how to use peasants to take down the giant. Suppose the giant's strength is 3,000, and a peasant's dagger attack power is 1. That means successfully hitting 1,000 times would cause serious wounds, nothing to ignore. Hitting 2,000 times would kill it from blood loss, and 3,000 hits would definitely kill it. After reading this, Leon gave a sinister smile. A theory that's both straightforward and easy to grasp. He continued, if everyone stabs at least 6 times, we can bring down the giant. Dua, concerned, said, what the hell? Leon replied calmly, exactly. What else? Are you telling me 500 people can't land 3,000 stabs? If they can't do that, they're dead. Bill's only thought was, this madman actually plans to kill us all that way? Bill's face turned pale as he asked, so we have to do this stunt for 55 years? Then, as expected, he ran far away. Everyone behind watched in shock. As he ran, Bill shouted back at Leon, don't mess with me. No way I'm playing by your rules. Meanwhile, Leon was focused on the book, flipping pages. The effect boosts all peasants' attack by 20%. Bia was about to say he'd quit, but before he could, the giant smashed him to pieces with his hammer. After smashing, the giant raised his hand, staring at Bau's face with a strange, indescribable disappointment. He sat down, growling, letting out a heavy sigh. Harry behind seemed mentally shocked by what just happened. She covered her mouth. Oh man, this is wrong. Something's off. In contrast, Leon looked completely calm. It's disappointing not to land even a single stab. Then the screen in front of Jaehyuk flashed the message. Attack power increased by 20.0001%. He warned His Majesty that attack power went from 20% to 20.0001%. Leon suddenly turned, shocked. What? His expression showed clear surprise. He asked again, what? Then Leon raised the book high and shouted, a 20% boost means absorbing power from 200,000 lives. What a sacred scripture with mysterious power. Sir Gratis truly left behind an incredible treasure. Two trainees watching shared only one thought, calling that a sacred scripture? The peasants were now sweating with worry. Leon's explanation about the sacred scripture was spot on, probably enough. Now he started threatening the peasants. Go die if you want, but the only way to survive is to kill that giant. After hearing this, no one dared argue with Leon. Everyone joined forces to take down the giant. Leon stood by watching. He read in the book that using peasants to defeat the giant grants a buff. Attack power increases by 200.144% against the giant. This buff applies permanently. He sighed, impressed. Truly amazing. He added, I wonder how much effort Sir Gratis put into creating this sacred scripture. Absolutely brilliant. Then Harry spoke up. Your Majesty, I'm curious, why? He turned and looked at her. Why what? Harry laid out all her doubts. You gave the peasants a chance, right? To redeem themselves for 55 years? Leon replied. Exactly. She continued. Then at least don't push them into meaningless death like this. Leon seemed to understand Harry's point by then. He replied to Harry, your point makes sense. The gods also highly value that purity. She brightened up hearing that. As His Majesty finished, Leon continued, but Leon Hutch's serfs aren't human. Harry was shocked to hear that he was a racist. Leon explained, how should I put it? You don't seem to get it. And he pointed at a short serf. Come here. The serf panicked when he realized he was chosen. That one, sir. He slowly approached the two, anxious inside. Leon then ordered him to confess his crime, when you were still human. The serf was confused, his hand went behind his neck, staring at Leon, clearly unwilling to speak. Leon immediately cast a spell that made the serf's neck smoke. Speak. The serf cried out in pain, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Then he had no choice but to confess everything. I killed someone. I committed murder. But it didn't stop there, he added. Then I cut up the corpse and ate it. He even used the body for a sacrificial ritual. The students looked utterly stunned. Leon kept pressing, controlling the flames to force him to confess. What crime gave you the most satisfaction? How did it feel then? The serf smiled savagely, no sign of remorse. I picked children to offer to the bloodthirsty demons. I threw them into the pit to kill each other. They fought for survival, screaming and killing. That scene was truly a delight. Before he could say more, student Jaehyuk angrily kicked him hard. You bastard. Jaehyuk lost his cool over the serf's inhuman cruelty. No need to wait until 55, I'm sending you off right now. Suho grabbed him. The serf trembled, begging for his life. Harry and Sauron behind just sighed, oh man. Leon then warned everyone, even if you can do good, choosing evil isn't to be taken lightly. Those guys are the real demons, people unworthy of existence. He spoke sternly, but the only reason I'm giving them a chance is because they're not demons yet. Then Leon ordered the students to follow his lead. I showed you how. Now it's your turn. Each of you will command 500 serfs. He loudly announced whoever captures the giant with the least losses, and whoever suffers the most losses capturing the giant will be appointed squad leader. The students behind thought, His Majesty's real plan is showing. Leon urged the students, go finish your missions now, what are you waiting for? After a while, the results were clear. In the end, Harry had 88 serfs left. Harry was shouting orders, block the left. A dissatisfied serf looked at her. According to my direction, that's the left. Lacking boldness and execution, Jaehyuk was left with 32 serfs in the fight. Jaehyuk kept yelling, move faster, that's all. Dodge like this bastard talks way too much. Useless orders have the serfs confused and chaotic. Suho had 2 serfs left. The conflict of blessings made it impossible to use them properly. Soren still had 154 serfs in the battle. She kept her cold expression. Ahead of her, the white-clad guy looked like the Grim Reaper. Soren confidently asked the one ahead, he's dead, right? I'll get revenge for them. The Grim Reaper smiled wickedly. The target for revenge was set drain souls to boost power. Good job, little Avenger. After the test ended and back at school, Leon reviewed the students' stats. Good job on the squad leader test. John Soyen had 154 serfs left. Han Harry had 88 left. Kim Jae-hyun had 32 left. Han Suho had 2 serfs left. Then he looked towards Soyeon sitting there, assigning roles. Soyeon, you'll be the squad leader. She answered clearly. Yes, Leon said using control over the serfs as a middleman for the revenge contract was a damn effective move. Soyeon wondered if she did well. He should be praising her. Even I have to admit you made a solid call. When praised, Soyeon blushed and just smiled softly, saying yes. Then Leon glanced at Suho and Han. Suho panicked and said yes, as Leon crossed his arms seriously. Before, Lord Gratis started the serf challenge to efficiently cut down the surplus of serfs. You just don't fit the opposing element, that's all. He warned sternly that the blessing of light isn't really suited for controlling serfs. Suho broke into a cold sweat and said yes, surprised. Leon put a hand on Suho's shoulder but raised his pinky, praising his student. You've got a real knack for pushing those serfs straight to hell. Suho tensed up even more and said not quite yet. Before he could say more, Leon ordered, with that talent, I'm handing over another 500 serfs. Keep up the hard work. Scene shifts outside. Leon stood before a sacred place. Sparkling sunlight streamed into the Nazu Hall of Gods. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Leon told the fairy on his shoulder that the sapling from Guna wasn't growing at all. Then she spoke a truth. Obviously, nurturing a world tree sapling in this country is no walk in the park. He suggested maybe the soil isn't suitable for the fairy. She dismissed that, saying no, this place has been blessed by me. If anything's different, it's the holy power. Leon seriously considered another possibility. If so, he flicked his hand. His fingers moved agilely. It looked like Leon was casting a spell on the sapling below. It suddenly started growing faster. The trunk began to thicken little by little. The sapling grew 2 to 3 times bigger than before. He made a new guess. It probably isn't about lacking holy power. The fairy on his shoulder agreed. Right, could it be about the holy essence? She whispered into Leon's ear, listing some powers she had. You have holy powers stronger than any AI, but it's not pure. You possess the strength of many gods. The fairy shared her own thoughts. Leon stayed quiet. If you were a holy knight, you might only be able to rely on luck right now. He turned and left to search for clues. You need to return to the heavens and meet your comrades. Maybe you'll learn something new. The fairy gently brushed Leon's bangs, saying don't do that. She softly warned him. Living in the world of the dead won't end well. But he insisted firmly, I can handle it. The fairy painted a new scene, suggesting what if you and Castilla went out for a night, plus some other good ideas. All of it would bring joy to Leon. What if you had a drink with Jeria? What about joining Julingham for horse races? Or competing with Roxley in a life or death battle? Can you just throw away those precious memories? At that moment, he clenched his teeth, annoyed by something. The fairy beside him spoke more sweetly, comforting Leon who wasn't in a good state. At first, just a moment, but the second time will definitely be longer than the third. You'll start wanting to stay there longer. She offered some truly helpful advice. Unless it's absolutely essential, you should be careful. Finally, Leon put a hand on his chest and nodded, listening. The god will remember the words of his great mother. The fairy gently stroked him. All right, be good now. Later, Leon was walking alone through the royal garden. Suddenly, someone passed by and asked, Your Majesty, you're out for a stroll too? He startled and called out to Betty. Leon asked after her. She came to see the sapling too? She replied gently, I've been coming here often lately. Betty seemed to sense something and asked him, What kind of power does that thing have that you want to nurture it? Leon didn't hide it. He told her, Guna is the forest sage and an old friend of his. That's where this tree came from. He explained how useful at Island, the forest sages prepare the seedlings of the sacred tree. It becomes the forest's center. That's the only way a sapling can grow into a trant. After hearing this, Betty guessed part of it. Could it be that His Majesty wants to grow that friend's species here? Leon hesitated a bit but said, Of course, but I have some concerns. The sacred tree is also the foundation of the temple, a place where the world tree channels divine power. Plus, without the sacred tree, the world tree can't awaken. While watering, Betty asked, So, is there another way for the world tree to awaken? Leon nodded, yeah. He shared some knowledge about the wonders of nature. The moment the world tree awakens, its divine power bursts out, wiping out countless demons. That only made her even more curious. Awakening was such a powerful purification, that's the god's power born from faith, right? Leon didn't hold back. That's both a trait and a limit of the divine race. He started comparing it vividly, like the lion's heart implanted in Jim. The world tree generates holy power on its own. Its purifying strength keeps demons from reaching its vicinity. Betty got some useful info from that. With that power, it can make everything easier, because demons like to hide among intelligent creatures. She suddenly had an idea. Then, Your Majesty, I have a plan. Leon looked a bit surprised. What plan? They moved toward the matrix surrounded by quartz stones. The stones sparkled, sharp, and worth a fortune. He brought the sapling there and told Betty this should be enough. She saluted, Yes, Your Majesty, just to be sure. Leon asked again and placed the trant in the magic circle. Betty nodded, Leon stepped into the center of the formation, slowly setting the sapling down. Leon handed the task to her. I'm counting on you, Betch. She got ready to cast the spell. Yes, your majesty. A dazzling purple light flared up briefly, affecting all the purple quartz stones. A transparent stone appeared right before Betch. The guards around pointed in shock. What the hell color is that? Turns out it wasn't a colorless crystal gate like the first time we saw the tower gate. Leon frowned, feeling uneasy. What the hell is this powerful energy? Betchik carefully warned him. Your majesty, be cautious with this gate. They both turned to look at their subordinates. Leon gave an urgent order. For this gate, scouts, elite soldiers, even gym members will join. All kingdom technicians' soldiers must stay ready. They were all confused, some scared, some in disbelief. Do I have to go through it? That gate? He glanced back to steady them. All right, let's move. Be careful, everyone. Leon led a guard into the dangerous formation. Those 6, with Leon leading, stepped into the gate. His horse's hoof had already crossed inside. The escort followed. Suddenly, the gate shifted strangely, movements growing stronger. Outside, people gasped. What the hell's happening with the gate? The gate moved? A beam shot out, streaking along the ground, smashing straight into the fortress wall. When the smoke cleared, Leon's face appeared. He was pushed against the wall. The guard anxiously asked, Your Majesty, are you okay? He exhaled deeply, barely speaking. This isn't good at all. The gate seemed impenetrable. No one could get inside. A red alert sounded. Duplicate character detected in the gate. Similar characters denied entry. Finally, the group managed to enter the colorless gate. Harry squinted, looking into the distance. Where is this? She turned to ask His Majesty, but Leon was nowhere to be seen. Your Majesty, the whole group is panicking, full of worry and anxiety. Where the hell are we now? Where exactly is Your Majesty this time? Betch thought it over and realized this was serious. Seems like Your Majesty can't get through the gate. Harry's eyes widened, wondering why His Majesty can't get in. Betch had no explanation. I'm not sure either. Let's step back and check it out. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. The group looked up in shock. Someone else controlling the gate? The voice was full of malice. The gate's moving. I won't let it block our mission. Jian pointed at the shrinking gate. Queen, the gate's closing. Betch shot out a spell to stop it and shouted, Step back. The space is collapsing. She unleashed a barrage of magical arrays to block it, but felt more useless by the second. What kind of insane magic is this? I can't hold it. Suddenly, the formation shattered. Betch coughed up blood, unable to hold on. Harry yelled worriedly, Queen, recover fast. Han, are you okay? Betch gasped. Mana's backfiring. She turned to Jack. Spinner, did you find anything? He started analyzing data, but brought bad news. The gates vanished. No response from outside. Jae-hyuk was so scared, he lost all color. We're screwed. A lightning bolt cut across the dark sky. Gia was shocked such power, yet it did nothing. They've got only one guy left. Harry hurriedly called out, Sir, too many of them. The few were chased by thousands behind them. Enemy forces closing in, estimated around 5,304. He ran to Betch. Queen, are you okay? Betch turned seriously. I'm out of mana. Worse, the gate opened and dragged us to a terrible place. Suho's eyes widened at the scene ahead. Harry saw a massive army slowly advancing on them. Enemy forces ahead too. Now we're surrounded on all sides. They're fighting against over 10,000 enemies. If only Your Majesty were here. The demon horde charged wildly. Jack activated his weapon, firing a beam through the main enemy forces, but it barely made a dent. Soon, Jack was surrounded by the army. He shouted, Script! Jack's frozen. There are too many of them. As they faced their deadliest moment, a lightning bolt tore through, wiping out countless enemies, a wrath unleashed by the Thunder Crown's times divine thunder punishment. A radiant army appeared beyond the river, knights wielding spears, fierce and brave, charging forward. Their leader ordered, break through the enemy's center. At your command, my lord. The army formed an arrowhead and charged straight into the Holy Knight's spearhead. The demons were stunned by their heroic spirit. One spear from that leader took down countless foes. The powerful army pierced through thousands of defenses before halting. The rider proudly declared, I feel a strong holy power here. But none of these faces looked familiar. He rode proudly, introducing himself. I am Julingham Oiler, the Holy Grail Knight of Antima, wielder of the Thunder God's power. I'll take you somewhere safe. Get out of here, this thunder won't last long. The group escaped just in time and took refuge in the abandoned Yulin Castle. Hesitantly, he asked if they wanted to share their identities. You are from Oiler's borders. Jack was the most curious, so he gave a brief description. Especially you, the Knight of Steel and Forge. I can sense holy power similar to Antorch, protector of the mines. Betch answered, We're travelers from Oiler's kingdom border. Judging from the border, she closed her eyes and explained, We rushed here worried about the kingdom, but the demons blocked our way. Betchik wants to gather intel around here. Sir Julingham, can you tell us what's going on here? Yulin thought for a moment, then admitted, I think we can trust you all. He summarized the political situation here, nothing but looting and war. After the battle on the Vandonchi Plains, where Volcanus and the Grand Duke of the Hegemony vanished, the kingdom was taken over by unstoppable forces, backed by tight alliances. King Leonhart gathered elves, tree folk, dwarves, and even remnants of the empire to form a united front. Got it. She listened and quickly pieced it together. So that's how it island. Betchik silently confirmed this was the world the king's demons had invaded. Looks like the knights have rallied survivors from across the kingdom. Harry stammered, calling her, Your Highness, not lady. Betchik didn't speak but understood what she meant. Seems like things are tougher than we thought. She ordered Harry, avoid the knights and secretly check the mission window. He quickly obeyed. System board acknowledged. Just then, a screen popped up with text, like the HSK hole punch exam. Harry reported mission progress, some info is partially obscured. She knew then it wouldn't be that simple to handle. This won't be easy. Then Yulin admitted his mistake. I wasn't careful enough with my troops after the march. He stood up and announced the next plan. We'll set out at dawn. Rest as much as you can. Until then, the sun began to peak from the east, preparing for dawn. The cavalry sped like rockets through thousands of roads with changing scenery. They were almost there. Harry couldn't stand the light and squeezed her eyes shut. Then she blinked in surprise and gasped, Oh. A magnificent palace appeared right before her eyes. A tree sculpted into a bird, trimmed with artistic flair. Can't believe this castle is about to welcome a new day. Yulin turned to them. We've arrived. A place pure and noble, the last refuge of humanity. Welcome to the temple. Harry felt enlightened. So this is the temple. But what's about to happen here involves a ruler we don't know. It stirs feelings in them that are hard to explain. Let's go back. The story begins again in the gloomy 63rd year under King Leon Leonard's reign. A creature neither human nor beast appeared. The supreme demon Lord Malice was summoned in the imperial capital. From there, the country descended into war. The land was soaked in death. In year 66, chaotic Lord Malice was defeated, bodies piled high, blood flowing like rivers. A gruesome sight. The Holy Grail Knights of Sea and Storm, Mannan, ascended. The number of dead kept rising. No sign of life remained. The Holy Grail Knights of Life and Prosperity, Killian, ascended. Around 3,000 temple knights from 14 kingdoms fell. 10,000 wandering knights and 270,000 kingdom soldiers died. 22.7 million people from the empire and kingdoms perished. The nation was plunged into misery. The war grew fiercer. Winter of year 66. Under Leon's reign, the Demon Legion launched their second massive invasion. The entire country was hanging by a thread, leading to the empire's downfall. Even plants didn't survive. The elf forests were completely burned. The dwarf mountains were wiped out. Structures collapsed one by one. The Eastern Sky Kingdom fell. All their hard work turned to dust. 9 out of 10 territories of Leon Hutch's kingdom were destroyed. In the 85th year of Leon's reign, the kingdom was on the brink of destruction. But a miracle happened when they returned to the High God's temple. Betchik's group had pushed deep into the city. Knights, please place it here, yes. They were warmly welcomed by the knights present. You're from the borderlands, right? You must have been through a lot. Jiahyuk scratched his head awkwardly and replied, No, it's nothing. I'm just glad I could help. Harry stood beside Betchik and asked for orders. Your Majesty, what should we do next? She was thinking about something else. I heard Julingham finish clearing the war ruins and is heading back. Finally, she decided, we should hold our positions for now. After giving the order, Betchik turned and left. Harry didn't say a word but excitedly said, Then I should go check it out. Scene change, Harry turned to look at the 1,000-meter-long staircase. She was overwhelmed and clueless, unsure what to do. How could she possibly climb all the way up? Riding a horse might get her scolded for disrespect. Suddenly, a carriage screeched to a stop right in front of Harry. Aniak pulled back the curtain and looked outside. The Holy Maiden? She curiously asked Harry, Why are you walking instead of taking the carriage? Harry was a bit stunned by Aniak's beauty. This person is AI? Her sparkling eyes, bright smile, and sweet voice invited Harry to get in. Her spiritual energy level was nearly the same as His Majesty's. Sorry for calling you out of the blue. If you don't mind, would you like to ride with me? Harry broke out in a sweat from embarrassment, so she gets to ride along too. The carriage rolled toward the palace. Aniak smiled gently. Let me brief you on the rules here. First-timers at the High God's Temple often get confused like this. There are carriages for official use. You can use them. Harry shyly thanked her and introduced herself. I'm Anya Pertisia, close attendant to the goddess Ariana. Harry happily said her name. Nice to meet you. I'm Han Harry. Anya tilted her head slightly, seemingly wanting to learn more about her. Sitting opposite, Harry stammered, realizing she should explain her role. I'm the Holy Maiden of two gods, Patos and Puma. Anya tilted her head, eyes wide. Serving two gods at once? Definitely someone special. She sympathized deeply. You must have had a tough time. Harry grabbed her hand, tearfully. You understand me. We just started talking and the carriage already arrived at the palace. Talking with the Holy Maiden, we didn't even notice we'd arrived. This is the High God's palace. Arriving, Harry scratched his head and said gratefully, Thanks for bringing me here. Anya replied politely, No problem. Of course, I had to bring you. Then the two happily walked into the palace together. Let's go inside. You have business in the temple, right? Yes. The guards around are very strict. When they saw Anya, both guards respectfully greeted the Great Holy Maiden. Hearing that title, Harry was startled. You've arrived, Great Holy Maiden. Anya's position was very high. so Harry knelt to thank the gods. Deeply grateful to the great holy maiden. Seeing this, she quickly waved off his gesture, embarrassed. Please don't do that, holy maiden. She gently helped Harry up. Before the gods, we're all equal. Harry couldn't believe her ears. What? But Leon always grabbed me by the head over this. Where's this equality she's talking about? Facing this for the first time, she felt a bit unsettled. Why are you like this? I remember you cared a lot about clearing the war ruins. Anya guessed. Which region's holy maiden are you? Oh wow, you've met His Majesty? So you're the holy maiden of a major temple? She clapped excitedly and said, now that you mention it, I can sense a strong spiritual energy from you. She happily skipped forward, then gently turned back. Perfect timing. Can I ask you for a favor? The two walked over to where some nuns were waiting. Those two elders approached Anya, greeting the high saintess. You've arrived. Harry gawked. No doubt, this is someone of high status. After greeting everyone, she asked for information. Where is Saint Isabel now? The sisters didn't hide it and said honestly, Saint Isabel's in her private room, absorbing the moon's spiritual energy. Anya smiled and ordered, then I'll get the great sanctification ceremony ready first. Send word to the saint to come down. The two sisters clasped hands, their faces bright with joy, like the great sanctification ceremony of His Majesty was returning in glory. Anya expressed deep sympathy. He must be mentally exhausted from soaking in the blood of those demons. We should hurry. In Harry's mind flashed the word, His Majesty Leon. She stepped through the grand gate, puzzled. Maybe this is a past image of His Majesty recreated by the gate. What kind of man is he, really? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a distant announcement made them turn around. His Majesty Leonard was entering the slowly opening door. His figure was shrouded in deep red and black, unclear. His steps came wild and terrifying. Seeing him up close, Harry had to bite her lip to stop herself from screaming, oh damn, this king's face was completely alien to her. Bloodied, clad in metal armor. Not the usual dignified but gentle Leon, but a terrifying figure radiating heavy, dark energy. Because he's the messenger of death, this is the past Leon's clone created by this gate. Her eyes filled with shock. Suddenly, a hand landed on Harry's shoulder, making her jump. It was Elizabeth standing right beside her. She'll catch them, His Majesty Leon said in a chilling voice. Elizabeth stepped closer. She said the moon's holy light had arrived. She even bragged confidently, when I lived, I was the king's executioner. When I died, I became Lady Dina's first headhunter. So this isn't surprising to me at all. Then she told Leon, Your Majesty, don't be so serious. Come here quickly. You need to receive the sanctification ceremony. The bath was intricately designed. Anya walked toward the sacred bath. Your Majesty, the great sanctification ceremony is ready. He slowly removed that heavy armor. All right. The armor plates came off one by one. Harry saw something even more horrifying. Thousands of gruesome bruises covered Leon's shoulders. Anya walked beside him and softly called, Your Majesty. Leon looked at his own body and confessed, that's the result of tearing apart a brutal demon while it was alive. Its pain and screams became a curse that clings to my body but never dares harm me. Isabel looked over and sensed it too. You look like you're in a lot of pain, Your Majesty. Anya seemed to want to stop those words. Saint. Why do you say that? But Leon's used to it by now. Serving 7 ceremonies as a saint isn't a 1 or 2 day thing. I committed a great sin against the pure goddess by doing this killing work. I want it over with soon. Now, let's get the ritual started. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Sir, you can't go in there. The great sanctification ceremony is in progress. The door slammed open and a shadow slipped inside. Leon felt suspicious. What's going on here? She walked with an unmatched aura. Karina Dragonia, Grand Duchess of Dragonia, commander of the Northern Army and the rightful Grand Duchess of the Dragonia territory, placed her hand over her chest to show respect and congratulated His Majesty Leonhart Leon Dragonia, daughter of the Leonhart line. Leon half-turned indifferent. Is that so, Grand Duchess Dragonia? He spoke without emotion. Karina's face darkened. Is something wrong? She dropped a bombshell. Our Northern Army is declaring withdrawal from the Alliance right now. Leon shot a sharp look, unwilling to accept it. I won't allow it. The Northern Army is a major pillar of the Alliance. If you pull out, my forces will definitely weaken. Karina's eyes hardened. Leon's expression darkened. He was clearly upset. Adding more power won't change that fact. At that moment, Aniak tried to speak to the Grand Duchess, but Karina cut in. Call His Majesty. The situation's getting worse. The capital's been taken by 7 thieves, and 6 provinces are ruins. Even counting the peasant soldiers, our army doesn't exceed 300,000. Meanwhile, the enemy forces have surpassed 10 million and are still reinforcing. Karina's question to Leon was clear. Your Majesty, you represent the Holy Church and command all knights. Are you sure we have any chance of winning this war? Leon was at a loss for words. Ben asked worriedly, So what do we do now? Her whole body trembled. Her words came from a place of concern for the people there. The Grand Duchess's territory is in ruins. Right after the Empire fell, 30,000 Northern soldiers lost their homes and families. Now, the only thing left for the Northern Army is us. Karina clenched her head in deep thought. if that's the case. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling, radiating fierce killing intent. Even if we can't tear apart and kill all those demons, we must get revenge. For our families, we will wipe out the demons who dared to nest in the Grand Duchy's lands and insult the fallen. Meanwhile, Leon's mood sank into despair. Karina, do you blame me? Leon felt hopeless. Do you think it was a mistake for me to destroy the demon's main forces instead of defending Draconia's land? Karina denied it. No, Your Majesty. She understood very well that he did what had to be done. Because the entire kingdom is more important than the duchy, you had to choose that. Leon sighed heavily. But what do we do now? Karina's mood darkened, her tone filled with deadly intent. This is purely personal revenge. She rolled up her sleeve to show a tattoo. This is proof. Leon turned, eyes wide at what he saw. He shouted angrily through the water. Karina, she admitted without hesitation, me and the entire Northern Army have signed a pact with the god of vengeance. She sold herself to the devil. From now on, I'm a Holy Grail knight serving Venticist, the shadowy god of vengeance. I am the Grand Duchess of Draconia, commander of 30,000 vengeful warriors, her hands clenched into trembling fists. My mission now isn't survival. Leon snarled angrily. Kick Karina out. I don't want to see you anymore. Get out of my sight, now. Say one word and get out that door. Isabel sighed, then turned and asked, Are you okay? Leon closed his eyes, drowning in hopelessness over Karina. It's too late. She signed the pact with the god of vengeance. Now there's only one path left. Isabel carefully cleansed the dark stains from Leon's body, so there's no other way. He felt lost, unsure which way to turn. Did I make the wrong decision? No, Your Majesty has never made a wrong decision. Aren't you the one saying that? Isabel worked while comforting him and brainstorming with Leon. What if the priest's sister from the Holy Church was kidnapped and forced into marriage? That could be a mutual agreement to ensure peace. But more than that, should the Northern Army's retreat be disguised as an order from Your Majesty? That's important to keep the troops calm. Leon hoped so too. Probably. He glanced aside, then looked toward Harry's spot. Who are you outside the palace? The busy market bustled as Antosh strained his brain negotiating. How much more material is needed? Our stock is out. We need new supplies. Antosh was seriously stressed over this. This is a terrible time for this. Didn't the Saintess say anything else? Meanwhile, Jack was standing on the rooftop, eavesdropping on their conversation. No, sir. He recorded every moment without missing a single detail. Got it. Recording video to analyze their moves and starting to download a copy. Antosh went back down to the forge basement, holding a heavy hammer in one hand, then decisively slammed it onto the still molten sword. He glanced up, and Antosh tossed the stuff up to Jack. A rat screeched in shock. Who the hell are you? He reached out to grab Jack, but it screamed and darted away. Why the hell did you do that? Antosh quickly caught it with one hand, his eyes blazing with fierce intent. The stranger, Jack tried to explain. I mean no harm. He talked so much his head almost smoked. I'm a creature who understands humans. As Antosh was about to toss him away, Jack vanished from his grasp in an instant. Weird as hell. I thought Jack was trying to fly around. It's just a sewer rat. Antosh realized he'd misunderstood and tried to call it back. It turned out to be kinda cute. Then he laughed hard, teasing Jack, who ran around from place to place. Anthony spoke up, trying to make peace. Come on, we're servants of the divine. Why would we be at odds? But Jack still didn't get it. The stranger looked up and asked, Don't you recognize me? So he introduced himself. I'm Antosh, the Holy Grail Knight of the God of Forge and Metal. You know me? The protector of the mines, right? Meanwhile, somewhere rougher than the temporary living area on the city outskirts, Harry pulled a rag and brought some food back for the team. Sorry, I'm late, right? Suho said cheerfully. Sis, he's curious about the basket Harry's holding. Sis, what's all this? She smiled back. These were gifts for working hard at the Divine Temple. Then he asked, Where did Harry go? She just came back from the Divine Temple. So? Harry nodded. Didn't deny it. Yeah, I even met His Majesty there. That caught Jae Hyuk's attention. His Majesty? She corrected herself. The one I met today is actually the Lord of this gate, not the same, His Majesty we know. This was expected by Sohn. Sure enough, this gate belongs to King Leon's world. Harry hurriedly asked if anyone had news. With a hesitant tone, he recounted everything he'd scouted. The capital's been occupied for ages, demons took over the other places, and this city's the last one left. Harry added what he'd heard before. I heard from Lord Venticist about the final battle. Maybe that battle is the main story behind this gate. Jae-hyuk sat searching for info on the system. It's tough. If only we could see the quests. None of this would be such a hassle. Suho and Jae-hyuk locked eyes while Harry's eyes sparkled with something. She wanted to ask more. Does anyone here have connections with the gods of the Divine Temple? The holy technique can be performed, but Ariana's reaction was weak, and Sohn looked puzzled beside her. Huh. Jae-hyuk's hand reacted the same way. The holy technique really works, even Harry agreed. How's this even possible? Then Sohn suddenly noticed it, catching everyone's attention nearby. Wait, she left out a small detail. The area's been too quiet lately. It was noisy just moments ago. Ji Hayek and Suho started paying closer attention. What's going on? Then he looked outside, a finger poking down below. Ji-hyuk screamed in terror. The tree goblin just tossed the whole hut out. Besides the four of them, everyone else was surrounded by Luxley's soldiers. Drawing his sharp sword, he pointed it at them and said firmly, "I'm the justice officer of the Leonhardt Kingdom and the Holy Grail Knight serving the god of the sun and judgment. My name is Luxley." He ordered them into prison. Criminals, face the punishment of the radiant light. Harry shouted loudly like thunder. Opposite the peaceful street scene, faint sounds of pain crept through the prison bars of the wagon. Suho and Ji-hyuk were panicking. What do we do now? We're all gonna die. Those reckless assholes will kill us without a second thought. No sooner said than Luxley outside clamped down tight. Why don't you shut the hell up? Let me handle this. He instantly switched to obedient mode like a quail. Yes, sir, I'll shut up. Suho awkwardly asked, Sis, where exactly are we going? Harry cautiously guessed, probably the execution grounds. Ji-hyuk jumped in. Isn't it normal to give criminals a chance to become slaves first? Why aren't we even considered devil worshippers anymore? Soyeon had a different take. If we're gonna be slaves, wouldn't death be better? He agreed, yeah, that's true. Just then, noises outside got louder, catching Harry's attention. A steep path? She thought silently. Are we heading to the temple? Meanwhile, Ji-hyuk grew more panicked with time. We're all gonna die. Explaining won't help. Soyeon tried to calm him down. Just chill out. Suddenly, the door locking them in burst open. Light poured in, but he still got goosebumps. Even dragged out, Ji-hyuk refused to accept his fate. A squad of guards marched them to a grand palace. Only then was Harry's hood removed. Her eyes widened at the scene. Majestic knights, cold priestesses, but the oppressive aura came from Leon himself. Luxley and Aniak stood beside him, their deep blue eyes scanning the group like predators. Leon broke the silence first, then ordered his attendants. Throw those bastards into the holy water, Luxley. They acted fast. Yes, sir. Luxley raised his sword and commanded, Criminals, jump into the holy water yourselves. Ji-hyuk kept threatening himself with gruesome visions. Could this be that infamous water torture? His hesitation made Luxley misinterpret him. Why the hell do I have to repeat myself? Want to lose your head under my sword? The other snapped back to attention. No way, no way. I'll jump in right now. Ji-hyuk led the way, and the others followed, jumping into the basin one by one. Leon was deep in thought when Elizabeth spoke up. Your Majesty, she calmly reported, they weren't dissolved by the holy water, so they probably aren't devils. Anya agreed. Their bodies accepted the divine energy. They can't be devils. Gullingham supported that. The High Priest is right, that's why I didn't doubt them and brought them here. But old-timer Luxley remained suspicious. Who knows what schemes those disgusting devils have? Your Majesty is a demigod with the wisdom of the mountain spirit. You surely foresaw this. Suho silently broke into a sweat, basically meaning their Majesty can't afford mistakes. Sis, I'm scared. Leon finally spoke after mulling over Gullingham's words. I heard there are still 2 more people, he quickly updated. Yes, a woman with the divine power of dreams and death, and a creature from another race with the divine power of iron and forging. The next revelation shocked everyone. Both had divine power matching living saints. Leon kept calculating, then switched strategies. Everyone, step back. I have questions for them. Luxley was worried, but Your Majesty. Leon's tone cut through like a royal decree. I see your loyalty, but for now, trust my judgment. He reluctantly stepped back. Yes, sir. Leon then signaled the others to leave. The group in the basin could only blink as they watched them go. Now in the wide space, they had to face Leon head-on and strike first. Your Han Harry, right? Suho didn't wait for orders and grabbed him to use as a human shield, kneeling seriously despite the terrain. That's right, Your Majesty. I am Han Harry. But seconds later, he seemed to turn invisible. Before your argument, I told her not to do that, and it actually worked. The first time we met Your Majesty, it already worked. Leon wasn't too harsh and continued the interrogation. Everyone, tell me your names now. They introduced themselves briefly one by one. I'm John So-yeon, I'm Han Soho, and I'm Kim Ju-yeon. He closed his eyes, pondering each name. John So-yeon, Han Suho, Kim Ju-yeon. The second question came immediately. All right, where are you from? They clearly hesitated much more on this. Leon instantly unleashed his authority, his presence crushing everything. Why the hell are you all looking around like that? Can't you just answer me? Their survival instincts stopped them from lying South Korea. One even added, it's a country very far away. Suho agreed to boost credibility. Yeah, it's really, really far. After a while, he finally calmed down. I see. But the next second, his eyes shone brightly without pupils, radiating power that suddenly exploded in all directions times a legendary divine skill times that made everyone here wary. He stood still. From the glowing circle, a foot stepped forward. Ariana arrived and quickly confirmed, I've never met these people before. The shark couldn't help but be confused, so why did they get our blessing? Betos carefully guessed, could it be the work of some evil creatures? The thunder god couldn't hold back his brutal nature anymore. I remember all those I blessed, and if these are imposters, I'll bring divine punishment down and tear their souls to pieces. Harry was stunned, speechless. Did he just summon the gods? I heard he was still coughing up blood during his meeting with the elder. She kept staring wide-eyed as a fan enlightened her. This is your majesty's power at its peak. Leon stopped hiding and openly revealed the reason. I had you arrested because of this. He confidently explained in detail. I can sense your divine power, but no, God knows you. Meanwhile, at a forge, everyone was amazed by Jiang's skill. Sparks flew non-stop, blurring the process. Only the cold clang of machinery echoed. Record started the fire, put the piece in slot 3, grinding ratio 62%, multitasking on model 14 Antorch. The other blacksmiths watched intently without looking away. Too fast. Jack stayed focused, grinding and crafting. Soon, he produced the finished model 157 Leon Hart with the basic mold complete. Across were rows of identical armor neatly lined up. Their narrow views instantly expanded. Amazing. Is there really a race that can do this? Anthos didn't hold back praise. You're incredible, rookie. Jiang replied with a short record, but that didn't dampen his enthusiasm. Just like Leon, huh? Oh, sorry. It's like watching Your Majesty Leon's cultivation path. So, do you know anything about Your Majesty? He quickly answered, record, close partner of this device, Antorch. Not fully understanding the partner, he added, demon hunting partner. That's when he caught on a bit. I want in on that too. Then he introduced himself. I've been Your Majesty Leon's companion on a long journey. We cultivated together once. Jack wondered if it was really Your Majesty. Anto calmly confirmed, yes. Memories of that unforgettable time suddenly flooded back. I was about 30 then. The first time I met Leon was then. It was a border village on the brink of collapse. They sent a distress call after being ambushed by OS. Since it was the border, only he and Judas were training nearby. That's when Antos also met Gundrad, who was on a quest for peace of mind. It was a tough battle. The OS forces were more numerous than expected and had elite warriors too. Just then, a figure in a red cloak swiftly appeared. He met Leon under the moonlight shining from above. In his youth, he was energetic and fearless. Damn those green monsters! With one swing, Leon obliterated their entire formation. Anto froze completely in shock. It was unbelievable that such power came from a knight only half his age. The sight of him cleaving the great warrior in half instantly was overwhelming. His sharp, hateful eyes from that moment are still burned in my mind. Without hesitation, he asked if Ra wanted to be his disciple. He lifted his head and stared straight at the other, the space falling silent. Strange and awkward, Anthony Jack's wide-eyed, confused face twitched endlessly, his middle eye curling into a crescent moon. With a mocking look, he treated that organic being like a pathetic joke. He stammered in disbelief. You don't know I'm an AI? He calmly replied. Of course. Steel Fortress, Knight Anto. This time, it was his turn to show off. You really think you can say that? But this whole show was useless to Jack no matter how skilled. He was still just an organic being. He couldn't compare to this device's flawless production process. As expected, the sharp-tongued lord immediately shut him down. But to Anto's surprise, it only made him more interested. You're one badass guy, the other said, not knowing the meaning of humility. Of course, he laughed heartily before getting down to business. Then I'll have to show you a thing or two. Anthony picked up the hammer seriously and promised. If I'm teaching you, I won't do it half-assed. The sound and firelight reflected through the window, drawing some attention on the street, but the creator didn't care. Focused completely, the heat radiated fiercely, making Anto sweat profusely. His eyes never left the steel. He even took a moment to chat with Jack. I'm impressed with your skills. A blacksmith's output can't be matched, he said, swinging the gun-shaped hammer firmly. But every move was caught by the lord's sharp eyes. Cracks were spreading inside. Anto kept sweating but smiled confidently. This wasn't just weapon forging. The heavy hammer dropped from above, then slammed down like thunder, wind swirling, sparks flying in a fierce, indescribable wave. Even Jack was stunned by the transformation. At this point, he was lost in passion and ultimate transcendence. This is art, my friend. The art of forging steel, polishing the soul. Anto held the armor up, eyes glued to it. This was something no mere technique alone could achieve. I'm sure such a realm exists. While it was still hot, he quickly dipped the metal into a tank of solution. When pulled out, it gleamed like a total rebirth. The armor fell silent, no comment given. He confirmed it. If this was the technique of this man, whose 7 failures were only missing 0.01% perfection, he could definitely forge Leon's armor. Still cautious, he quietly observed more before honestly telling Anto the device's big data was incomplete, feeling the need to record the organic being's technique. Like adding to his knowledge, he immediately shifted thoughts. So you want to be my disciple and learn from me, right? Jack firmly refused. It's not just to watch organic tech develop, but Anto already knew the answer. Come with me, disciple. He could only sigh helplessly. Just then, a voice called from behind. Anto's lord was surprised by the unexpected arrival. Lord Gillingham. He hadn't even stepped inside before announcing, the king is urgently summoning you. Quickly, they gathered in the conference room. All key members assembled. Leon hadn't started yet, just lost in thought staring through the window. Jehoshaphat couldn't help but be bewildered by Gollum Ham and Anto's gloomy look. After a moment, Elizabeth broke the silence with a sigh. Then she spoke first in the meeting. Let's create the ultimate holy grail. But that idea was immediately shot down by Leon. The High Priest Elizabeth, this isn't something to take lightly. She's decided to test the waters a bit. Knight, if His Majesty orders you to charge the Demon Legion alone, can you do it? The enemy's answer was blunt and unexpected. If it's an order, Elizabeth forced a calm smile after thinking it over. Me too. Then she turned to ask Leon, Your Majesty? He calmly replied without looking back. Go ahead, sister-in-law. Once given permission, she didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. The sacrifice I must make will surely be the path to the future, right? His expression grew dark and hard to read. Exactly. Unlike everyone's silence, Isabel remained calm and made her decision. All right, I'll end this suffering once and for all, because she had prepared a strong, resilient spirit, create the ultimate holy grail. I will sacrifice myself for this. The people standing in the courtyard looked up at the starry night sky. A voice spoke up, You have permission. Leon turned, glanced at him thoughtfully, then called out to Isabel. She stepped forward calmly and said, I never thought I'd carry out such a blasphemous act. He bowed apologetically. I'm sorry. She replied, No need to apologize, brother-in-law. Isabel smiled gently and glanced at him before continuing. You might be a bastard who took my sister's purity, but you're not a king making a wrong judgment, she thought silently. Now that we've lost all territory to the demons and can't perform the ritual, the only way to gather 10-star medals for the final Holy Grail. Raising her bow high, Isabel said calmly, Look, I'm not the main character in this story. A blue light enveloped her as she drew her bow, aiming carefully. She silently admired the moon goddess and the purity deity gods not usually linked with combat. A skilled archer who never misses, Isabel gritted her teeth and let out a shout. In her heart, she apologized. Moon, I'm sorry. High Priest of the Moon, this shot is blasphemous. Each glowing arrow shot out fast as she released her grip. The arrows flew straight into the sky. Elizabeth remained deep in thought, wondering if the greatest blasphemous act was truly allowed by the goddess. Ironically, it turned into a stunning galaxy decorating the night sky. The arrows formed a beautiful pillar of light. The crowd below couldn't stop staring, silently concluding the arrow pierced the moon. The arrow shot out at full speed. It left Earth and slammed straight into the moon. A huge crack appeared, the chunks of rock endlessly falling. Gullingham looked up in shock. It worked. The moon really got pierced. Leon turned, shouting, Great Saintess and Nyack. She quickly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands, and prayed. A blazing red power surrounded Nyack. She raised both hands to the sky as a magical array appeared, shooting a huge spark straight upwards. Gullingham, standing there, was startled but laughed excitedly, shouting, It worked! The moon fragments are heading here. Suddenly, he turned around. He saw Isabel fall straight to the ground. He caught her and yelled, Isabel! She groaned, Damn it, this hurts like hell. He broke into a cold sweat, worried. Leon carried Isabella, blood covering her body. She whispered softly, But Dina shared the backlash with me. She's truly kind. He frowned, gritting his teeth and promised, You really did great. She'll bear the burden. Gullingham shouted in panic, Your Majesty? He turned to Leon, shouting that the fragment's falling direction was changing. Aniak gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on. She looked at the fragment veering off course and cried out, A massive force is dragging it away. I can't control it. Betchik was stunned, thinking this power was exactly like what sealed the gate back then. The voice kept repeating. The fragment's fall path had completely slipped off orbit. Leon held Isabel helplessly, staring silently. He clenched his teeth in anger, veins bulging. He ordered, Deploy a special unit to retrieve the 10 fragments. We can't waste the chance the great Saintess Isabella risked her life to create. At the fragment's crash site, the moon fragment hit the ground, leaving a deep crater. Antok raised his hand to his chin, thinking aloud, They're at Island Dam. After all day running, the moon fragment transport teams arrived. Suddenly, Jack behind shouted, startling him, Oh, wow. Deploy the reconnaissance drones. Betchik exclaimed in surprise, Sir Spinner. He gawked at the robots and said, What kind of magic is this? My disciple sure knows a lot of tricks. The robot angrily replied, Please call me by my proper name. I'm just a tech provider. This unit lacks the AI capacity to perform a master-disciple relationship. Antok stepped forward, grabbed the robot, and joked happily, I envy your intelligence. He yelled angrily, Don't touch me. Suddenly, his face hardened. Jack next to him also shouted. He glanced at Betchik and asked, Miss, I guess you figured it out too? She calmly replied, Yes, Lord Anton. The two stood at the edge of the pit. Betchik sensed the weak demons strangely silent. No way they'd pass up an opportunity like this, he added. Maybe they'll attack as soon as we start mining the shards. Saying that, Antok slid down the deep pit with Jack. But we can't just delay. Help us, Lord Spinner, he shouted. Everyone, gather. We'll begin extracting the star metal. The knights nearby quickly responded, Understood, Lord Antok. In the pit, A container full of yellow stones was opened. Everyone and Jack were still searching in the pit. Suddenly, it shouted, detecting enemy movement. A horde of monsters charged fiercely. Jack yelled, "They're approaching fast." Betchik ran while thinking, "They're definitely here." No way they'd miss this unguarded moment. She shouted, "Lord Antorch, the enemies are flooding in." Antorch quickly turned and ordered, "They're still far. We have to stop them." 7 sharp calls sounded. Lord Spinner and Jack released beams of light as he shouted, "Suppress!" A massive column of light shot up from the pit. The monsters screamed in pain. Betchik frowned, her eyes blazing red, hands still glowing with red light. She said, "I'll stall as long as I can," then raised her hands skyward and activated the primal reinforcement spell. To triple the rank and maximize defense, magical arrays appeared around Betchik. She ordered an analysis of the principles to reconstruct the magic. Lightning crackled around the arrays. Betchik unleashed La Mancha's fury. A blazing red power surged from the pit, shattering the edge. Antok gasped in amazement. "Incredible. Even dukes can't wield such massive magic," she calmly said, looking at the monsters flattened on the ground. "That's the mage level in this world. They develop destructive magic to counter holy spells, but it's not enough." Betchik waved her hand, face grim, and commanded, "Quick, separate the star metal. These are just the enemy vanguard. The main force is coming fast." Antosh, wielding a knife and hammer, hammered away, sweating. He shouted, "Got it. Everyone hurry." Suddenly, his hammer struck a box. The knife in his hand glowed, making him stare in shock. Z, also surrounded by beams of light, stopped when Antosh saw a huge yellow stone. He turned and shouted, "Done." Then Antosh froze, seeing something, a fireball, hurtling towards them. Scared, he yelled. He only had time to shout, "Everyone, dodge." The light obscured his face. Betch on this side was equally stunned. A massive explosion happened. A man with a covered face revealed only 2 blazing eyes. His hands still pointed forward. Jack's eyes turned red. He shouted, "Searching internal database. Found. The corrupt demon king of intelligence is coming." The one with a dragon face and human body stood tall in the air. Karakale, the world's destroyer, appeared. The figure loomed above, staring at them. Betchik lay there, struggling, and ordered, "Jack, report damage fast." Seeing the carnage before them, Jack immediately reported, 30 knights deploying holy spells died slowly. The cavalry was wiped out instantly. Casualties unknown. The figure shouted at them, "Lowly creatures, don't resist. Mortals like you can't face the immortal." Hundreds of small monsters appeared from the sky. He grabbed his collar and exclaimed, "Just die, and settle the debt." Someone stepped forward, asking, "The prisoner's mage? Even the great demon lords involved?" Betch turned in shock. Antosh stepped forward and said, "Miss, any ideas?" She clenched her teeth and frowned. Betchik muttered, "If we use teleportation to connect distant spaces." Jack immediately opposed, "No way. Even with teleportation, no one escapes him." He said confidently, "The chance is 0. Betchik raised her hand to her chin and thought, "If we force teleportation, the demon lord will block us again." Antok closed his eyes, pondering, "I see." Then he stepped forward boldly. "Then we fight. None here fail to understand this, just die." Jack looked up puzzled, just a simple order. The knights raised their swords high even if the order was unreasonable. They shouted, "We obey," and accepted the insane choice. Suddenly, Jack heard someone call him Spinner. Antok turned and smiled. "Smart guy, so I'm probably right." He clenched the hammer tightly. A powerful energy radiated around him as he hoisted the hammer on his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Stop right there, my blacksmith." He walked forward with determination. A voice echoed from above, "If I summon it, ordinary mortals can't withstand it," he replied calmly. "The god who guided me from the lowest place, even AI would do the same." The mysterious figure agreed. "Exactly. That's why. Why do our gods love you so much?" Antosh stopped, smiling with satisfaction as his glowing hair shifted. He thought to himself, because of the blazing faith in that beautiful flame of life. His hair grew noticeably longer. Antosh shouted, "I am the holy knight of the Iron Chalice and the blacksmith Antosh." The protector of the mines, the greatest blacksmith in the kingdom, charged forward with immense power toward the demons. He thought of the hammer aimed at the future. Now it stops with a blacksmith destined to die. The future no longer exists. The demons saw the incoming power and broke into cold sweat, terrified. Antosh's thoughts kept racing. Still, the sound of the forge and the clang of steel would never stop. Behind him, Hedo's silhouette appeared. Antosh felt steady inside because every hammer strike was aimed at a clear future, the divine blacksmith of iron. Right here, the iron oath was etched in the sky. Hedo smiled calmly. "You've already used this holy power." Antosh frowned but smiled with satisfaction. His eyes gradually changed color with his hair. Antosh ordered, "Fall back first." He waved his hand, and 3 beams of light shot straight up from the rocky ground. The monsters groaned, confused by the names in the sky. The divine iron blacksmith. Turn all creatures into something other than iron. All iron in this area is under his control. Metal transformed. Antosh raised his hammer in awe. "Quick decision, huh? "You mutants!" he calmly shouted. Hedo's hammer. Several hammers rained down on the demons. A small demon raised his hand, invoking Amansa's giant magic shield. A shield appeared, but the hammer smashed right through it and hit the demon's face, making it scream. They all screamed, 7 strikes. What the hell? It pierced perfect defense and caused damage. Then a huge explosion erupted. Caracal kneeled inside the magic shield in disbelief. Unbelievable. A mere mortal, not even 1,000 years old, wields such overwhelming power? Antosh rubbed his chin thoughtfully, complaining, "And you blocked it without a scratch?" Caracal stood up calmly. "Then let's begin." He slammed his hand on the ground, shaking the earth. Small chunks of earth flew up. He sneered, "I'll teach you some manners. This is just the warm-up for the century's deadliest battle." Meanwhile, Betchik raised both hands, casting a spell, asking Spinner, "How's the progress?" "Finished 86%. Jack drew a magic circle and added, "I've seen it once, so drawing it is easy," Betchik replied, "but the moment you activate the formation, he'll know." Suddenly, monsters charged, biting the knights trying to hold them off. Jack shouted, startling Betchik. This time, success chance is 27.14%. She was surprised, better than last time. Over there, Antosh fought Caracal, gritting his teeth, thinking, "A sorcerer should be logical, but let's pray for a miracle." Caracal sneered at Antosh, "Strong, huh? Each strike a powerful spell, yet you shatter it with a hammer?" Antosh stepped back, flames still engulfing him. Antosh thought, "Definitely one of the strongest in the world, the most powerful creature, even demons fear him. If a holy knight at the lowest rank is this strong, then what kind of monster is the one at the top?" He waved his hand. "I admit, your peak power could probably take down a lord." He unleashed 10 spell formations, firing beams of power toward Antosh, sneering at humans but not holding back. Antosh saw the beams rushing at him and calmly shouted, "Steel, block it." Hedo's holy forge. A strong barrier rose to protect him from the attack. Dust filled the air, he muttered, starting to get boring. Caracal looked up and asked the mutants, "Do you know why you're so worthless?" Suddenly stunned, he wondered. Up above, Antosh wielded the giant hammer, raising it high. He cursed, "Because you lack faith." Caracal snapped, "You fools can't touch me," he shouted. "Analysis complete, now die." Raising his hand to fire a beam, Jack appeared, shouting, activating Force Energy Core Destruction Sequence. Antosh gasped in shock. Spinner screamed. Caracal cursed Jack to hell. In the air, lightning struck, causing a massive explosion. Roxy carried the sword on her shoulder, then calmly looked toward the darkening sky. Far away, demons filled the void beneath the ground, rising up with a terrifying presence. 2 knights stepped onto a high rock, looking ahead. Walter, the last survivor of the Empire and commander of the Silver Knights, clearly recalled that the one he led caused the Empire's fall evil and dreadful creatures that crossed time and space to invade this world. One of them spoke with fierce anger. "Those horned bastards are chaos demons. They destroyed my homeland 25 years ago." The man beside him stayed silent for a moment, then replied, "Yeah, this really is the end." He remembered the story of a demon from long ago. 23 years back, the Emperor summoned a demon lord. Of course, the capital was destroyed, and the Empire immediately fell into the demon's hands. Before him appeared a hero stepping over the chaos with a serious face. Finally, Lion King Leonard appeared, defeating the demon lord and his forces, but that was just the beginning. If I were the Lion King, maybe we'd have won by now. Back to this ruined, desolate reality, that's just my wish. Suddenly, they both trembled, stunned. The ground shook. The sun slowly set behind a distant mountain, still casting light through the misty haze. It didn't feel like a mana storm. Caracal stayed calm, looking toward the distant earthquake. The battle must have broken out somewhere else already. Ridiculous. 2 tiny demon shadows appeared behind him, like servants. "A nuclear blast? Who thinks cheap tricks like that can hurt me?" Suddenly, one of them panicked and shouted, "Master!" They opened a teleportation gate. In front of the gate, everyone scrambled to escape inside. "Got it. The nuclear blast was just a distraction," he smirked devilishly, thinking to himself. The short-range teleport gate only lets a few people through, meaning he summoned a large amount of magic. Angry, he shouted, "They plan to abandon the remaining soldiers and knights? Arrogant bastards." Before he could attack, another wave of magic forced him to duck and defend. "You think you can escape me? No way." The warriors turned and snarled. "Taskada, lead a large force forward. Stop them." They charged like starving wolves, ready to tear the disgusting demons apart. "Hold the line with everything you've got." Caracal gathered a huge amount of magic. "Fools, you don't even realize you've been abandoned." A light appeared beneath them, pulling them in. They vanished. Caracal had no intention of sparing them. He unleashed a flash of magic. Everything before him lit up, then he pulled back, smirking. His magic pierced through a huge distant rock. "You're late," Caracal's henchman bowed apologetically. "Sorry, master." "It's fine." Betch sat down on the ground, eyes wide with horror. Looking beside him, we caught the target. A flood of red blood spilled to the ground. Betch stared in shock, speechless. Lord Antosh stood frozen, pierced through the chest by a large hole. Seems this armor isn't perfect. Betch panicked, shouting, Lord Antosh, get treated now. Antosh forced a tired smile and said, take me to the forge. One foot stomped the ground with a creak. Antosh carried a wooden box at his side and walked with Betch. Everyone around clutched their chests in pain at the sight. The first iron and steel knights mined guards. Everyone gathered and moved forward. Antosh looked ahead, resolute but weary. Holding the box, he calmly said, from now on I'll forge steel essence with my own power. Suddenly, he sat beside the furnace. Jack tried to persuade him, as if his life was about to end soon. Anthony quietly said, I know. It was decided when an ordinary prisoner like me gained divine power. Then he gently rubbed the head of the small iron knight made of steel. Master, there's little time left. I only have one last chance to teach my disciple. The hero smiled warmly to soothe him. I'll show you the first and last lesson. I'll give you something. A spark ignited in his heart. Antosh raised his hammer, glowing with a sharp golden light. He used his power to sharpen the sword before him. I set off on a challenging journey to receive a mission. Along the way, I met the future Lion King, also on that honorable journey. An indescribable feeling suddenly welled up inside me. Even though Cho's heart has stopped beating, he still remembers old memories. Back then, I was taught by the greatest Iron Master and learned a lot. Later, I challenged him, but I just couldn't surpass him. Sharp swords were plunged deep into the ground like sturdy stakes. Still, the knights wielding the swords I forged defeated the kingdom's enemies, and my spear-wielding knights protected the empire safely. Sweat soaked my face, but I kept pushing myself to forge a powerful blade, even though my trembling hands could no longer hold the hammer. Even when my eyes were drained of blood and I couldn't see clearly, I kept swinging the hammer as if cutting off all movement in this world. Slow and steady, the hammer kept striking down, carrying the gods' will and 1,000 years of history. With every blow, the clang echoed through the room. I shared glory with the Lion King and received honors I didn't deserve from the gods. Once again, the hammer rose high, carrying the determined gaze of the hero before me. Put your faith into the iron and imagine the future you'll forge with your hammer. The sword you craft will cut down the empire's enemies. The armor you cast will protect your comrades. A blazing red flame flickers around Antosh as he lifts what he's given his all to. Weapons are tools for survival, but in the right hands, they become shields that protect the world. Antosh's face grows exhausted. Remember this. I pray that the sword and shield you create will protect this world. A hand rests on Antosh's shoulder, his eyes slowly dimming, losing life. Lord Leon gently places his hand on Anthony's shoulder, making him smile softly. Even as exhaustion floods in, he keeps rambling, then falls into another man's arms. Judas would be shocked to see this. Who the hell would ever doubt a sincere man like him? True enough, Leon presses his face to Antosh's ear and whispers, Your son, my lord, do you have nothing to say to Ares? Antosh chuckles weakly, whispering, I've been loved, respected, and taught well. I want for nothing more. Leon grits his teeth in pain. Antosh softens his voice. Leon, can you help me stand? Of course, Leon supports Anton. He steps out before the stunned crowd. Everyone wipes away tears, filled with sorrow. At last, Antosh fixes his determined gaze forward, fists clenched over his chest, ready to protect the kingdom, to protect Emperor Leon. Grim-faced, he tries to appear strong, though inside he's shattered. I'll see you soon in heaven. Antosh's hair is almost all gray now. His eyes close tiredly. Leon, I can't stand anymore. He collapses in Leon's arms. Please live and protect this kingdom. Don't rush to meet me. Leon smiles bitterly. As I take my last breath, everyone falls silent and together and kneels in respect for the hero who gave his all. At least he should be able to say a proper farewell. In the 85th year of the dynasty, Leon, the Iron Knight of the Holy Grail and Iron Master Antos passed away. The sun rises, lighting the camp. Leon lays down his hand and closes his eyes. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind a white curtain. Your Majesty, I am Judas. Judas pulls back the curtain and walks in calmly. Leon looks tiredly at the two before him. It's been a long time since I last saw you both. Come in quickly. Greetings, Your Majesty. It's been a while since we last met, Leon replies with a bright smile. No need to call me Your Majesty, just call me Uncle. Hansu shyly places a hand on his neck. Could you be spoiling the kid, Your Majesty? Leon smiles gently. I've cared for him since he wore diapers. Isn't that right, Hansu? I'm the boy's godfather. Saying that, he steps forward to put an arm around Hansu. You were too little then. I apologize, Your Majesty. Then he suddenly remembers something and glances at Lord Arundel. Judas frowns. He's on a scouting mission. We informed him of Antus's ascension, but he said he can't abandon this mission. Leon lowers his eyelids and smiles bitterly. He's as stubborn as his father. Suddenly, the space shakes violently. Looks like he's here. A familiar face appears at the narrow entrance. Leon laughs and says, Come in, my friend. Guna, can you really move now? Behind his heavy back, Guna looks down at Judas and answers, I don't have what humans call a back. My old friend, that's just a figure of speech. A sage wouldn't waste time like that. Then he sits down casually and says something that makes Judas sulk. That's not what I wanted to hear from a knight who once got drunk fighting a windmill. Why are you bringing up something from 75 years ago? I'm not the only one like that. The atmosphere is finally starting to calm down. Besides, I won. You call that a win? What about the memories? The scene where everyone's happily together? Then suddenly, a flash crossed Leon's mind, the bond we built throughout this journey. It's still there, even now. This friendship is truly a blessing. Leon's gentle face spoke. So, there's no need to be pessimistic. Anton has been a longtime friend. He held a bottle and a glass, stepping forward. I always thought Judas would go first. Me too. You're teasing me for becoming a holy knight? Every drop poured from the Zali bottle. Leon raised his glass proudly. He achieved success with glory and honor. How could that not be a blessing? Everyone's eyes showed acceptance of Anton's departure. He was their friend. We have to say goodbye with the sincerest heart. Judas raised his glass excitedly. Our friend Antok. Everyone raised their glasses and drank. Leon suddenly remembered something, furrowing his brows. Firmly, he said, now we must carry on the legacy he left. Then turned to Guna. How's the artifact coming along? Is it perfect? The divine blacksmith blessed it, Leon asked. And what about the forest will? He gave a serious look in reply. The elders agreed, now we'll forge its essence and embed it inside. Leon turned and walked back. Then preparations are complete. I'm grateful for the elders' dedication. Leon frowned, lifting the white curtain. All three stepped out, facing the massive army ahead, and Black frowned, staring forward. Tuscata cautiously closed his eyes. Leon walked down the path. Rows of soldiers flanked Lord Walter. The army was growing. He recalled the demon's shapes, replying grimly, yes, the troops are advancing from the capital. The lazy demons surviving from the Grandanchi plains and the beast worshippers. We've confirmed the presence of those who fell from the empire. Leon looked sternly at Tuscata. The number was 10 million. His footsteps carried anger and resolve. They were leading their army here. I get it. The final battle's coming. Leon, a bit furious, told those beside him, get ready, we're arriving soon. Outside, soldiers busily organized everything carrying gear to where it was needed. Other soldiers begged, Your Majesty, let us help. Leon shut his eyes and firmly replied, Number, you'll stay at the main camp. Jiyeon, Soyeon, Harry were stunned hearing Leon. You shouldn't put yourselves in danger. Soyeon spoke, catching Harry's attention. Your Majesty, I'm strong enough. Even the future king knows that. Leon lowered his eyes and smiled. Then he decisively said one word that silenced everyone. Leon's judgment was right. He recalled how the kids before him stretched out to fight, not like Leon. You're just reliving the past. Harry's group was formed by real people. If you die inside the walls, that's it. Leon stood gazing at the houses below in the twilight. Leon of this world, you must see the future. There's no other choice. Leon calmly said, You have other matters to handle. Harry was surprised. Other matters? Below, everyone was patrolling, mouths agape. Shocked by the scene before them. What are you waiting for? A woman smiled gently. Come in. Suddenly, someone spoke up. You're the High Priestess of the Moon, right? Isabella answered calmly. Yes, I'm Dina's first hunter, the goddess of the moon and purity. Then she pointed at herself fiercely, the second strongest Queen Leon's sister-in-law. I'm Elizabeth. Her words made the kids cover their mouths in shock. The servant also urged, Miss, you should rest. Stop fooling the kids. Elizabeth was helped up by a maid. No one had time anyway. Even His Majesty has no other choice. Isabel stood and asked the kids in front of her. Now, young ones, you probably wonder why you're here. Isabel smiled and said, The road ahead holds much gold, but among it is pure gold. Then she cast magic, creating a small portal. Except in rare cases, the 7 strongest gods received a box. From the portal, it fell to the ground, followed by several similar objects gradually dropping. Then Isabella forcefully slammed the lid of a random box down first. Ariana, goddess of light and justice, inside was A. The shield glowed with a bright orange light like the sun. She's revered by all the knights and is the kingdom's highest goddess. 1 shield, then 2 boxes slowly opened. They looked like badges and banners, mixed with waves of war and fire. A weapon appeared in the long box, drawing all eyes. The sky and thunder from ancient times, water and lightning were seen as nature's fiercest wrath. Harry stared down in awe. The sparkling items before us, yeah, there's more, but these are what matter to you. Each of these is a sacred relic. Isabella put her hand on her hip and added, That's right. These are legacies left by the holy knights and high priests of the past. A clumsy knight spoke up. Why is she showing us these? Elizabeth's next words stunned the knights. They couldn't believe their ears. Because you're going to inherit them. Elizabeth crossed her arms and continued, Don't get it twisted, you still can't use these legacies. They won't accept you. So why? Isabel tucked her hair behind her ear, calmly replying, I'll hand over the future to you. The king seems to believe you'll survive no matter what. The knights were stunned. Hearing Isabel's calm, lake-smooth voice, You'll use them better than someone like me who's about to die, whether those legacies accept you or not. How can she stay so calm? Then she looked towards Soyeon. You have strong dark energy. I'm John. Soyeon smiled, crossing his arms and asked, Can you help me with something? It's a task only a true follower of the gods can do. Soyeon placed his hand on his chest and said, If it's something I can do, sure. You're polite, I like that. Isabel smiled and started casting magic on the items. Let's begin the inheritance. Everyone started their preparations. The fated sun cast its light over the knights getting ready for war. Everyone prayed for those who'd shed blood. Leon stood high where the sun shone brightest, watching everyone. The wandering soldiers and knights began to return. The crazed demons charged forward. The final battle was about to begin. The mission after the battle was ready. Under the sunset's glow, the sages steadily moved into Anicaps Castle. Seeing everyone arrive, she placed her hand on her chest and bowed sincerely. O sages of the forest, welcome. The ritual was ready. Gana's eyes shone brightly seeing what was prepared. He was amazed by the chalice on the table. The holy knight forged it perfectly. The young one standing beside him nodded approvingly. A friend who understood steel better than anyone. He's fulfilled his mission. Now it's our turn. Guna agreed. I understand, young one. Now we'll fulfill our duty. He looked at everyone present, reminding those left behind to do their part. Betchik nodded and smiled approvingly. Then she spoke. Spinner and I will support the front line, trying to buy as much time as possible. As for Lady Harry and the others, Harry hesitated. We'll continue inheriting the holy relics under High Priest Elizabeth's guidance. Jack also ordered, once everything's set, gather at the designated spot. This team will protect the chalice holding the essence, then regroup with you all. After hearing that, she called out to Lady Harry. Harry looked worried but answered, Yes, Madam Betch. Betch rubbed Harry's head to encourage her. Always remember our role. Harry understood but was still hesitant before finally replying, yes. Then she turned her back. The High Priestess Aniak said, Then we take our leave. Aniak smiled and clasped her hands. May the gods' blessings be with Betchik's team. May the blessings of the gods always be with you. On this side, Gunna looked uneasy, then glanced back to see Harry bowing in farewell. Betchik left. He called Aniak High Priestess. You know, once it's all over, she interrupted. I know. To perfect the divine essence, one must descend. Gunna looked reluctant. Leon was leading the front line, so he couldn't do it. So that responsibility falls to you. Aniak folded her hands firmly. I am the High Priestess of Light and Justice. This is the mission of those who sacrifice. If my sacrifice can pave the way for the future, she prayed before the Holy Chalice, truly the Supreme Saintess, Anya Protaxis. She spent her whole life in the temple, reading scriptures and teaching doctrine. Even when the great war against the demon clan broke out, that never changed. The only difference was her prayers shifted from the living to the dead as she comforted countless fading souls. She always felt guilty for not being able to do what the knights could. So, the little saintess who once shown justice was grateful she still had something to offer, His Majesty, and thankful she still had a role in this final battle. With a peaceful heart, she prayed for the king. May light and justice always protect those in the capital. Everything seems planned long ago, a relentless army, soldiers armored and armed, standing ready. They stand at attention, sweating under the sun. Especially Tuscata without his helmet, fear is clearly written all over his face because of what's approaching. A wicked legion stretches to the horizon. The demon gods erect disgusting temples on the corpses of the dead, desecrating every trace of civilization. The kingdom of Leonhardt, even the land of the lion-hearted heir, is now reduced to its last fortress. The soldier next to Tuscata hears his heavy breathing. He turns to encourage the rookie, stay sharp. Tuscata tries to reply, I'm fine. The other says, don't worry, with the power of the holy law, ranged weapons won't hurt us. Tuscata feels a bit reassured by the words, trying to believe it's true. But when that soldier catches a horrifying sight in the sky, even through his helmet, his expression is as terrified as Tuscata's earlier. What the hell? How are there so many people falling from the sky onto us? They're free falling straight down from such a high altitude that upon impact, their bodies explode in blood. Tuscata jumps back as a corpse flies at him too suddenly. What the hell is this? Like he's seeing a corpse for the first time, his face is more terrified than watching a horror movie. He realizes this is no ordinary body. This corpse glows with purple light all around. A soldier immediately shouts to hold their breath as the toxic bones spread. They start vomiting, the poison is spreading fast. Damn bastards, a general in a red cloak orders the Life Priest squad to purify the toxic bones in the northeast first. Amid the chaos, Tuscata just hides in a corner, hugging his head, shaking with fear. Then he's stunned to see a familiar noble figure approach, golden hair and an extraordinary aura. He speaks up, "Oh flame," and immediately sparks fall onto the glowing toxic bodies. Wherever he goes, fire bursts forth. A commander sees him and calls out, Lord Leon. Leon nods in greeting. Lord Aaron, he offers words of comfort. Be proud of this. The fallen are the fathers who died gloriously, now reunited with the gods at the great feast above. Leon looks sad, but his face hardens. Yes, both turn to face their troops, heartbreaking as the last days of the kingdom are retold by the next generation. An inevitable end is closing in again. Leon shouts, Hey, all of you carrying honor, listen up. Inside he prays to the heavens, O goddess. Please grant this mortal the lion's heart. O master of the holy chalice, the one who lights the glorious holy sword here. Your little birds tremble in fear. Do you see them? I see them, mothers soothing their crying children, swallowing their own tears. Young men struggling to hold onto the last ember of resistance. Knights bleeding in hope of planting a seed of hope even in this barren land. He asked them, do you hear it? The screams of the cowards trying to trample everything I hold dear. The soldiers respond, we hear it. But what about you, O master of the holy sword, holy lance, and chalice, the ones who slaughtered our brothers? Do you hear the cries of the souls stolen by those filthy beasts? The first knight knows he can't stop the evil spreading to the horizon. A soldier replies, I hear you, O my goddess. What do you want this foolish knight to do? After these sincere words, the goddess immediately appears behind him, embracing Leon. My knight, O noble warrior clad in silver armor, your goddess will stand by you until the very end, so do what you must. After her soothing touch, Leon regains his spirit and draws his sword. He slashes hard into the stone floor. Be angry. Then he calls out each name. Knight Aaron, son of Antok, famed Holy Chalice Knight, the great knight who slew the giant horned beast of the Black Forest, rise up. Warrior Judas, hero of the Peeler Plains and son of Lord Ganbaron, rise up. The sword strikes deeper. Noble archers of the Elf tribe, protectors of the Oak Forest, the armor breakers of Iron Mountain, those who face the Dragonfire, rise up. Leon shouts with all his strength to every AI carrying the honor of this era. Why aren't you angry? Why do you accept humiliation from these monsters? Face the fools who delude themselves with victory. Get mad, that's your right. Leon pounds his chest. Show your will to fight to the end. Julingham replies, I am an AI, you are a living demigod, the will of the gods and guardian of the Holy Grail, Roxy. I am AI Roxy, she pounds her chest in response. You are the Lionheart King who beheaded the Chaos, Lord Malice. Leon confirms once more, I am the first knight of the goddess. I am the Lionheart King, and I am your sword and shield standing at humanity's last fortress. Winter is coming, my brothers, but don't fear. Our sword and shield will be the fire that burns this winter. Today, we fight here. This place will be the grave of these low creatures. On their ashes, we will build a monument to our honor and glory. Brothers, are you ready to fight with me? No AI can stand still in this atmosphere. They immediately raise their weapons and shout in unison. King Leon smiles, looking down, giving the final order. I command you to fight to the very end. Oh, great heroes of the world, humanity's final battle has begun. The demonic gods in every form are swarming at the city walls. They come in all shapes, horns jagged on their heads, the echo of the heretic judge's name ringing everywhere above them. Look closely, you lowly creatures. One soldier's eyes widen silently listening. This is the great source of ancient malice, older than the gods themselves. Suddenly, blazing red meteors appear. Carrying fierce energy, the horde of demonic gods gape open-mouthed. The leader spreads his arms wide, shouting, I will annihilate you all. Destroy them all. The meteors start falling like missiles, lighting up the sky. Betch stands frozen, watching her. Silence falls. Leon calmly looks up, sword ready to fight, then finally speaks. Roxley, the Holy Grail Knight, keeps his spirit high, raising his weapon and replying, Yes, your majesty. He furrows his brow and shouts, Divine punishment, arena of fire. Roxley also shouts, Divine punishment, solar path. Instantly, from the fortress, a massive fireball full of overwhelming energy begins spinning in the sky, lighting up the whole corner. Leon glances at him, ordering to only attack fragments that threaten the temple, ignoring empty areas. He responds firmly, Yes, your highness. Roxley raises his sword forward, shouting, Heretic Judge of Lionheart. Roxley delivers judgment before malice. 4 beams of divine energy shoot from the fortress where he stands, blasting the blazing red meteor of the demonic god. A thunderous explosion, earth and stones scatter everywhere, along with screams. One of the heretic cultists, Joxley, a skull-faced figure with goblin ears, yellow eyes, fangs bared, orders, Keep climbing. Once we breach the fortress, it's over. The captain guarding the fortress coldly orders his team, Draw swords, don't let them climb. Countless arrows rain down like a storm from above. The heretic cultists fall under the sharp, gleaming arrows at the fortress city's south gate, Temple Pantheon. Judas watches in shock from afar. He frowns worriedly. Just one meteor fragment can turn this land into a wasteland unfit for life. Even with the saint's power, recovery would take countless years. Suddenly, a clear sound echoes to Judas, startling him. The voice comes from the other side. He sees a massive explosion far away, smoke and fire blazing. He wonders if it's the gate. A huge sword wielded by a Minotaur heretic just killed a soldier. Blood drips down the blade and drops. Nearby soldiers freeze in fear. Charge and block them. The Minotaur demon laughs loudly. His eyes blaze as he hoists the massive sword on his shoulder, mocking the small soldiers before him. Is that all you've got? Just then, a voice shouts behind him. Shut up. You disgusting bastard. Knight Arin charges forward. Raising his sword high, he aimed to strike down, but Dung, quick on the draw, blocked Leon's blade with his greatsword. The two swords clashed, screeching painfully loud. He squinted. A warrior this strong, could he be one of the Holy Grail Knights? He swung his sword, and Leon jumped back. Dung was ready. He smirked, calling him the great demon of destruction and death. Arn stayed calm, replying, Arin, son of Grail Knight Antorch and leader of the Blades Guild. He stared coldly at him. I'll kill you, you disgusting bastard. He clenched his teeth, thinking. With his majesty and Lord Joxley unable to move right now, Arin jumped up again, silently determined. We have to hold on ourselves, no matter what. In the Grand Cathedral, sunlight dazzled and shimmered. Deheep glanced out the window, spotting Harry. Senior, I'm done too. She turned back, radiant. Deheep, you're done too? Really? She asked. Looks like you weren't accepted by the Holy Relic, he said, looking down at his staff, embarrassed. It rejected me. I guess I'm not worthy. The two stood silently, solemn, staring down the hall. Harry raised the ring she wore on her wrist. It glowed with a mysterious blue light. She pondered. But if this power is accepted, wouldn't it help the front lines? Jia Hughes snapped, pulling back. Stop, Senior. She was stunned. The explosion's light faded in the distance. He asked, confused. There's no room for us to squeeze in. The only ones who can survive are His Majesty and Lord Joxley. She looked down sadly, full of passion. He hurried to cover, sweat pouring down his face. Well, besides that, His Majesty has never lost in history, right? They say he defeated 3 Demon Kings. So won't he win this easily? She hesitated. That was true, but she recalled past events carefully, thinking through every detail from original history. Leon really did win at the last moment. He wiped out all the demons without leaving a trace, and finally met Harry's group who had come to explore the Black Gate. Her eyes suddenly widened. Of course, he should win this battle. She quickly spoke up. Wait a sec. Harry turned to Jae-hyuk. It changed. He blinked in confusion. She explained, the plan changed. The final Holy Grail was originally destroyed. He nodded like they were just chatting. Everyone knows that. Before the grand ceremony, 4 priests stood before a Holy Grail with the Saintess. She thought silently. That's because we arrived at this gate and called for help. The forces of the 3 Grail Knights have disappeared. They stood dumbfounded, silently praying. We can still win, right? Jia Hughes suddenly noticed something odd. He signaled Harry ahead. A group was approaching. Senior, over there. She nodded. Yeah, I see them too. He saw cloaked figures and called out, Kia, stop. Harry and Jae-hyuk blocked their path. One politely asked, what's going on? She pointed at another in the group and shouted, Kia, take off your cloak. The man silently obeyed, head bowed under his hood. His face appeared, radiating abundant spiritual energy, and he smirked arrogantly. He grinned wide, mouth stained red. You're sharp. Huh. Harry hurriedly summoned holy power, spinning it in his palm. She threw her staff at him. He stood tall, unfazed, raising his hand to unleash red and purple energy blades crossing like fire. Right then, Jae-hyuk swung his staff, charging in. He landed a strike between the 2 fighters. The ground exploded. Worried, he said. Senior, aren't we in serious danger? Him and his crew aren't even scratched. Politely, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed. Greetings, Leonard's Knight. His cloak fell, revealing a demonic iron mask. His face was monstrous, with huge horns like a buffalo's and glowing red eyes, but he kept his cool. I am the Grand Duke of Ruin, he introduced himself. Suddenly, he squinted, mouth wide, yelling a farewell. Then a laser-like beam shot across Harry's body. She gasped. Deheep quickly pushed her aside. Senior, she was terrified. 7 bright beams zipped toward his neck. He gritted his teeth and braced himself. Instantly, an armored knight appeared, blocking the attack with his sword. Awesome, he marveled, staring up. His eyes went wide, mouth agape, when he saw Lord Julingham looking down at Harry sprawled on the ground. You okay, kid? She froze, unsure how to answer. After a moment, she gasped in surprise when she saw Elizabeth, the High Priestess. She responded cautiously, knowing the king's suspicion was justified. He stared at her coldly, but still proud and defiant. I thought all the forces had already taken their posts on the walls, so there's still someone left behind? What the hell? Isabel smiled, channeling spiritual energy as she replied, sorry, but monsters like you aren't welcome here. Despite the arrival of Gullinham and Isabel, the archdemon and his minions, they showed no sign of hesitation. As the two approached, they recognized the enemies, the demon general and archdemon Gullinham. Calmly, he observed the foes while Isabel swallowed hard. She thought to herself this might be tough, but having assessed the situation, Gullinham glanced at her and ordered, High Priestess, Isabel, follow my command. A powerful blue light enveloped them both, radiating such intense energy it stunned everyone nearby. Panicked, someone called out to Gullinham. Harry, standing beside them, bluntly asked the High Priestess Elizabeth, what the hell? Sacrifice your life? Everyone was still in shock. Elizabeth's hair turned neon blue. The duo, Gulanum and Elizabeth, radiated fierce energy, standing tall against their enemies. Once ready, Isabel turned to instruct the others. The demons must have snuck inside. Everyone, help Suho and Su-young. Gulanum's orders the Holy Grail is in danger. Move, got it? No one could stop them. Harry looked down sadly but nodded. Then she and Du-hyu rushed off to save Suho and Soyeon. The archdemon silently watched. He smirked arrogantly, mocking them. Looks like your side's in rough shape. Think you can handle me? No one answered the asshole archdemon's taunts. Isabel covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, and replied, that Duke, with his arrogant attitude, he could crush you with a single finger. So don't waste your breath worrying, she said, light radiating powerfully from her. Gulanum added, looks like you're ready to die. The Duke, challenged, grew excited. Servants of the gods always overestimate themselves. Time to pay for that arrogance. As he finished, dark energy swirled around him. Suho and Soyeon were struggling, but they didn't back down. They fought fiercely, adrenaline pumping. Their energy seemed to peak the more they fought, but even so, humans have limits. Soyeon looked exhausted and worried, thinking there were too many enemies. What happened to the others? She shouted to Suho. There are too many enemies, Suho said. He figured she wanted his help, but the situation didn't allow it. He fought while answering. I'm hitting my limit too. For a moment, Suho's eyes went wide with horror as he saw a giant demon ahead, but since Soyeon was facing him, she didn't notice. Suho shouted, Soyeon, watch out, watch out. The fierce demon lunged at her. Soyeon froze, unable to react to the surprise attack. She just stood there, waiting for fate. Suddenly, Harry's group arrived just in time. She gritted her teeth and summoned a fireball. It shot straight at the demon and incinerated it. Harry glared at the demon that had just tried to attack her teammates, shouting, righteous fury. Suho cheered, sis, the threat's cleared. The group felt some relief. Harry ran over happily to check on them. Suho, you two okay? Soyeon gratefully replied, Harry, you saved us. Before they could celebrate more, Suho noticed more demons approaching. He turned sharply and warned the senior, Harry, they're coming from behind too. Harry froze as she saw a demon closing in. It was a great demon radiating dark energy. Furious, he advanced, grinding his teeth. You insolent fools, he snarled, threatening the group to get out of his way. Realizing the danger, Leon and Harry immediately took defensive positions. Their only goal, stop them at least until the king and Lord Jack return. Suddenly, the back door behind the four burst open. From it, Roots shot out, grabbing all four by surprise. They were caught off guard and couldn't react. They could only let the Roots drag them back toward the door. Harry struggled but held onto the floor, refusing to be pulled away after being dragged out. All four of them finally snapped back to reality, looking at the two standing before them, all feeling stunned. The Holy Maiden and Nyack calmly clasped her hands and bowed in thanks. They deeply thanked everyone for protecting the ceremony. The extraction of the holy water was complete. As she spoke, she pointed to the cup holding the holy water. The subordinates were trying to block the demon's arrows with tree roots from inside. They urged an Nyack, the Holy Maiden, we don't have time. They could break in any second. And Nyack knew that, and replied, yes, master. The four slowly stepped toward the cup of holy water. And Nyack gently looks at the holy water cup and explains to the group, Harry, this chalice holds the essence crystallized from the gods. A powerful energy radiates from the cup. Harry silently admires it. The power flowing through it is incredible. It looks more precious than any sacred relic I've ever seen. Meanwhile, outside the door, the great demon is still raging, trying to break through. He roars angrily, damn this stupid wooden door again. The door is about to be broken down. The masters anxiously urge them, hurry up, we don't have much time left. Harry is confused, unable to. Worried, she turns and asks a Nyack, Holy Maiden, what happens when this chalice is complete? Harry asks like that. A Nyack understands why Harry is worried. The Holy Maiden just smiles kindly and calmly says, the Moonlight Chalice is a complicated plan, one we can't predict yet. But after you arrived, His Majesty changed his mind and completed it. This chalice being completed means His Majesty hasn't given up on building a stronger kingdom to fight the demons. The master adds, he's never given up. He's never given up. Harry listens quietly, but a bad feeling rises in her chest. She grits her teeth in anger, but then she holds back her anger. Harry calmly says to them, I'm sorry, Senior Du-hyu. He calls her out. She's shocked by what she just said. Tears stream from Harry's eyes. She feels restless, but can only stand there and say, it's so frustrating. Innocent people are being tortured and killed by demons, and I can't do a damn thing to stop it. Suho looks at her with pain. Nyack stands silently, not blaming Harry. She softly exhales, then gently reaches out to hold Harry's hand to comfort her. Thank you for helping everyone. Harry feels touched. The Holy Maiden speaks, my dear, His Majesty entrusted the future to all of us here. If my small strength can help the kingdom's future, it will be my greatest joy. Then she looks up at Harry. Honestly, I'm kind of jealous of what you're capable of. Harry still feels a bit reluctant. She sadly calls out to the Holy Maiden. Finally, they decide. The Holy Maiden, and Nyack quickly reaches out toward the holy cup and chants, Goddess of light and justice, I am your servant. Please grant us your absolute justice. Let this light here cleanse everything." After the chant ends, a burst of energy explodes throughout the building from the holy cup. The image of a female angel appears clearly. At first, this power, the essence was meant for King Leon Hutch. The beam instantly shatters the door surrounding the room where the demons are breaking through. The plan was to focus all power on one archangel, but Leon changed it. That means a seed of hope for everyone's future. The Holy Maiden slowly hands the holy cup to Harry, saying in a voice full of trust, "Harry, please let the flower of hope bloom." Harry still feels pretty insecure. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "It's done." Hearing this, everyone turns toward. The voice comes from a space gate opening. Jack calmly steps out. She tells Harry, it's time to return. Harry is surprised and calls her name. The mechanical beast announces to everyone that most auxiliary structures of the god's temple have been destroyed. Collapse came sooner than expected. Knowing this can't be delayed, Harry tells herself, "Yeah, I think it's time to go back." She looks at the Holy Maiden and Masters one last time. She says to them, "I'll never forget your sacrifice and contribution." And Nyack smiles and replies, "Thank you, Harry. I hope blessings will always be with you on your journey ahead." Before stepping into the space gate, Harry bows to them one last time, then they vanish. Only then does an Nyack dare show her exhaustion. She staggers, almost falling. The Master supports her. "Holy Maiden Anya, thank you, Master Gunna." Harry was also surprised, calling her name. The mechanical beast announced to everyone that most of the auxiliary structures in the god's temple had been destroyed. The collapse came sooner than expected. Knowing they couldn't delay, Harry told himself, "Yeah, it's time to go back." Harry glanced at the Holy Maiden and the elders one last time. She told them, "I'll never forget your sacrifice and dedication." The Holy Maiden and Nyack smiled and replied, "Thank you, Harry. I hope blessings always walk with you on your journey." Before entering the space gate, Harry bowed to them once more, then they vanished. Only then did Nyack reveal her exhaustion, staggering as if about to fall. The elder caught her. "Holy Maiden Anya, thank you, Master Gunna." The building was collapsing around them, but Gunna stayed by her side, trying to protect the weak Anya. She weakly called out, Master Gunna." The elder answered, "Speak, Anya." She wondered, will His Majesty fight to the end? Gunna firmly confirmed, yes, he will. She asked if he could defeat the demon clan. While protecting her, Gunna replied, "If it's him, he can get the win you want." And Nyack closed her eyes with relief upon hearing that. The tall building was about to crumble into dust, and Nyack weakly called, Master Gunna." He patiently answered, "Speak." On Gullinem's side, things weren't as lucky as expected. Gullinem's group had lost the battle, though defeated, but somehow, Isabel still wore a faint smile. Around them, chaos lingered. The battle was nearing its end after the relentless raid. Between the Lord of Knowledge and the Holy Grail's guardian, the battlefield grew tense as demon armies poured in from outside the tower. Behind the fateful door, Leon and Luxley silently waited as enemies swarmed in. Suddenly, Walter called out, "Leon, Your Majesty, someone's calling you." Leon turned sharply toward Walter, bluntly asking, "Are you planning to keep fighting this hopeless battle?" The soldier beside him flinched. Walter loudly warned, "My lord." Leon wasn't bothered. He calmly reassured them, "We're fine." But behind the setting sun, some still fought. Those who hadn't given up yet. Their burning fire hadn't been extinguished. Walter felt Leon's words weren't convincing enough. He shouted angrily, "What's the point of that?" Leon patiently persuaded him, "Walter, fight by my side for our honor, for the Empire and the good people you always want to protect." As he spoke, his gaze softened. Leon looked back toward the ready army, and for every soul left on this land, until their last flame fades, the world will end, just as the prophecy said. It's a fate already sealed. This battle just repeats what happened in the past, but still, it's not meaningless for strangers from Earth, for the brave warriors who fight for this land. Everyone was ready to charge into battle. Leon roared, commanding loudly, "Open the gates." He watched the doors slowly swing open, thinking to himself, even though the destruction was inevitable, a seed of hope had been planted. Walter, though reluctant, stayed to fight alongside him. Before heading out, Leon gave one last encouragement. "The world will always remember us. Our final raid will be victorious." Leon raised his hand, summoning a sword. This life isn't meaningless. Leon and his comrades stood tall, facing the enemy. They accepted they'd risk everything to protect this land for our honor, for victory. Leon's charge was just as fierce. With all his pride and love for this country, he shouted, "Charge!" At his command, soldiers surged forward. The demons were caught off guard, stopping suddenly, unable to react as the army stormed in full force. Leon shouted, "First kill. Let's start this battle." Chaos erupted. Demons and humans refused to back down. Leon yelled, "Don't stop. Keep pushing." From high above, a figure silently watched the battle. Caracol thought, a raid like this just wastes lives. They'd been cornered. The fight with the Saints was over. Suddenly, he summoned countless magic circles, laughing savagely. Now the era of evil begins. Then, unexpectedly, a horn sounded. Even the demon startled, magic circles vanished. Confused, he realized the horn came from the northern cavalry of Dragonia. Karina watched the battle unfold. The king hadn't given up yet. The soldier beside her nodded. That's right, he's the duke's father, isn't he? Karina smiled in agreement. She remembered the spirit she'd met, who warned her carefully. You won't regret this. Both the duke and his majesty, this battle will be brutal. Karina narrowed her eyes, determination shining through. She thought, I believe those words. What will happen in this war? With that, Karina waved, ordering the troops, kill them all. For revenge, for Leon. Hutch's cavalry surged into the fight. The demon's confusion turned to rage. These filthy bastards, he roared furiously. Pathetic mortals, you're nothing but dust in the universe. Why cling to such worthless things? In the end, you'll all be buried alive. You can't fight us. What's the point of this battle if you just cling on and die for nothing? He was silent for a moment. I'm sick of this already. Then a deadly aura flared around him. He targeted Karina first. The girl died the moment he was about to strike. A voice echoed with a flash of light. Where do you think you're looking, huh? Caracal snapped, startled, turning toward the source. A holy figure charged forward, sword swinging. Caracal was stunned. 9 angel wings? That's impossible. How much divine power have you absorbed? The holy figure smiled. Death is inevitable for demons. With that, he swung his sword, slicing horizontally. The attack lit up the whole battlefield where Leon was fighting. The demons showed clear hesitation toward him. The surroundings were ruined. Leon looked exhausted but still gripped his sword, trying to push forward. He thought to himself, looking back, this has been a long, tiring life. He raised his sword, ready to charge and fight on. The warrior goddess who guided this knight with love, glory, and honor, does any hope still remain? If this place is just ruins, he recalled fallen comrades. There's still hope, right, Leon? Don't you remember? You're proof of that, the ones who fell for glory and honor. Their loyalty now lives within you. A knight carrying everyone's hopes and dreams will always stand here. Life's meaning still fills this place. So act like you mean it. The warrior goddess will stand by you till the very end. The demons sneered, unable to hide their contempt, then burst out laughing. In the end, it's nothing but a pathetic struggle. Suddenly, a strike hit the demon who'd just spoken right in the head. The nearby demons were shocked to see it was a stone Leon had thrown with magic. He smiled mockingly. Truly a pitiful display of your pathetic insecurity. You'll pay for this. He yelled excitedly, bring it on, I'm right here. You'll never beat me. You'll remember this shame forever. After 200 years of war with these demon clans, I'm taking this burden and bringing this fight to glory. The demons feared Leon's current form. One even called him crazy. No matter the hardship, a knight never quits. Leon recklessly charged the demons, laughing maniacally. I'll kill every last one of you. A demon's head exploded. Leon laughed wildly as one after another fell. I'll overcome every obstacle. He remembered his old comrades because this was a just war, and he had to lead them to victory. Meanwhile, Harry and her companions returned to Earth. No words were needed. Some showed all the emotions they'd kept hidden. The Holy Cup had been passed to others for a long time. They clung to memories of sacrifice and cherished them, the king. You fought for past and present glories, he said softly, smiling at what they'd been through after Harry and her team returned. Nothing remarkable happened. Luckily, Harry recovered quickly. The other trainees seemed more mature, but it wasn't a huge change. But clearly, something was slowly shifting between them and the Holy Cup. The Moonlight Chalice was brought back from the gate. It's an extraordinary artifact, right? Leon asked. I didn't expect things to progress like this. I just wanted solid proof about the gods from entering the gate last time. Betch beside him agreed. It's an unexpected result, Your Majesty. Leon looked proudly at the Holy Cup. I never imagined this would lead to the final chalice. Leon continued, that was the plan proposed by Guna and the forest sage. Indeed, the sage's wisdom always surprises us. When the world suffers damage it can't heal from and fades away, we'll have to sacrifice everything to save it. First is the Temple of the Gods. Their dwelling isn't just about faith, it's tied to the world's survival. If the temple's destroyed, the divine power sustaining it will vanish, meaning the underworld opposite to Leon's current world will disappear too, Leon said cheerfully. That's why the gods chose to hide in my lion heart where spiritual energy is born. At least there, they still have a chance to survive. That golden holy tablet sits beside the silver holy cup. Look at the magical power those two cups radiate. Leon said seriously, as the king received the holy light cup and the power of the stellar lantern. He said Ariana combined all the starlight and will gradually perfect these artifacts. I trusted you completely. That's why the Holy Grail, symbolizing the founding of the sacred kingdom, is essential for the Holy Grail Knight title. Then Leon reached for the two cups. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst out. Betchik looked like she'd just seen something unbelievable. It turned out the two cups suddenly melted and merged together. She asked the king, what is this? Calmly, Leon replied, the final Holy Grail, the Moon Cup, is a sacred relic used to forge the unfinished part of the Holy Grail, tailored for the needs of the era. It's considered the key to creating the final Holy Grail. Betchik seemed to understand something. She turned to him, Your Majesty, Earlier you said this was part of a salvation plan? Leon confirmed, that's right. The purpose of forging the final Holy Grail is to preserve species and knowledge. Betchik was amazed, even more so now. She expressed her admiration. That's a power that can rebuild a kingdom. Truly incredible. Leon added, but it's only possible once the Guna seed matures. Mentioning Guna, he fell silent sadly for a moment, as if he just realized something. Leon said to her, it's shameful, but I have another mission for you. Hearing that, Betchik gently replied, no shame, your majesty. You're in a position to command me as you see fit. Leon disapproved of her words. A king doesn't order another king around. Don't make me out to be a rude man. Betchik smiled playfully. Your stubbornness is something I just can't stop, huh? No more jokes, Leon demanded. First, we have to find two people. I'm sure they're still alive. Betchik thought of a name. One is Lord Vulcanus. Leon continued, and the other is Karina Dragonia. Sadness showed in Leon's eyes. He told her, I haven't even met my daughter in the Temple of the Gods. Right now, I can't pretend to be a father. Please, he begged her. Betchik happily agreed to his request. I'll find a way. It won't be easy, but just wait. Leon placed his hand on his chest, showing sincere gratitude. Without you and Spinner, I don't know what I'd do. Thank you, Betchik shrugged. No need for thanks. It's all because you have good connections. If you have any wishes, I'll grant them. Betty was surprised. Oh my god. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed red. Betty shyly looked down. When he said that, she seemed to have an idea. Betty smiled contentedly, then told Leon, I'll tell you later. Meanwhile, on Earth in an office, a man was deeply troubled. He angrily tapped the desk. Those bastards have lost it. The gates open and all they do is watch. Notify the South Korean government about our cooperation. He recalled the former chairman who ordered, just wipe out the Temple of the Gods. He silently agreed. Chairman Oh Kang-woo's decision wasn't wrong. No worries about Guild 19. When national security is threatened, the temple's appearance is a welcome event for government agencies. Compared to the 15 major guilds holding wealth and power, meddling in government affairs, the temple operates under the strict rules of a single leader. As long as they side with Leon, they don't need to care about the policies of the 10 guilds anymore. Thinking that, his face relaxed a bit. The blessed crops became national export goods demanded worldwide. In many ways, it's a golden goose bringing massive profits. The problem is growth is too fast, military power and religious influence are rising at an alarming rate. Side effects are starting to show. He recalled from today's report, an employee raised a hand to suggest, Sir, the government should become followers of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. What do you think? The man wiped sweat from his brow. He replied, as a public servant, we must remain neutral in faith. Online chatter has started questioning why Endong Jin doesn't believe in the goddess Ariana. My back hurt at the time, so I didn't know what Darium's team did with the artifacts last time. Burpee embezzled billions of SAO. Can you trust the goddess of justice? Sangiri Rice, blessed by her, is a trap. It's infected with electronic waves that invade the brain, cause hallucinations, and eventually death. The man was furious. Damn it, those bastards went way too far. They did it on purpose, knowing he's Protestant. While he was still stressed over the issues, a staff member knocked and said, Sir. The angry man shouted, What? The person entered holding a stack of documents. The parliament just made an urgent contact with us. The man was puzzled. About what? He didn't dare say. He placed the documents on the desk. Better if you see for yourself. The man calmly flipped through the files, thinking it was probably about refugee aid involving developing countries or something. But as he read, his calm face turned to shock and fear. It turned out the documents were from the Korean Oversight Agency dispatched to investigate the God's Temple for human rights violations. He was furious. Damn it, he frowned and ordered the staff to call the temple immediately. Yes, the workers are still mining, and the sound of picks hitting rocks keeps going. They're clearly exhausted right now. One even shouted, Help me, I just want to rest. In the city stands a huge rock, the former site of the Hambit mine, the God's Temple's refining mine. Harry was contacting the other world. Sir Jack, said the robot, what's up, I'm busy. She hesitated. The government just contacted us. Kiruk, Harry told him about a human rights issue, saying we did something wrong. Something about an investigation. Jack was confused. What are they talking about? We didn't break any laws. At the same time, the robot was tying up the workers. The workers lay scared on the ground, but Harry ignored the robot. He jumped toward her. Jack said, I'll handle the response myself. Harry agreed, yeah, but she still wondered. What about those workers? Jack calmly said, caught them sneaking extra saltwater syrup, planning to make them do slave labor at the site. There's a sign, 15 days of absolute safety. Warning sign, beware of falling rocks. The workers passing by looked uneasy. Jack kept reassuring her, saying we didn't do anything wrong, so don't worry. A group wielding axes were mining inside a dark cave. Flickering torchlight cast shadows on the cold rock walls. Among the crowd, Baraham gripped his axe handle tight, his gaunt face, heavy breaths like his chest might burst. Baraham, a slave of the Phaeacian temple, had endured brutal labor since becoming a slave. Jack called out as Squad 214 arrived for mealtime. He sighed in relief finally. But Berger's steps faltered when he saw the food laid out. What the hell is this? He thought in shock it looked like just some floating liquid. This is some kind of oatmeal? The voice snapped, leaving Baraham stunned, eyes wide, face pale as death. Essential nutrients mixed with salt and sugar. His hands trembled as he gripped the liquid. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "You want me to eat this and then grab a pickaxe to work through those so-called glorious days?" Baraham's eyes darkened as old memories flooded back. When he too had offered his body and blood like others to the demon. Baraham could eat as much old, tough meat as he wanted back then, but not anymore. After becoming a slave under Leon's command, his human rights were stripped away. Jack immediately ordered, each person must dig 20 kilograms. Let's start. He bowed his head, shoulders heavy, quietly turning to begin. Behind him, voices urged him to keep moving. The axe blade flashed as it hit the hard rock. Baraham swung the heavy axe with exhaustion, draining every last bit of strength. Then, in a moment of carelessness, the axe handle slipped from his grasp. Sweat flew off his feet with a clatter. He cursed angrily, "Damn it." Baraham quickly bent down to pick it up, hoarse and complaining. "How did I get like this?" Before he could touch the handle, a whip cracked across his back, knocking him down. His whole body trembled in pain. The cold voice warned, "Why'd you stop working?" Baraham panicked, sweat pouring like a shower. He swung his axe desperately. "I'll get back to work right now." Gritting his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment, he thought, "Damn it, if I hadn't been caught then, life wouldn't be this humiliating." Baraham suddenly froze as a large crack ran across the surface of the massive rock. His face went pally, hands trembling, heart racing wildly. What the hell is going on? The ground shook, rocks from above started crashing down on Baraham. Jack immediately noticed something was wrong and ran toward the supervisor's entrance. No accidents on day 20. Meanwhile, outside chaos erupted. Everyone panicked and pushed, screams echoing help. That side's collapsing. The rare metal mine is caving in. A day without accidents passed, with only frowns and determined eyes. It was bound to happen. Next to Harry, resting his chin, he said heavily. The Human Rights Committee showed up again. A calm voice spoke up. "That salty sweet liquid definitely has something wrong with it. Did you notice the faces of the first knights? They looked totally dazed after drinking that stuff." Soho slowly looked up and replied, "They're treated like interns with pay cuts, but still pushed to hit quotas. The committee's policy is voluntary contributions." He raised an eyebrow, eyes sharp, but that salty sweet liquid is only something they have to endure during training. And those voluntary contributions aren't so unreasonable when you consider the benefits, right? So quickly cut in, sounding confident, "Exactly. Just counting the items we get is already worth tens of billions." He spoke seriously, enunciating each word. "The problem is the slaves are overworked." Suho calmly agreed, "Yes, but they worship demons, so they don't deserve to be treated like humans. Do you think the same, Senior Harry?" Harry hesitated briefly. "I think so too." But she forced a smile full of meaning. Maybe the Human Rights Committee doesn't see it that way. In that silent moment, images of slaves beaten, exhausted, collapsing flashed in everyone's minds. "Yeah, if you think about how the serfs were treated while working themselves to death, show your worth by dying too." Ihu laughed excitedly. "This is seriously dangerous. We might really be in a dangerous era." Scene shifts to Incheon International Airport. The doors open, and a group strides out with steady, confident steps. Leading them is Louis, radiating an imposing aura. The UN Human Rights Committee's representative for survivors has arrived. The two shake hands under the flash of countless cameras. A calm, polite voice speaks up. "I'm Gang Hyuk, chairman of the Korean Hunters Association." Louis responds with a polite smile. "I'm Louis from the Human Rights Committee, representing the survivors." She looks up, voice full of respect. "It's an honor to be called a Korean legend." He laughs heartily. That's all in the past now. Behind that gentle smile and humble appearance, Louis senses doubt, so it's true. The Korean Association and the government have a close, cooperative relationship with the Pantheon Society. "Thanks for coming all this way. Am I going to have to face pressure going up against them?" But then she lifts the corner of her mouth, her hand unconsciously adjusting her shiny glasses. "No way. I protected tons of survivors from other countries before." Louis takes a deep breath, steadying herself inside. "Pressure from groups like this? No big deal for me." Just then, a clear female voice breaks the tension. "Hello, Officer Louis." She asks in a low tone, eyes sharp as if probing. "Who's that?" Gang Hyuk smiles, casually introducing. "This is Han Harry, your guide today." Louis nods slightly, a hint of arrogance in her voice. "Got it." She responds with a bright, friendly look. "Should we head to the Crustacea Autonomous Region in Mokpo first? There are currently 18,744 Crustacea people living there." She's a bit surprised, but smiles with excitement. "Sounds good, I'll take your help today." Han Harry smiles easily. "Leave it to me." In that brief moment, a flicker of alertness shines in Louis' eyes, thoughts racing. They're from another world and living and working here. I'll protect the basic rights they deserve. Scene switches from Incheon Airport car to Moscow. Peaceful scenery at Krasnoyarsk Autonomous Region in Moscow. She and the group step out. The salty sea breeze hits Louie's eyes as she gazes toward the beach where small groups gather quietly. They've integrated well with the locals here. They play and joke on the sand. Laughter echoes, mixing with the sound of waves. The people and animals here live in harmony and closeness, no sense of alienation at all. Among them, she slowly scans the crowd with her eyes. Her gaze pauses at a couple laughing and posing for the camera. Is that some kind of traditional culture? Her slender finger lightly pushes up her shiny glasses. Louie tilts her head, asking, I heard the Crustacea live by the sea and don't have conflicts with the fishermen. Is that true? Harry replies casually, no problem at all. She slowly explains that fishing has declined in Mokpo, turning it into a consumer city with shipbuilding and heavy industries. There are still some small fishing boats around, but they really work alongside the Crassian people. She listens intently, eyes fixed on the tablet screen, brows slightly furrowed. But there's still a chance there aren't enough jobs, right? Please understand, this info helps me protect survivors' rights. Ocean trash is being cleaned up. That's totally fine. Many of them join government-led marine pollution cleanup projects. They clean trash from the ocean floor, and their skills are excellent. Louis breathes a sigh of relief. What a relief. So next is, suddenly, the sea ahead roars, a water column shoots up, spraying white foam. Louis frowns, annoyed. Han, what was that explosion just now? Harry calmly replies, that was probably the Grisarian team training. She freezes, Grisarian. The Crustacean people appear mostly underwater. Over 300 Crustacean warriors demanded underwater training time. So, they're just training. She calmly observed, got it? That should really help with storming the gates. Harry hesitated. Cut to the car speeding down the road. Inside, she flipped through documents, calm voice but eyes shining with satisfaction. They're adapting really well here. Louis smiled. Exactly. Calling their integration a model example for others to follow isn't an exaggeration. She whispered, they know their racial strengths and weaknesses. So, no conflicts with locals. Even in the city, Crustacean are highly respected. Hearing this, she sighed softly, gazing at the scenery rushing past the window. This is definitely a reasonable, humane operation. Louis frowned. This is kind of weird. The guild here is spreading positive influence to different races like that. Rumors say this guild and King Leon cruelly abuse prisoners. She put her slender finger on her chin. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. After seeing what I just did. On the way to Nazu and the Mopo, Harry's eyes lit up, excitement barely hidden. We're here. This is the Pantheon Guild's main sanctuary. Before them, the Dark City appeared. This is the holy land of Nazu. Louis stepped down leisurely, eyes curious. So this is the famous place. But she suddenly froze. A sharp welcome shouted, welcome. 2 rows instantly formed a neat formation. A blazing red carpet rolled out in the middle. Welcome to Naju, he spoke excitedly. We're doing great and feeling good. No abuse or forced labor at all. Another echo right after. Exactly. We all work voluntarily and feel happy. Louis covered her mouth, shocked. Wow, that's seriously happiness. She'd seen many fake smiles before, but her eyes quickly turned cold. That can't be real. It's common in war zones where rights are ignored. In Louis's memory, a passionate, dedicated worker. Louis' poster employee. She'd once worked hard for human rights with all her heart. He took off his glasses, sighed. Her efforts made the world better, and seeing the smiles of those in pain was her reward. She smiled with satisfaction. Her instincts suddenly sharpened. Something's off. Back to reality, Louis froze, suddenly alert. Something's not right. What's with that stiff talk and fake smile? She tightened her grip on his shoulder, scrutinizing. Excuse me, is there anyone here being oppressed by AI? I ask because I want to help. Please answer honestly. He frowned, his face changing color, tears leaking but mouth forced out opposite words. No, I'm not oppressed by AI. I'm here voluntarily. Work today is comfortable. I'm really happy. Louis doubted. No way anyone normal could deny AI oppression this much. Of course, Louis didn't know that when they made the pact with Tada, the sun and judgment god, they lost their freedom. Jack's growl sounded. She was surprised, muttering, Sir Jack Spinner, is that you? It replied, time to eat, please clear the way. Louis forced a smile, trying to stay calm. So, is it okay if we eat with everyone here? It answered, no problem, I'll lead the way. She spoke gently. Then I'm counting on you. As she pulled her gaze from the group boarding the vehicle, among the 5 in line, 2 were sweating buckets, faces twisted, fake smiles terrifyingly forced. The car rolled down the wide road. Arriving, Louis was suddenly stunned. The hall is huge. Harry's eyes sparkled. She adjusted her glasses, voice confident yet soft. Today we have soybean soup and cakes. Before them, the table was neatly set, each dish placed just right like a familiar ritual. Soybean soup plus kimchi. A bit sad there's no meat, but considering local cuisine, it's no surprise. She turned, shy. How do you eat this? Louis leaned over, speaking slowly as he placed rice on the lettuce. When the rich flavor of the soup blended with the spicy sour kimchi on her tongue, she was surprised. They eat raw garlic like this? Louis feels his body changing, his fatigue fading away, and he actually feels way better than before. She's stunned, grabs another bite, chewing as she turns to Harry. Don't tell me that's you. Smiling proudly. Yes, these are crops grown and blessed in Naju. Still eating, Louise's mind suddenly wonders. Just eating these alone can cure illnesses? Magical crops? You guys actually feed this precious stuff to the staff? She looks up ahead, then freezes. Louis gently asks with concern, no one's eating? It's really tasty and nutritious. A staff member immediately avoids his gaze and stammers, I'm not a fan of fermented stuff. The person next to him quickly waves it off, forcing a smile. It's just not my taste. She pauses briefly, eyes filled with doubt. Really? A few staff refuse, saying simply, it's not our taste. The meal ends successfully, glasses emptied. Louis beams happily. That was an amazing experience. Thanks for the delicious meal. Harry exhales, flashing a bright smile. Thank God. She eagerly tilts her head, hesitating. If you don't mind, can we talk for a bit? The king is waiting for you. Hearing this, she has no doubts and nods cheerfully. Of course. Inside the room, everyone surrounds him, fully satisfied with the meal. Louis didn't realize this crop was poison for the bad guys. Complaints and worries ring out. Oh damn. Chun's frozen stiff again. Passed out. Huh. A poor street hides beneath gray mist, dim street lamps casting light over dirty puddles. Danet kneels before Ronan, voice full of reverence, O great one. He stands, serious like a lord. Order it. We've sent the human rights investigation team to Pantheon. The man nods, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Good. Human faith is so weak. Dennis loosens his tie slightly, a sly smile curling his lips. Absolutely right. AI thinks expanding the times 7 odds times will favor the blockers. The investigation team's AI is none other than Dennis, a spy inside the Un territory. Every move on the board is carefully calculated. The demons have fully deployed their troops worldwide, not just civilians, but governments and the World League Association too. In the shadows, the demons' eyes blaze with ambition. Their goal is obviously to destroy the Earth. The first target is expanding times 7 odds times cities engulfed in smoke, flames, corpses everywhere, screams of despair. If times odds times exceed half the population, the world won't function normally anymore. War after breakfast, war after lunch, then sleep. He clasps his hands, pleading, but great one. Ronan replies coldly, speak. Dennis frowns, hesitant but respectful. I don't doubt your plan, even if the investigation team uncovers the truth about Pantheon. I think the Korean government will cover for them. The magic orb in his hand glows brightly, voice like an echo from the abyss. Pantheon's ties with the government are that strong. Pantheon itself was established fully supported by the Korean Hunters Association. A twisted, evil smile etches onto his face, but that's not the point. His voice turns venomous. As long as we keep public attention on them and question their human rights, that's enough. Danet hesitates before saying, I don't think it'll work. He yells after being pushed hard, his nose reddening in pain. I'm only doing this for our nobles. He struggles angrily. Your life's in danger, so watch yourself. Danet flinches nervously, cold sweat running down his cheek. What do you mean by that? Ronald, silent until now, suddenly speaks in a hoarse voice, staring at the screen, eyes wide, voice trembling. This is footage from a dark, damp tunnel people are desperately digging. This is a rare metal mine, right? What's there? The man cuts it immediately. Just watch. Before him, a massive rock cracks, shaking the space violently. Workers scream in terror, pushing to escape, their screams mixing with falling rocks. Hey, am I okay? Amid the chaos, a huge figure appears, holding a heavy rope. It crept closer like a beast stalking prey, then lashed its whip hard at each person. Flesh-tearing, agonized screams echoed everywhere. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Denshit trembled, his eyes red with rage. These bastards deserve punishment. Squinting, he snapped angrily. There's more. He froze, breathing heavy. A strange fear welled up inside. His voice grew heavy. He'd come into contact with holy power opposing ours. Even if they fall, they force him to work immediately. A cold, dry voice crackled from the screen. Get up, Danet. Stunned, eyes shaking, he choked out. You vicious bastard. He muttered. This scene hurts the most. Hearing that, the complaining continued. There's more? Leon's scream echoed through the screen. Prepare the human launcher. Lorem ipsum denim went pale, face ashen. Human launcher? What the hell? He trembled, speechless. The screen showed a man bound tight, bruised all over. He was placed in front of a huge cold machine. What is this? Can humans really do this? A desperate, hateful scream rang out. Remember me. Their eyes burned with hatred. We won't forget you. Bam, he said grimly. See, this is the future if that bastard Leon rules Earth. He seethed. Everyone will be imprisoned and discarded by that psycho. Dennis roared, eyes blazing with hatred. Perverted bastards, I'll never forgive them. They deserve punishment, savages. He suddenly paused. A flicker of doubt crossed Dennis's eyes. But, great one, if we push too hard, won't he figure it out? Ronan spoke slowly. Don't worry. The ring on his finger glowed. The artifact I gave you will protect your mind from being probed. His eyes widened, then he exclaimed excitedly. Oh, thank God. Dennis pounded his chest, eyes blazing with fierce confidence. I can do this. I'll punish that evil bastard. Bam. He laughed darkly. Exactly perfect. Cut to him tied tightly to a tall wooden stake. His body trembled, face pale and drained of blood. Below, people cursed loudly. Kill them. We have to kill these bastards. How did it come to this? Thousands of eyes burned like fiery daggers full of hatred. I told you, they're all demons. You have to kill them. Burn them all. Nearby, Louis stood frozen, his gaze empty and hopeless. Two armored soldiers closed in, stepping forward coldly. They said sternly, the trial will begin. In 21st century Korea, burning at the stake was abolished. Choi calmly walked along a dirt path. A kind local farmer from Nazu, Choi of life and prosperity, a member of the Elder Shrine, smiling gently. The breeze is so pleasant today. He became a believer the first time Leon came here, standing silently, his eyes distant, recalling years gone by. He spent years quietly watching this land wither and rot from magical pollution. They'd lost the land where they were born and raised, and dozens more sank into debt buying expensive purifying agents. The farmer's wish was granted. Their only hope was a powerful purifier to cleanse this poisoned land. Then it appeared, their salvation. Leon stood in the fields once barren for seasons, now glowing golden with ripe grain. The villagers were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. It purified land even the tower's mages had given up on, and brought the goddess of life and prosperity to this place. At the table, the elder raised his bowl. The rich aroma filled him with joy, tasting the blessed harvest for the first time. It was indescribable. Every ailment of old age vanished in an instant. Laughter rang through the room. They grew younger, stronger, with powers they'd never had even in their youth. So it made sense that the elders turned to the shrine. 8 steps forward, waves to Choi. Choi looks up slightly, smiles, then walks over to Mr. Park. What's he doing? He casually replies, just tweaking the upgraded tractor that Mr. Jack made. 8's eyes light up excitedly, his voice thrilled. Mr. Jack calls it some kind of hologram or something like that. It guides you from start to finish, you know? The old man bursts out laughing, shaking his head with a sigh. Damn, so much is going on. He speaks with a hint of meaning. Anyway, Choi. The sunlight sparkles off the freshly forged sickle and hoe. 8 grins happily. You don't have your own garden? Everyone's got one these days. I already made myself a sickle and a hand hoe. You interested? Choi stays silent for a moment, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Small gardens are the latest trend among the elderly in the Nazu Plains. By church law, large-scale crops have to pay taxes, according to Article 19, but small gardens under 12 pyong are exempt. In the room, Leon sits at his desk. His deep voice affirms, after all, a personal garden is just a hobby. Who'd tax a hobby for fun? Private gardens aren't seen as agricultural land extensions, just personal pastimes. The old man's eyes darken, thoughts tangled, so the temple's church law isn't as strict as people think. A law full of loopholes easily exploited by those with bad intentions. Choi smiles gently, eyes shining with optimism. Those with dark hearts will surely get punished by heaven. Give me a set. I want to grow some tomatoes for my newborn. Hearing that, he nods. Everyone thinks like that. At our age, it's the same for all of us. Footsteps sound from behind. Den it approaches, neat and polite. Hello, sir. The old man frowns in surprise. Who the hell is this guy? He bows slightly, introducing himself formally. I'm Dennis, an inspector from the United Nations. The old man is surprised. United Nations? You're the inspector team that came here, right? Choi smiles. But 8 cuts in proudly. Our village has been pretty famous lately. Dennis forces a stiff smile, awkward and hard to hide. I just have a few questions. Suddenly his eyes darken, suspicion flickering behind deep black pupils. Those working here fall silent. The silence drags on, like holding their breath. Many look like foreigners. Are they all foreign workers? The old man hesitates, confused. After a moment, Choi sighs and replies firmly, no, His Majesty granted them to us to help the elderly. We give them lighter work. Dennis looks confused. Granted? He smirks inwardly. Exactly. Dennis tries a forced smile, cautious tone. How are they paid? Can I ask about their working conditions? 8's eyes darken. What the hell? He tightens his grip on the sickle. His knuckles tremble with angry irritation. Listen to this asshole's rude tone. Come on, let's see what's up. Why is he poking into our business with His Majesty? His voice grows harsh, eyes wide, veins bulging on his temples. Is he accusing us of exploiting our chun shiki? Does he look down on us just because we're country folk? He panics, stammering, no sir, that's not what I meant. How did this crazy old man get a weapon blessed with holy sunlight? Choi steps forward, calm but firm. That's enough, Choi. You'll embarrass His Majesty if you can't control your anger. The old man turns to Dennett with a faint, meaningful smile. We'll talk later, Mr. United Nations guy. I'll take the kids on a tour around the village. He swallows hard, face pale, legs shaking. Yes, of course, I won't stay a second longer. Dennis immediately turns and runs off, staggering as he disappears down the stone path. Choi's eyes darkened, his voice low and heavy. Mr. Park. For a moment, he looked lost, but then nodded slightly. Yes. The old man spoke gruffly, telling the kids to pack up their gear. We have to end this with a final showdown. Then came a furious shout crashing like a storm. Kill them. I said, burn those bastards alive. The angry farmers in Nazu Plain had tied up the entire UN inspection team. Louis struggled, trying to explain, please calm down, we're not demons. She rolled her eyes, annoyed. Don't lie to us. Her face turned pale in shock. What the hell is going on? Why are we being called demons? Jack stepped forward. What's happening here? The villagers instinctively turned, voices respectful. Sir Jack the Knight has arrived. The middle-aged man spoke bitterly. These guys have been sneaking around, trying to see if His Majesty is mistreating the people. But those punks are twisting everything into some slanderous smear campaign. We couldn't hold back because we were wronged so badly. Louis shouted hoarsely, desperate. I told you, only evil demons do things like that. Her eyes trembled as she looked at him, voice choked but full of rage. Sir Jack Spinner, are you just going to stand there and watch this injustice? Tilting his head coldly, he stared at the tied-up inspectors nailed to the wooden stakes. Then let the trial begin. This is insane. Truly insane. In 21st century Korea, a witch hunt trial has started. Louis's face was pale and terrified. He spoke low and cold. Witness Park Chang, step forward. The 8 elders stepped up, standing straight before the old speaker in the square. Witness number 1, Old Man Park. His eyes were full of hatred, aimed straight at the black guy. That blue-eyed bastard suddenly showed up and said this. The old man gritted his teeth, voice booming like thunder, that His Majesty might be mistreating innocent people. The man who judged others with a face as pale as death stammered. No, I didn't say it so bluntly. The old man cut in. Do you even know who His Majesty is, son? Pointing firmly with eyes full of faith. He's the one who saved our village when it was about to collapse. And you're accusing him of violating human rights? He shouted for all to hear. Does that make any sense? Instantly, a wave of cheers rose up. Damn right. The black guy stood frozen, dazed. What the hell? There's not a shred of logic here. Park's testimony? They're still the bad guys anyway. Jack spoke calmly but cruelly. Accept the next witness. Choi Deoksu stepped forward. Passing by the 8, both Chois slapped hands in perfect sync, like a rehearsed act. The old man stepped into the center, his voice booming with weight like ancient truth. I am Choi Deoksu, servant of Demira, the earth goddess of life and prosperity. Witness number 2, Old Man Choi. His eyes full of killing intent, he pointed at Dennis, his heavy breath sounding like a death sentence. Those guys are demons. My gut tells me so. The villagers immediately cursed. What? That's nonsense. What the hell? Are you crazy? What the hell? You just dared to insult Old Man Choi. I said, they gotta be killed. But the protest was quickly drowned out when Jack spoke with authority to maintain order. The old man's voice deepened. I have another reason to suspect them. Jack asked sharply, what reason? His heart jumped, mouth dry, eyes narrowed in demand. Those dull eyes looked just like demons' eyes. The black guy immediately yelled, voice cracking with rage. What, old fart? You lost it? My eyes have always been like this. Yeah, maybe, but this is just ridiculous. Louis's face went pale. Anyway, my gut says it's true. Those guys are definitely demons. He wrapped up Choi's testimony. They feel like demons. And now an extra testimony. A man yelled in fury. My dog stopped eating ever since those demons showed up. A woman clutched a small beast, her eyes red and teary. Her face twisted like she was going crazy, staring at my poppy barking like mad. I swear, they're the bad ones. Choi nodded firmly, his tone decisive like a verdict. Of course, animals can sense evil. They're definitely recognizing those guys as dark demons. Slightly stunned, her voice cracked. Wait, what does a cow refusing to eat and dogs barking have to do with this? Curses rang out again. Shut up, demon. This is madness. Enough already. The accused spoke up loudly. Do you want to defend yourselves? She choked up. This is unfair. We are absolutely not demons. He spoke low, noting the logic was indeed unfair. Louis's eyes lit up briefly, a flicker of hope then. But Jack immediately declared, burn them alive. The square fell silent instantly. She just stood frozen, pale, unable to believe her ears. If they burn, they're demons. If not, they're human. Darkness wrapped around, only the flickering torchlight made the scene even more terrifying. Jack's cold, commanding voice echoed, bring the fire here. Louis screamed wildly, struggling on the wooden stake. Wait, something's wrong here, he said sternly. She wanted to argue, firmly pushing back with a strong tone, refusing to back down. Of course, I have my reasons. What kind of messed up law is this? Louis shouted angrily, making Jack sigh softly. Burning people just because you think they're possessed. Dennis quickly joined in. Exactly. This is ridiculous. He declared solemnly. That's the law, plain and simple. His voice dropped to a grave tone under Tada's authority, the sun god and judge of the Holy Grail Knights, trained in heresy trials who established the demon-hunting laws and enforcement. Hearing that, her face changed instantly, eyes wide with terror. The demon-hunting law. Luis gritted his teeth, voice choked with rage, and this is the so-called right way you follow. He calmly said, anyone suspected of being a demon, if accused and guilty in suspicion, will be burned alive no matter what. She struggled, eyes bloodshot with fury, shouting, "What kind of logic is that? That's cruel superstition, not human behavior." Diab stayed cold and dry but stubborn, insisting firmly, "I'm following the proper procedure for testing a demon suspect. This is necessary to cleanse them. All demons must reveal themselves under fire, proven by prior research data." He screamed in shattered rage, eyes blazing with fury. "You really think that's right? If they burn, who's going to sew them up dead?" Dennis's angry voice echoed, "What if someone is a church believer? Have you thought about that?" He yelled, voice torn with hatred and despair. "I'm a follower of Ariana, goddess of light and justice. How's it fair to burn me alive?" The crowd below erupted in noise, boos echoing through the square. "Now you're just lying because you're backed into a corner. Seriously, I'm a follower of the god." His cold eyes glanced over, voice low but deadly. "Silent," Jack declared firmly. "That's not up to you to decide." The man hurriedly grabbed his head, shouting, "Sir Spinner, he's faking because he's about to die. That's why he's lying." "Clearly you're lying." Jiap paused briefly, then calmly ordered, "Fine, law is law, now burn them." Louis exploded with bitter rage, shouting in challenge, "Then what the hell changes?" Hearing this, Jiap replied coldly, "So, any more problems?" In despair, she struggled, tears welling, yelling among the fanatic crowd, "The outcome never changes, even when I object. You still burn us before a verdict." Z answered coldly, "There's a difference." Louis immediately went pale. If their faith is weak in their demons, they'll burn. If they're devout and follow the gods, they won't. This is backed by data. "These crazy fanatics," he declared solemnly. "I'm busy, just burn them and get it over with." Den, less shocked, shouted 7 times, "Stop." The crowd roared, some clutching torches, others yelling wildly, obeying the Holy Grail Knight's orders. The flames flared up, licking the wooden stakes with a crackling sound. "No," he screamed in despair. "These crazy fanatics, put out the fire now, extinguish the flames." The agonized screams dragged on before fading into the blazing fire. "Help! Someone help me." Next to her, frozen in shock, eyes wide and trembling all over, "We killed a demon. 1,000 years to Leon's glory, for the temple." Jiap immediately gave the next order. Luis's throat tightened, letting out only a pitiful scream as torches advanced toward him. "No." Her eyes looked down at the crowd, beaming with smug, satisfied smiles. "The United Nations Human Rights will never let this slide. They'll hunt you down, you shameless lunatics. You'll pay for this." Luis shouted, his eyes burning with hatred. "That crazy King Leon, the leader of these fanatics, he won't get away. The world needs to see his true face, the racist bastard, sooner rather than later." The flames flared higher, red light reflecting off her fierce face. "What are you but demons? You're fanatics. All of you should just die." Louis suddenly paused, calm amid the sea of flames, breathing softly, lips barely moving. "So warm," Jack declared. "Louis is cleared of all charges. Next up is the accused demon clan." Then a painful scream echoed, "It's too hot." Everyone pointed and shouted wildly, "It's a demon, a real demon." Louis was dizzy, his mind spinning. What the hell is going on? Louis watched in horror as UN officers were burned alive. One by one, in the sacred fire of the gods, some inspectors, though covered in red flames, stood tall, marked by burns. Yet some staff were truly incinerated even while engulfed by the flames. "Goddess Ariana, I thank you. Thank you so much." Later, under the high moon, she stepped forward, face full of doubt and anger, and asked, "Sir Spinner, what exactly is happening here?" "Some burned, some didn't." Kirok arrogantly replied firmly, "4 of the 8 accused are dead, just as I predicted." Louis froze, just as predicted. A flash of light revealed a solemn meeting underway. "The crops, blessed with the god's sacred power, are deadly poison to those with evil intent." Jiap explained in a deep voice. "They can't withstand Bedos's flames." She dealt justice. Heart-pounding wildly, she said, "Bedos, the god of war, in the flames." Louis questioned, "So does that mean all of us are cleared of charges?" "I can't believe it." He stayed silent, no response. Moments later, Jack fluttered his wings and shot straight into the night sky. "That's the end of the trial." She stood frozen, screaming in despair. "Wait, just a second. Is it really over?" And that was the end of that day's trial. Leon crossed his arms, serious and powerful voice rumbling. "I get it. I heard you went through a brutal trial by fire last night." Louis replied, "Not at all." Leon's eyes narrowed sharply, hiding a piercing glint. "Then I guess you got a thorough tour of the Queen's crafting workshop and learned more about how demons are judged, right?" She lowered her voice, each word heavy. "Yes. I clearly saw only those following the demon clan were burned by the god's flames." After the chaos of last night, Louise was guided by Jappy to tour Betchik's workshop and prison. Louise walked with trembling legs, her eyes stunned as she faced the truth. There, the execution from the day before was replayed before her eyes. The screams of tortured souls she imagined were illusions, strangely matching exactly what she heard before. Even for Louise, a human rights advocate, she wasn't an idealist who supported the rights of demons. Louise spoke quietly, worried eyes. "But your majesty," she said heavily, How should I report about these demons when I return? Leon rested his chin on his hand, calm expression. I already know how people there will react. Sharp gaze, some fools will preach human rights and claim even demons deserve salvation. Louis took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. In our world, that's a core value that's hard to change. Leon's voice dropped, his eyes darkening with a flash of deadly intent. Watch anyone who says stuff like that in meetings, no matter the world. People instinctively hate evil. Those who tolerate it are often evil themselves. Leon lifted the golden glass and set it on the table. Take this. She startled, trembling, lowering her head. Your Majesty, as a UN officer, I can't accept bribes. He raised an eyebrow. A low-ranking punk like you dares to refuse the king's gift? Leon's tone was bold but carried undeniable authority. Take it. It'll help for a while. Keep it with you. Louis hesitated a moment, then nervously accepted. Thank you, Your Majesty. He stared sharply, his words cutting. Louis Foster, I heard you're a smart woman. Her eyes darkened again. Then you'll know how to use it wisely. He glanced and saw Jack approaching. Mr. Spinner. The moment Leon spotted Jack, she wanted to head back to UN headquarters. Can you escort her to the gate? He answered confidently. No problem. 4 UN human rights inspectors died visiting the temple. A fist slammed hard on the conference table. Those savages. This incident shook not just Korea's government but the UN headquarters too. Harrison angrily demanded, You mean they actually burned people alive? Even our colleagues died there? Louis hesitated across the table. Well, the look in her eyes was firm. Maybe some of our colleagues sympathize with demons. He snapped. What the hell are you saying, Officer Louise? Don't spread baseless rumors like that. Every country declared a state of emergency and condemned the temple's brutal acts. The room was tense, unbelievable. We have to save them immediately. Louise was finally summoned to the highest level, and under harsh criticism, had to testify in detail about what happened at the temple. Louise stayed calm amid all the attacks. Yes, we need to send an official letter to the temple and immediately announce sanctions against them. She trembled with rage, teeth clenched, Louise's eyes flashing with deadly intent. Suddenly, standing straight, voice low and deliberate. Officer Harrison, what's wrong? Why do you keep defending those demons? Hearing this, he frowned and scrutinized. Why do you ask, Officer Louise? His face suddenly paled as the light shifted unexpectedly. She stomped hard on the conference table, leaning forward, arm raised high. The god's light burst in a blinding flash, chaos erupted, delegates shielding their eyes. A stun grenade. Officer Lewis, what are you doing? His eyes widened in shock, someone screamed in panic. A demon. Officer Harrison is a demon. He roared. You crazy bastard. You took something from Leon Hughes, didn't you? Lewis froze, legs shaking, realizing he really was a demon. Harrison loosened his collar, face twisted with rage, screaming wildly. If it's come to this, shadows swarm out, demons with blazing red eyes kill them all. The sound confirmed the demons were real. She staggered, falling backward but didn't hit the cold floor caught in strong, warm arms. Antosh raised his hand to fight. A deadly red light sparked in his palm. The scene before Luis left him wide-eyed in shock. Then he clenched his fist, bullet casings dropping. Antosh quietly activated defense mode. In the tense air, as dust cleared, a giant zombie faced off against a robot. The zombie screamed in fear, You can't. Why the hell are you here? The robot ignored the fear and suddenly spoke. The world's on the brink of destruction. The robot's red light flared up, its system activated, battle sequences downloading from the cloud. A faint figure appeared, surprising the girl. There it was, Antosh, her bodyguard. The zombie shouted, Wait, you're not going to fight alone, right? You do know how many teammates I've got here, don't you? The robot showed no emotion to the zombie's words. It was like a programmed machine, indifferent. Behind the robot, a fleet of massive warships appeared. Demonkind must be wiped out. The scene shifted to someone puffing their cheeks, sucking on a straw. Suho was scrolling on his phone, then spoke to Jaehyuk. You're out, put the cup down, and ask where we are. On Suho's phone screen appeared countless demons that had been detected. The international community was shocked. The camera cut back to the demons, and both of them were stunned. Suho's eyes widened in shock. They say there are over 300 demon humans, 337 demons in total there. Jaehyuk sat next to him, casually asking, Since when did you get there? Suho said worriedly, This is bad. What if demons have already infiltrated everywhere? But unlike Suho's worry, Jaehyuk lounged back, arms crossed, saying, Whatever, I'm going to take a break now. The reason Suho and Jiak were slacking off was the Chu-Suk International Festival coming up, and Jaehyuk had declared a holiday across the entire temple, also called the Festival of the Gods. After enduring a harsh life at the gates, Suho and Jaehyuk finally got to enjoy a well-deserved holiday. Jaehyuk relaxed and said, Tonight I'm eating pizza, and tomorrow it's hot pot chicken. Not stopping there, he added, and for lunch, I'll have pizza again. Suho, eating a hamburger nearby, asked, Don't you ever get tired of that? Suddenly, loud shouts came from the courtyard. 1, 2. Both turned around, curious. From afar, a group was running behind Team 5, some only wearing sports shorts. As they got closer to Suho and Dai-Hai-Uk, it was clear the group included both adults and young men. Everyone was panting hard, sweat dripping down their skin. Then a silver-haired man spoke up. "You two young guys on vacation?" Dai-Hai-Uk raised both hands, waving. "Uncle Kim Do-won, hello." The two stood and walked over to Dogon, asking, "Are you out for a run, uncle?" "Yeah, training with DSEO." Hearing that, DSEO shyly said, "But I'm not an official knight yet." DCO explained, "I'm just a trainee, so don't treat me like a knight." That surprised Ji-Hyuk and Suho. Well, that made sense. But since Harry, Soo-young, Ji-Hyuk, and Suho all had special statuses even inside the temple because John Soo-young served as the knight's commander, Harry ranked 4th in the entire temple and was an S-class hunter, so she was basically nobility. Both Jae-Yuk and Suho were the same. After acquiring the relics, they grew incredibly fast. They had fully become S-class hunters, while DCO was still stuck as a warrior trainee. He shyly scratched his head, thinking, well, they didn't start from the same place I did. Then DCO said, "All right, we're off then." Suddenly, Jae-Hyuk shouted, "Wait a sec." But DCO didn't wait. Their whole team took off with the sound echoing. "All right, let's go again. 1, 2. Suho couldn't believe it. He worked hard, but nothing seemed to go his way. Beside him, Jae-Hyuk seriously replied, "Well, that's expected. He's only just above C rank." Then he asked, "So when do you think we can lift Lord Galbraith's hammer?" Suho recalled everything he knew to answer. Even the relics they inherited hadn't accepted them as owners yet. But wasn't Lord Galbraith's hammer supposed to instantly make you a holy knight once you lifted it? Jae-Hyuk frowned. "I don't even know how many skills I'd need to pull that off." Both of them went back to lie down in the sun. At least 4 knights in the temple knew the true meaning of that title. Waking up to the coming Knights of God caught in the final war was like the sorceress queen standing at her world's peak or strange machines completing thousands of tasks. Only they earned that distinguished title. Jae-Hyuk said flatly, "Honestly, who on earth holds that much honor and glory?" Seeing that, Suho guessed it might be Sister Harry. I've never seen her cry like that before. He heard him mention it and froze, then asked, "Hey, what the hell is the king planning?" "Looks like he's been busy with the queen these past few days. He's currently absent from his desk." Suho didn't look up but still replied to her, saying the king's handling the pressure pretty well. Hearing this, Dai-Hyu couldn't hide his stunned expression. He jumped up, saying, "No way, you actually look pretty sharp." "Oh damn, that's true." Then he quickly dodged, saying he doesn't know anything. Suho heard that and glanced away. "I don't get what you're trying to say either. In front of those towering skyscrapers, what's beneath our temple? We don't know a thing." "Nothing. That's the underground temple." There, a maid was sitting, resting on a big wooden barrel. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed. Hinder looked over in horror. Another demon died today. Footsteps approached from somewhere. Hinder was speechless, terrified as she looked toward the owner of those steps. Then she shouted, "Your Majesty, the one who just entered was the revered king." As soon as he entered, the stench hit his nose so hard Leon had to cover his nose with a cloth. Suddenly, someone approached. "Oh damn, Your Majesty's here." Leon stepped closer to Betch. "This place still reeks terribly. This spot isn't fit for a noble like you." Betch laughed. "Come on, I've tried to ventilate my workshop, if you didn't know that." Leon asked her, "You have to go through here to get to your workplace, right?" Betch smiled brightly. "I can't make things comfortable for these monsters just for my own convenience." Leon teased, "That's some seriously self-sacrificing spirit." Both ignored Hylia kneeling nearby, which pissed her off. "This is seriously messed up." Hylia lifted her head, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "These crazy assholes. We're the ones stuck in this mess. So why the hell are they acting like the victims?" Hylia's expression twisted more and more the deeper she thought. The mage's workshop is already connected to the first floor by an elevator, so why go this way? Suddenly, Leon glanced back and said, "You bastard." That scared Hilda. June saw her eyes turn red, tears ready to fall. John asked sharply, "Why did you do that?" Hilda's words made Leon grit his teeth and say each word through clenched jaws. "Stop having those evil thoughts." Right after, she suddenly turned to stone, unable to understand what happened. Then Hyde clutched her leg, lying there with a resentful gaze fixed on Leon. Turning away angrily, he muttered, "That guy's gone crazy. Why curse others just because of what they think?" Then Leon turned back and continued talking to Betchik. "Hey, why did you summon me?" Betchik smiled slyly. "This news will make you happy, Leon." Surprise flashed across Leon's face when he heard the name Vulcanus, a huge